pressure is mounting and the competition is about to get even more cutthroat. The group favorites are raring to live up to that namesake. NAVI are colliding with complexity in hopes of grasping that group supremacy.
That looks like something you would never do unless you knew about that play for bit. Perfecto once again at it. Another triple spray down. 18 seconds on the clock and he didn't even reload for the quad kill. 7 seconds and on the other side, Blameth, the last target left. Perfecto ends it with an ace and it's 8-7. No need for any more bloodshed. Oh, nice.
Sniper versus sniper.
Yeah, they're actually giving us a bit of a show, especially Poison. This is gonna have to be a pure headshot and really, really quickly called out there and no cover at all. And he's actually being toyed. Oh, there's the headshot. What a clutch from Bit. It's 16-9 and NAVI, they finish ahead of Complexity on a third map.
OG and FaZe are colliding in a fight for tournament life.
Now his rotation comes in.
1, 2, 3, 4, and almost to the 5th. Oh. There it is. Rain. Easy ace.
Yeah.
They go for the boost. They throw him forward. He is just a drive-by. Flames holding W. He's dead. And Flames somehow with the ace. Look at the disrespect.
That smoke is key, yeah.
They're running straight in. Rain goes right to the back of the site. Turns it back for a 3K. It's a slaughter. FaZe finish off OG. They took them to the unknown entity of Ancient, force the series the distance, and finish it with relative ease.
At the final day of the Blast Premier Full Groups. One more spot up for grabs at LAN, 2 teams hungry to claim it, and just one more best-of-3 match to determine it. My name is Freya, your desk host for the duration of the day. Of course, I've got my star-studded panel of analysts joining me. Jason, Maniac, how are you guys feeling this morning?
Feeling good. I like that introduction. I like that one.
Star-studded?
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah, the first time someone calls you star-studded is usually pretty nice.
I just got to take the small wins. They come in, no star. I just appreciate wins here.
Well, we did see some wins yesterday. We did see some losses as well. We can recap exactly what went down in case you guys have missed out on any of the action. NAVI taking on Complexity first of all. Jason, we saw NAVI catapulting themselves straight to that LAN stage.
Yeah, and I mean, they toyed around a little bit with the vetoes in this event, but fair play to them. They came out on top of all their series. They bounced back after those second map losses, and they look real good, real excited moving forward into the rest of the year.
And then FaZe versus OG. Unfortunately, the first team that we had to be bidding farewell to here, Maniac. We weren't sure exactly who it was going to be, but unfortunately, OG going to the depths of the showdown.
Yeah, a sour ending, obviously, if you're an OG fan, whereas FaZe, they barely scraped through on that Ancient game. They took 30 rounds to actually push it to map number 3, and then finally on Mirage, they looked in control. It looked like they were cruising through, and they were the superior team.
Yeah, of course, that loss for Complexity versus NAVI means they're going to be going up in that crucial rematch against FaZe today, and then the winner of that will be facing NAVI at the end of the day to determine who goes through as the top seed and the champion of Group C. But we've also got to relive some of the highlights of yesterday as well in our CS Money Play of the Day. Of course, you guys have been voting over on Twitter, so we can now crown our champion. We're going to start off with play number 3, Jason. What do we say?
Yeah, this is going to be a really cool play. Obviously, Flames, things got weird yesterday in yesterday's game. Let's just say that. FaZe and OG, they had some odd moments. This one from Flames is beautiful. It's round saving. It's map saving for OG in this Inferno. And you're going to see the run boost here improvised real quick. A lot of opportunities for that one to fail, and Flames pulls it off with a beautiful final pre-fire.
Yeah, the context was crazy. Now, number 2, we have Perfecto, who had a beautiful overpass performance, catapulting NAVI towards the win. And here, he's going to put an absolute end to that rush from Complexity. Good smoke at the right timing, and they're just spraying through as they try being the operative word to get to the side, but Perfecto's got none of it. Yeah,
that smoke was an alley-oop there for Perfecto, and he sinks it. Twist, though, is going to be the final one, and this is something special, as we see out of this guy all the time. Some great long-range shots, shows a bit of versatility with the USP, but really, it's the mindset. You can see from here, he's just done playing around. He wants the round to be over, pushes forward, and claims what's his. An ace in the pistol round for Twist.
So clean work from Twist there. Of course, we're hoping to see more of those plays coming up in our final day of competition here at the Full Groups, and we're going to be seeing FaZe taking to the stage first. That battle for that LAN final spot. Jason, there is so much on the line coming into this, and it's already so stacked with just 5 teams in attendance.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you have to remember too, it's not just getting that spot in the fall final, but it's also also avoiding having to go down to that showdown, which is equally painful and you know, mixed in with some really strong teams. But obviously, yeah, the name value you have in this roster of fall final teams that have already qualified is incredible.
Oh, it's going to be beautiful. I cannot wait to be there. I cannot wait to be in the Royal Arena again. You talk about showdown. It is also an absolute stress test for any roster. Any roster, like a team moving into the showdown. We have here some of the participants already, names like Liquid, names like G2, OG now waiting there. There's going to be either FaZe or Complexity in that list. And then you cannot drop a single series if you want to make it.
Yeah, we got to think about the format for this one as well. It's absolutely cutthroat coming into it. It's just one best of 3 series. If you lose that, you are out.
Yeah, and you got Team Poggers there as well. You don't want to mess with them.
Well, you say that. The underdogs of the competition last time. Maniac, I don't want to give you any PTSD, but seeing 9Z
He's
up
the guy
there.
who lost to Dignitas. Why me?
Okay, yeah, true. Actually, you've both got some demons from the showdown. 9Z and Dignitas last time, they were causing some upset.
I like how you just put me in like Vitality staff for a second. Like, so Maniac, how did you experience that loss against 9Z? Did you cope with it?
I mean, I saw you firsthand, Maniac. You didn't take it
took me a while.
too well.
You know, a few croissant and
a few therapist sessions, sitting down on that couch for a bit.
We got there
couple
finally.
sessions.
But I think what's so exciting about going towards the full finals as well, when we're looking at some of the teams there, a lot of the players that are coming in new, obviously in this online COVID era, won't have had the experience of playing on LAN in front of a crowd before. That's got to add so much extra pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, we already kind of saw it if you go back to Cologne as well, just being a LAN with no actual arena, no fans or anything like that. You add the fans and you add the noise and you add the pressure into it. We're going to see some people collapse and we're going to see some people rise to the occasion, which is obviously the beautiful part about Counter-Strike at these events.
That's what's really great. I think it can go both ways, right? When you have a player that is untested and we don't really know how he's going to behave on LAN, you will see some crumble, some will disappear, and they will fail and disappoint us. But some will rise, and they will already start writing a legend for themselves with the crowd, with the audience, with these reactions. We don't know who is going to stand up.
I don't know about you guys, but it's giving me goosebumps just thinking about some of the audience reactions as well. Just being able to hear an AWP shot echoing in an arena once again.
Can do that without anyone.
Is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
It's a really beautiful thing.
It really hits through. Of course, we're going to take a look at today's schedule to see exactly what is on the cards for the rest of Group C. Of course, this is the culmination of Group C and heading on in towards the full showdown and then, of course, the full final. NAVI are waiting for the victors of the next game, and it's a crucial elimination series. One of these two teams will be qualifying into the Royal Arena as Complexity are taking on FaZe. this is a revenge match. Both teams are going to be fighting tooth and nail. They both desperately want to make it to LAN.
But towards mid, Poison finds 2. That's big. And now JKS has a lot to do, but wow, what a clean AUG spray from him.
That's not going to be as easy for Complexity. I'm expecting a much better performance from FaZe.
Now his rotation comes in.
1, 2, 3, 4, and almost to the 5th. There it is. Rain. Easy ace.
A rematch for the ages and one with everything on the line. Tournament life or death will be determined by this next series as Complexity and FaZe collide. And on the side of Complexity, Maniac, we had a few questions coming into this tournament, particularly as they were coming in with a brand new stand-in in cold.
We didn't know what to expect. And from the interviews we had at the very beginning of this group, we heard from Blame, you know, if we can get a win, that'll be great. If we can get the ball rolling, that would be fine. I don't really know what to expect. And I feel like every step of the way, they have gained our respect a little bit more. They have taken our attention, deserved our attention, and now they're one game away from qualifying.
I remember opening up with this Complexity lineup on the first day and saying, I don't know if Kildzera is the right person for the job to come in. His playstyle is so vastly different from Config, but they've found a way to work that in and actually, you know, use his passive nature, his more passive nature than Config, to great effect. So this is a team, obviously, you bring someone in, they're going to get better as the group stage goes on. And if they're peaking right now, it's perfect.
And I think the fact that we were focusing so much on cold obviously left Esatag going under the radar a little bit, but he has put up some stellar numbers so far this tournament.
Esatag is playing by the numbers his best event in 2021, and it is obviously a very good sign for Complexity. It's a man that had a tumultuous career, if I can say. You know, he had that moment in the Danish scene where he was put on the bench. He came back after a few years. Then he had obviously that stint in Astralis, in which his start really took the lift at that point.
Yeah.
Then he had a difficult time in Cloud9. We didn't really know where to put him, and now he is finding back again in Complexity. He's finding that success. He's finding a lot of impact. He was a key player in all their victories, and also a hero that didn't think would appear, right? He surprised me.
Well, I think that when we look back, you know, maybe a year down the road or maybe towards the, you know, end of his career, I think it's going to go down that Esatag was probably the second most important pickup for this Complexity roster, next to Blame F. I think he's going to be absolutely wonderful for this team. I think really, really highly of him. And I'm kind of with you, Maniac, a tumultuous career, but I would also phrase it in a way that it feels like this is probably the first chance for him to get his career off the ground. You know, he goes into Astralis, he's kind of just filling in on a couple maps. He's not playing everything. He's not a full-time player. Goes to the Cloud9 project. Whole lot of issues there outside of the game as well, building a whole new team, building a whole new international roster, inexperienced players. You come into Complexity that has an established in-game leader, some established stars, an already established plan and system on different maps. I think this is where Esatag can start to really escalate his game and show what he's capable of.
And I think for us, and I mean the community in general, it was quite hard to correctly assess and evaluate Esatag.
Yeah.
Because I believe that in the Astralis period, he was a little bit overrated. Now, you know, he was doing great, but we have to think about the context around it. Then people put all these extremely high expectations on that Cloud9 project, and there was disappointment. And then at the time, he was underrated. People were too harsh with him, didn't really consider what was happening around. So where does he stand? What is his quality? What is his level? That is a very good opportunity for him to make that statement.
And I think it's interesting when we think about this being a more comfortable home ground on Complexity, because we've always phrased Complexity as having this such tumultuous journey, players coming in, players coming out, but it seems like he's just found a more comfortable home ground here.
I have to imagine that Blame F just loves having Esatag on the team. I think he's just, you know, just from personality-wise, he just seems to be a rock. Yeah, and his gameplay, obviously, it's reflected there as well. He's just been very, very solid for Complexity, doing his job day in, day out. And for someone like Blame F to find that little bit of stability within a crazy year that they've had so far, that's got to be huge for the in-game leader.
We're also going to get a chance to check in with the side of Complexity, as Blame F had a few words for James Banks ahead of this series.
When Complexity are playing at the moment, you're actually more impressed than what you maybe expected going into this event, considering coL only just came to the team? Is this better than your expectations in the first place?
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely hoping that we could win a couple matches and stuff, but I wasn't expecting that we would be like win the first match and then put up a decent fight versus NAVI, who are looking really strong. So for sure, like I mean, I don't want to say surprised, because obviously I know we have a good team and we're capable of doing these upsets sometimes, but I would also say that like the team is in a bit of a rough spot right now just because of all the stuff that's happening all the time to us. So I'm happy that we end up having some decent results, but I mean it all comes down to today, right? Like if we qualify, we're gonna be happy. If we don't qualify, we're probably not gonna be very happy with our overall performance. So yeah.
And just for you personally, right, being a Dane, if you can make it to the Royal Arena in Copenhagen, what would that mean to you?
I mean, that would mean everything to me to get in there and play in front of a crowd and everything. So that would mean a lot to me. I would love to do that for sure.
A lot on the line for Complexity in this matchup. And to answer some of our questions that we had coming into this particular tournament, we were questioning, you know, is cold0 going to be filling that space that a config may have perhaps left? But it hasn't just been looking at cold to be filling this space.
No, I think a lot of different players have at times, you know, stepped up and made a difference for Complexity. I just wanted to quickly touch on that point that was brought up by our friend Blamef, is that, you know, for Complexity, making it through right now, beating FaZe, making it to quarterfinals would be a very great achievement. You have the fact that it's a rematch. Obviously, a rematch is always a stress test for a new roster. Do they have that kind of depth? I think a man like cold0, with his experience on an individual level, will be able to go from one match to the other and maybe just slightly change the way he plays. He's got a context, he's got an environment in which he can play, and he knows the rules and the parameters, but I think he can slightly adjust it to make his game style not so readable, and that's going to make a great difference.
Yeah, I think too. I mean, he just has added like a different flavor, and it seems as well like, you know, there's a lot of space opening up on this team. So it's not just cold0, though. He's been performing very well so far. We've seen Poison have an increase. You've seen him take up that space, that you know, the void that config left. He's had some good performances. JKS again been pretty quiet because I think we still kind of in some level in the back of, at least in my head, I still kind of want him to be like that next star player that I thought about 5 years ago. But it's not. But now he's just comfortable in doing his job. And obviously, when you have someone like cold0 who's just a capable closer, he's doing very good for this team.
Yeah, I think the team has just looked way more established as a team unit. We haven't been looking at sort of a sole one star to be going forward and creating those incredible performances.
Yeah, that's correct. We have the graph right here to kind of showcase that point. It's not a one-man army at all, which means that no individual has that pressure to absolutely perform, otherwise they're not going to win. It's a very uncomfortable position to be in when you have that. Here the difference can come from different players. We've touched on Essetag, of course. Poison is playing way better. We see he has the highest KD. JKS on the CT side has been a very great surprise. He's had a marvelous series last time around. So all of these different pieces can just at times pop off, and obviously that makes it more likely that it happens.
And even if they don't pop off, they can all provide you great impact. They can all just provide impact in a round and turn it on its head. The multi-kill potential on this team is unreal. JKS and Essetag especially, Poison as well with the AWP, or as we saw, the rifle. So yeah, this is a team that somehow just randomly came together, and they're all playing very well together.
And then when we look at FaZe under the same spotlight, it's not so much of an even distribution across the board.
It is a very different, it's a very different painting that we have to show you guys at home. Obviously, for FaZe Clan, there is a triangle of doom, right? There is Brokey, Rain, and Twist. These are the players you need, emphasis on need, to perform if you want any hope, any chance for FaZe Clan to win. On the side of Olofmeister and Kerrigan, Olofmeister had one great map, that was Inferno on that last series, where he did what he was supposed to. The rest has been complicated. Olofmeister and Kerrigan are at the bottom 6 worst players of the event, all groups considered, all groups included. So it's been a bit of a tough journey for them, but they have this trio that's really making an impact.
I think it's kind of hard because I think that's the nightmare scenario, you know, when they announced that Kerrigan's going to come back from Mouse Sports, when they announced that Olof is going to come back off the bench and rejoin the roster. This is kind of the nightmare scenario where everyone said, yeah, sure, if it works, it's going to be cool, but this is what's more likely. This nightmare where you have these guys as a liability in terms of their production. And I think it's difficult. I think there is some role confusion on this team, and I don't think any of the players, maybe not any of them, but I think there's a couple players that probably feel very uncomfortable in what they're being asked to do and what's needed of them in these rounds.
Well, before we jump into this matchup, we've got to catch up with some of the members of FaZe Clan. We've got Kerrigan and Twist on the line for a few words.
Kerrigan, yesterday against OG, a much better performance from you guys overall, but I wanted to see, what did you kind of feel was the difference, right, from your opening game against Complexity, where I know you guys weren't happy with the communication and what you showed, and then coming up into this game against OG?
Yeah, I think the key difference was individual play. I think me and Olof had a bad game against Complexity, and when you have two players not having a good game and a rough game, it's always going to be tough, right? Because one thing was weird about the Complexity game, we had actually good comms, good initiative. Even though we were losing, we had good mood, all that kind of stuff. That's like minimum things you want to have for a game you need to win. So yeah, I think that was the individual play was the difference from Complexity to OG. So that was a good feeling to bounce back yesterday.
And when you played Complexity last time, what did you feel was going wrong on this Ancient pick of yours? Like, was it something where they had a good read on how you wanted to play it, or was it just Blamef out calling at this point? How did you view it?
I mean, it was really hard playing Ancient against them, honestly, because like you have no info on them, but we felt like it was the right pick. We have played Ancient a lot and we feel comfortable on it, but obviously Blamef makes sometimes a gamer call, but also a good read to do B rush last round and when it was 15-14 to us. So at that point, there was a really good call, and we got caught off guard. And into overtime, there was 2 good calls from him, and that kind of decided the game in the end. But I felt we had a good situation of the game. Like, we had a fine T side, and we came back to CT side. So in the end, he made some high risk call, and that paid off, obviously.
What needs to happen in order to be able to take down a Complexity? Because I think at least with Complexity right now, they've got a bit more momentum behind them. They definitely look like they're hitting a lot harder, where OG seemed a bit on a slower side, more suited to your kind of play style.
I mean, I think we would have had a way better performance against Complexity, but our communication was probably the worst it's been in the past. Well, it wasn't like terrible communication, but it was like we were still communicating, but we weren't doing the right things. And against OG, we were doing the right things. We were staying proactive and having good team chemistry, and we're missing that against Complexity. And yeah, I mean, I think that just comes down to basically our whole team environment, just having good communication. We usually excel.
Interesting to hear a couple of conflicting opinions coming off of that. Twist saying last time they faced Complexity, not feeling like their communications were totally on point.
Yeah, they were a little flat, it felt, in that series if I think back to it. But I think that's also, you know, especially as someone like Twist, who's going to be the star player, you know, he's seeing the communication a little bit different. He's the one trying to make the plays, and he's the one who's feeling like maybe a flashbang isn't there as quick as he'd like, or maybe someone's not setting up the way that he needs, or someone's not responding to a situation in the way that he's used to, and that can be frustrating. And Kerrigan's looking at it from an in-game leader perspective, and he's just saying, as a team, we're making the right calls. Maybe they don't always turn out the best way, but we're at least doing the right things.
You know, you're mentioning Kerrigan, and I just want to take a second to put him under the microscope here, because I believe that this context is exactly the one in which he is supposed to shine. Think about what Kerrigan brings into a team. It's not going to be a massive amount of frags. We have seen it with the KD. It's been a little bit complicated. You have a rematch, which is a very particular environment in Counter-Strike. When you replay a team you've just faced 24 hours before, it's going to be a bit of a mind game. You have a roster that is new in Complexity. You have a weakness that you can exploit. This is the moment where a leader like Kerrigan, that we value really highly in his profession, this is where he shines. This is where he has an opportunity to make a difference. The rematch, the roster, the weaknesses, the map pool, the veto, that's when you shine. That's where you make a difference. I don't care about you, KD. If you lead your game to the fall finals, that's fine, but you have to do it now.
And we talk about some of those weaknesses. I know, Jason, something that you've been bringing up for the side of FaZe. Their T-sides haven't been looking too hot recently.
Yeah, they've been questionable, I think, and I mean at best, and you can see here the stats just it's ugly. I mean the round win percent itself is not great. Opening kills is very, very low, even compared to, I mean, the stunning thing about this is if you compare it to Complexity, who's had all these roster changes and all this upheaval, and even have a brand new player coming into this event, you know, opening kills for Complexity is what, 12% higher. 5v4% is huge, and it's crazy to think that if you're getting that few opening kills, if you're FaZe, to only convert them into wins that little amount, it's like, God bless.
That is the number that you have to keep an eye on. This 58% is abysmal for a top team level. The fact that you get the entry kill so rarely, but when you do, one out of two, you still manage to let it go and let it slip away, that is a problem. And for me, that is one of the main reasons why they've been struggling on their T side.
I think we may actually see them do a little bit better today, considering Complexity's 4v5% is the lowest as well. I mean, it's not, you know, any kind of atrociously low, just what, 3-4% behind, but I mean, still, at least you get a little bit of a reprieve, a little bit of help in that category.
I know we do need to put Rain under the spotlight coming into this one specifically as well, as there's been a lot of stories coming with him in terms of his impact in FaZe.
Yeah, and he had to morph himself almost into an entry fragger right now. I mean, we have his history right there. The most, I'd say the youngest ones out there on the stream might forget that at some point Rain was one of the very best players in the world. He had a period of time at the very beginning of FaZe where he obviously made that entry in the top 4 of HLTV, which is a very, very high feat to reach. And then the next year he stayed in the top 20. Then obviously he calmed down. We have 2019, 2020, obviously, and now in 2021, the numbers are low, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from Rain right now. That is what gives me courage, and that's what gives me hopes for FaZe Clan, is that the Rain we are seeing at this event is better than the 2021 Rain. He's doing a better job. He's entering, he's fragging, he's multi-killing as well. This is the Rain they need. Yeah, and I mean, we already showed the stats as well. Like, you need Rain, you need that third player, because Olaf and Kerrigan, obviously, in this event, for whatever reason, it's not, they're not feeling the game as well as they'd like to. So you absolutely have to have Rain, especially considering
We've even seen Brokey and Twist have a couple rough games here and there as well. So you need that veteran presence to be able to kind of lift you up and provide you some help when things are going poorly.
Yeah, particularly coming into a rematch, and I'm really excited to jump into the map pick and bans for this one. Are you expecting there to be anything different, Maniac, from last time around?
I guess the FaZe pick will be the one of discussion.
Yeah.
Kerrigan go again for Ancient, whereas for Complexity, it feels like Nuke is still there for the taking, but this could also be a trap. Picking Nuke twice, starting on the T side twice, you have to be able to walk the walk. Now, Kerrigan will have to make a decision. I would like Dust 2. Thank you, Kerrigan. I was 0.5 seconds too late on that one, but I really wanted Dust 2.
You messaged him this morning.
I really
Kerrigan,
wanted
please,
Dust 2.
please.
They won it against, when they play against each other, I think it was 3 months ago. That was a good map for FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
You get away from that Ancient gamble. We don't really know what to expect. Now for Blame, if the decision has to be made, do you go for Nuke again? And he does. He accepts the challenge of playing one more time the T side of Nuke.
Yeah, and that's fine, I think, because I mean, again, you're working people into this roster. It is certainly going to be a challenge. I think FaZe can obviously put up a little bit of a fight, but yeah, if you're Complexity, you still kind of want to focus on playing to your comforts as you're not
Mirage or Ancient. Mirage or Ancient. Ooh, there you have it. Ancient as a 30 wicket there. And it's Blamev deciding to go for Ancient. So he just said, you know what, Kerrigan, I was not really impressed by what you had to throw at me on
Why
on
would
Ancient.
you be? Why would you be?
I'll roll the dice again. Let's
obviously
go for
not impressed with what he saw in any of the other Ancient games that they've played either.
Nope.
Yeah.
I am so excited to get into this rematch for the ages. Of course, a spot at the Royal Arena awaits one of these two teams, and FaZe are going to be looking to come back fighting in this revenge match. Can Complexity repeat history, or will we see FaZe take them down? It's all going to come up on our first map of Dust 2 in just a few moments.
ladies and gentlemen. Copenhagen, let me hear you. Are you guys here? Are you ready to watch some Counter-Strike? They're right in front, defusing the bomb. The struggle.
What a match between these teams.
NAVI finish like this? You are kidding me.
It's loud. It's insane.
I can feel that vibration through the walls, through the floor, through my heart, to the core.
Dude, the atmosphere is crazy.
Are you ready to get this show on the road?
Game set to begin, and I am Scrawny. This is Launders. We are ready to take you guys through the qualifying match for that fantastic-looking Royal Arena. It's on the line, Launders. It's on the line. And right now, the lines are telling us Complexity are the Betway favorites. I can see why, personally. I can see why.
Yeah, it's a really close game. I think no matter where you flip it, probably the hardest prediction so far, at least of the group, where Complexity have impressed so much, you can't tell exactly how good they can be. I'm looking at some of these faces, and I can just remember so many big rounds from all of them. I think the player for me to watch for sure is Poison. I think he will absolutely control and dictate how well Complexity will do on both T and CT side. And because Complexity right now have this maybe an issue of their composition being leaning towards so many individualistic, slow-playing lurkers that can slow down rounds, but Poison opens them up. They clearly have been so good at converting in situations like that. So looking forward to that.
All right.
Conversely, with FaZe, was it just Brokey, Brain, or Twist? It feels like they all will get one round where 3 people will just get mowed down in their path on the site hold, and it won't matter how well the round was played. So the individual level on FaZe peaked in a big way yesterday, and I don't expect that to drop off at all coming into, what do we call this, Royal Arena Day?
Royal Arena Day. The Royal Crowning. How about that? I present to you the potential problem for Poison in the fact that Brokey has impressed me and then some these last couple of series. On an individual level, Brokey is just such a consistency for FaZe. Whether or not the pieces around him can also provide the power that they need to topple Complexity, that's what we're here to find out. Contact towards the bead site, and coLZera is going to push beyond that smoke. Can't manage a headshot. We've got another player back here in the form of JKS, but his rotates are going to be stunned if they try to cross through CT. So just the 1 kill from JKS means maybe Esatag could get into the mix. There's a player right behind Xbox. He almost cleared it, but Rain just going to serve as a distraction as these CTs try to push beyond the doorway. They are dead. A burst to the face of Poison and a pistol for FaZe.
Let's go. Rain continues. It's been a downpour. It's been a downpour with Rain. He's just every single map. He's basically been a core component fragging wise, doing interesting stuff. Here, you know, a lot of USB shots got missed, so I will say, don't want to think too far deep into the strategy. It's a pistol round at the end of the day. It's a pistol round, but
2 Glock burst kills. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, that's you haven't seen that since like JW. Is that a black laminate? What is that a black laminate?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay, looks good.
Looks good. Haven't seen any of the new stuff yet.
I have an M9 regular.
Whoa, weird flex.
So
cool guy over here.
It has the old, the new NRG logo on the bottom of it.
True, yeah, the world, the globe.
Welcome to Globo Gym.
Scout for Poison's not going to be seeing much unless Rain decides to cross back, but it just got smoked tunnels, so that's not going to happen. Therefore, our eyes can remain here on Catwalk. Speaking of smokes, there's another one. CT's just staving off what feels like the inevitable FaZe push. Brokey scouting. I don't have any strong opinions about Brokey as a scout player. I don't feel like I've been,
Poison, Searson, Zywoo, Simple.
Those are some scout players. Brokey, let's see if he can add his name to that list. Such a good flashbang, dude.
They just got terrified, man. No one held their cool there. Holy smokes.
coLZera gonna get iced out in the elbow. JKS hasn't seen a thing despite all of FaZe basically moving on to the site. That's an easy plant, so the most resistance they've faced so far was that one flashbang.
Ah, shit.
Shoot, shoot, shoot.
No one's anti-flash. Everyone starts shooting. That's so funny. That's why some people actually wonder why people throw empty flashes like that. It's because if they hear a footstep, then they get confirmation on position.
Well, they were
or
more
in
than a
that case,
footstep. Yeah.
confirmation on the whole squad.
So pretty uneventful.
Yeah.
But, okay, of course, as I say that.
Nice, man. Nice curse. Say it again.
Jinxed.
Yeah. You also throw, just to add on to that, just to be clear, you can throw empty flashes for a number of reasons. Like, if you're sitting in, like, you're saying you're sitting outside long and then you see a flash come over and you think a push comes down, that guy used that flash to just fall back. That bought him an extra 10 seconds in that spot if you consider that flash for the next 10 seconds. So sometimes you're throwing flashes just to buy yourself some time to either come back, go do something, come back, or let your opponent know that you might have pushed, that kind of thing. All kinds of reasons, even if you know they're not exactly there, even if you know they hear your flash, that can be a good reason to throw it.
Well, they're going to be throwing frag grenades this round. Chucking them all into the doorway, nobody there to receive the damage. At least not as quick as the nades popped, but the moment they all blow up, yeah, FaZe, they're just going to prioritize long control. And we've got coLzera inside the pit with just the USP. JKS Armored D, that would have to be the moneymaker. Or Esatag maybe. He's a little bit further back, but he's still able to open up this round before FaZe flood forward with 3 kills, and now are only challenged by the Scout and Deagle of BlameF.
Only?
Only. Because it's not a big deal. Unless.
That's a great jinx.
Body check the smoke grenade. Peek beyond, and sure enough, that's good damage. Come on, Blame. You've been set up for at least 1 or 2. Okay, the Molotov gonna screw him over. Yeah, he's kind of forced to take that fight. Unideal for Complexity, but perfect for FaZe. 3-0 start to the game.
I think they should reward touching the smoke more. Like if you can block smokes with your body.
Like you just pick it up.
Because like the way that smokes hit you, they stop you in midair as if they're made of titanium. You know what I mean? But they're not that heavy. And I feel like no matter how hard you were to throw a smoke grenade, you couldn't get that much momentum that it would just go through a man.
What do you think's heavier, a frag grenade or a shot put?
A shot put.
Probably a shot put. Throws that one out.
Otherwise, they should redesign it because it's meant to be thrown, right?
It's meant to be thrown.
Shot put's literally meant to be a challenge.
It is actually meant. Yeah, okay. Yeah. There's the walkout from Rain through middle as smoke is popping, so just a little bit ahead of his utility, and that's going to cost him. Kerrigan inside of the smoke, licking JKS's toes.
Get you a teammate like coLzera.
And now coL's got a second, but he does lose JKS because Twists hits a second frag. Yeah, he's got half of his health, but able to cross over is Brokey. Now this is that power couple. This is Brokey and Twists. The real head crackers of FaZe Clan. Esatag, Blame, and Poison on the retake. I like this from Twist. Just going to keep his head tuck. Allow for the op to make the contact. Little underhand frag grenade, utility soaring in. And Brokey's going to stay focused on door. Oof, it's perfect.
Wow.
For Complexity. Now that is as clean as the 3v2 can get.
That was beautiful. Yeah, I mean, Twist in that position, his job literally never peak. Like, let Brokey get a kill or something, because you're being watched from the door consistently. They know you're there because it's such a good place to be, and you can get clear from the window. First position, you clear from the window as well. Here's a great shot from Poison. And I know I'll be saying that more than once. You know what's interesting about the set I was going to say? JKS is occupying the spot that he's trying to get through off the lurk smoke. So
right, so you can't jump up.
Yeah, not only that, he can watch the door. It's a very good spot to watch the door from. And also, they can't go over. So if coLzera is playing on big box, that jump up is meant to counter big box. So you have to look up. You have to like adjust up, and then it messes you up because they're on your left, right, and up. But then with JKS there, it's a free kill. Plus, he can focus on just the sides.
Very quick move from Rain to get up Xbox. Blame F, ready for him. So, Complexity, man advantage to start. Same smoke as last round. This time, JKS on the opposite side. Trying to remain fresh. Keep it clean. Has no support. coLzera's a little bit late, but JKS, oh, the reposition pans out. Not only for the frag versus Kerrigan, but then you saw him very quickly just work over towards Humvee, hit Olaf, who's just spinning in a circle trying to find contact, and we're right back to the Twists and Brokey show. But the curtain is already starting to close. Against them, that is. 5v2, no damage done whatsoever to the counter-terrorists.
Crazy how comfortable they look. You know, something I just can't understand.
What?
Config,
Magnets.
Config, nobody understands magnets, but Config breaks his hand walking through an airport with a coffee in his hand, right?
Yeah.
And now he goes to Astralis? What? What? You know what I mean? Are we just going to forget about the fact that that's supposed to be like a player that can't leave? Like, if coldZera is not a stand-in for real? How did that happen? So, how? Also, why would you sign someone like literally while their hand is broken?
I'm curious. I actually have had this thought, and I was wondering if it was already in the works prior to.
Yeah, that's
now imagine you're Astralis.
Then he's really freaking out.
You poach Config from Complexity.
Yeah.
Huge signing for Denmark.
Yeah.
By the way, he just broke his hand.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. That would actually make more sense. That it was Be smart.
Obviously a joke, but Jason Lake's like, you're not leaving for free.
Right. Jesus. But yeah, that's so yeah, because it was always my understanding. It kind of felt like, okay, JKS might get moved out as soon as Config comes back on the team. But so far in this group, it looks good. So
it's a really nice complexity.
I'm actually astonished so far. And if they pull this match off, then man, that'll buy some time for the team to just like, they'll have a goal ahead. You know what I mean? They'll be able to focus on that. And they'll feel good going into the major. They'll be in like a crazy mind space, I think, where they'll be able to get through some more problems and stuff. Winning a match like this at Blast Groups is huge. Being able to get to the Royal Arena, that LAN, just guaranteed. Like, even if you're having a bad day, you just pull this off, it's all good.
Now, either that's some advanced trigonometry that I don't understand.
So
does it just go through the door?
So I haven't seen that lineup before, but it's supposed to land right in front of the door, and then it mollies at the close right position.
Yeah.
And notice, people, if you throw the molly from that side, you can pull your gun out of time to spam the door. As opposed to if you throw it directly down, you can't pull out your gun before they run away.
Gotcha.
So you use that like bounce time.
Yeah,
to be
add
able
a little
to pull.
time.
Yeah. But in that situation, it was just a safe way to do it. Plus, I think you only had a Tech 9, so. But I have seen a lineup that didn't require a jump throw, so. At least it looked funny.
High smokes. Execute comes in. We've got that op in the AK. Tech 9s to try and charge. Who's on site? Blame F. Poison and Essa tag over towards long. We'll see no contest. And they're going to try to prime Blame for his peak. Rain has jumped down and challenges the bottom of ramp, so that actually gives the other players time to push forward versus Blame. Essa tag in with a kill, be Kerrigan, and everybody else for FaZe Clan's very much just joined up here behind box. Jump shot, JKS, not going to hit the mark. This is a crucial 2v2. Only a couple of weapons come into the round, but every time it feels like it's Brokey and Twist still standing. And the CT start charging, challenging the bottom of the ramp to put Twist to the clutch, but JKS, he's had enough, and he'll find himself 2 frags.
Yeah, it's coming through. Brokey missed a small timing there. They didn't know the second player was in CT on the retake, so that's what worked out for them. At least Brokey flicks out to look at long just in case. That's huge. I like the whole setup from Complexity. Okay, here's the lineups off the rim. But I don't know if it didn't go. It just didn't go in the doorway. Yeah. So it was close, but slightly to the left, I guess. Interesting lineup though. The setup looked really good for Complexity. I thought they had everything in order. They had the op on car. The only thing was the Tech 9 came around the corner, took down the op on car. They didn't expect someone to drop CT. Apart from that, I think they had very, very nice protocols to stop that hold. Good flashes. They kept good distance. It looked like they were all coordinated. So FaZe almost found a way in. And Brokey almost won them that 2v2. Small timing was the difference. 2 ops here. coldZera picks one up.
And a single scout.
This is how they originally robbed Liquid of a major. Way back in the day at Columbus was coldZera picking up this op. Stole it from us.
Remember that one time NA won a major?
Nope.
So long ago.
So long ago. Listen, you got to be Danish or North American to win a major these days.
Another chance to group up on Cat.
Yeah, look at Poison. He's going to see one. Great time
Nice
nade.
grenade.
Yeah.
Soften up these pistols. FaZe Clan, they've been given quite a bit of space up here on Cat, quite a few times. Blame F's just like afraid of you. Good damage. That's a third player dropped to half health. Here's all FaZe have to offer. A little smoke down. But they're met by an incendiary, so they're gonna have to wait this one out. We'll see if Complexity come to challenge. We'll see if FaZe Clan immediately turn this upside down, head back the other direction, but really they've got no tools to do that with, so it's just gonna be the push. The desperate attempt at anything. Blame F and Poison have a field day, a shooting gallery. Make that one look so simple as they secure the 4-3 lead.
Why is this so comfy?
I don't know.
They're looking so, they got all the timings. They're never in danger of just getting wide swung on. They literally
it's like,
just throwing nades at them.
This to me is like OG's T-side on Inferno yesterday.
Yeah.
It's just like starting kind of.
But the T-side, the difference was, I guess the difference was OG's T-side looked worse in some way. Because it was like they were like messing some of their executes up.
Messing the timing.
Like FaZe aren't really messing their executes up. They just like, they look really obvious to Complexity.
Yep.
And they're just aim wise. Yeah.
I'm all for it. A little bit of pace, a little bit of aggression, and a little bit of success. Oh, actually more than a little.
No way he got him.
Olaf gets poison.
Oh, that was in middle. Okay.
Yeah.
That was long player.
No, you're nuts. It was Olaf shooting onto Catwalk by the looks of things. So as they lost their player over on long, as they lost that control, they decided to go into a mid-peak, try to take back something. And they could do that exact same thing right now with a player coming in from Cat.
They're just trying to kill Olaf together.
Exactly. Join JKS, make sure you get Olaf before he takes another player down. And he was given a chance, but JKS, very clean shot. coL just got tagged by smoke, so that's going to give his play away. And Rain pelts him with bullets.
3v3 now.
Blame F stops this. It's not flawless. Kerrigan, though, nice timing. Comes up from the back of Cat, and the CT's trying to stave off the attack. Kerrigan predicted, but coldZera can do nothing about it. It's the bomb that's the issue. And Blame F is going to play this like mother hen. Oh, but his feet get seen by Twists. Shot out at the kneecaps. FaZe tie at 4.
Okay. All right. So there they score one. That's Olaf gets such a key kill in middle. And FaZe almost moved too slowly where they slight to get picked apart, but Olaf knows they're going to come try to find him. They know that he's a lurker in the situation, that they have ball control, and he picks a really great angle, but I think he might have looked at radar or something. Fell asleep just for a moment. Lost that kill. And then here, they actually started throwing the round away. They said, hey, try to, here.
Pushing smoke
I give you handicap. Try to win this.
Here's your chance. FaZe is going to leave that bomb top mid and look to work out from tunnels. coldZera was given a chance there, a nice flick, and the nade.
Damn.
Perfect. Perfect.
So important to line that up quickly. All right.
Much faster cat control this time.
Yeah.
But no presence from Complexity at all on it.
Like,
Going long.
He doesn't even care. He literally, they flashed him just to scare him. He calls it out totally. Oh, that is so nasty. Poison is just... The dude is ice cold.
Yep. Toxic.
Ice cold.
Kerrigan trying to tuck into the elbow. Did just get a bit of timing here versus Poison. Oh, and Rain. He just peeks out at the perfect moment as Poison was, for a moment, putting his weapon away to try and get onto the ramp. Put it on the back. Stuffed it in the satchel. Tried to trek and have a jolly old time, but not meant for him. Esatag got to clear this corner. Oof, this time Olaf will find it. Took a bunch of damage in the process, but unlike last round where JKS is able to clear him and the CTs use that as a chance.
Again.
Exactly, it was a close one, but you know, fool me once, fool me twice and whatnot. Fool me, can't get fooled again.
Yeah, he just got the kill. That's all that matters for him. Poison a couple of these times has been just, he just gets caught somehow. Like he's getting caught on the timing somehow. So that FaZe are finding that timing, which is huge. They're like either they tech 9'd him down or rifled him down. When he gets a chance to shoot, he's usually been on point, but these are huge frags to be able to pick up, just, you know, scoop in a transitional moment. So
what's he doing? Shoop-de-whoop it over to the ramp.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, guys, I messed up. But that's all about timing. And I did say right at the start of this one, like, I felt like FaZe had gotten up Cat faster that round than previously. And with Kerrigan already positioned deep into the elbow, which Poison didn't know about, I think that's an indicator that, like, he really didn't expect that timing.
Yeah.
So just proper. Proper peek from Rain, proper play from FaZe, and now they're back to winning ways 5-4.
Yeah, especially after getting his op kill on long, they're allowed to be out there, you know what I mean? Because they know where one of these ops are. And even if they know about cold0, they don't, it would be weird for cold0 to be staring down Cat with Poison deep and long as well. So that was a moment where Poison probably should have used utility to be able to cross, and could have also just played from car if he wanted to, and just had that long car set up as normal, but he took a big risk and just ran it.
Now we've got a challenge out long already, so trying to keep that tempo quick, and sure enough, it's always Kerrigan on the front of these. He is currently tucked behind Big Blue, emptying the belt as we have a sprint from FaZe.
I can hear them all.
Yeah, cold0's gonna call all this. Brokey stops watching the jump up. Poison able to stop the front runner, and it's all about cold0 walking in with this FAMAS. He's gonna find 3 players out in the open, easy pickings. He's got 2. Brokey answers, and then Poison ends him. So we're back to where it started with Kerrigan pushing doors, but Poison's had enough. He makes up for that last round. He ensures that he adds a few kills to the tally as we're right back to the tied game, 5 rounds each.
Yeah, he's got timing a couple times ahead of Monster half at the same time. So basically, whenever he's lived, they've won, and whenever he's died, they lost. There's a direct correlation here. Lots of frags coming out. Setups look real. I honestly love the setups. I love all the setups on the CT side, apart from the couple of mistakes that Poison has made. And also credit to FaZe for exploiting them. I really love what I'm seeing so far on the CT side. But this game is still close because that pistol and a couple of good rounds here from FaZe.
Can hear Olaf's Deagle just rattling some rounds off in tunnels. Could trick Complexity into the slip up. They're gonna go ahead, challenge through doors. Oof, they clear Blame F out of all the positions. He gets hard cleared off of it. They use that Molotov as well to try and prevent the cat peek. Good push from cold0. You saw again the effectiveness of those flashbangs. And yes, that's right, team kill in the middle. Esatag tries to cut one off, but he's gonna confirm that everybody has ejected up the tunnels. And JKS, because he's in window, doesn't have to go all in on this hold. He could play retake, and maybe he wishes he had. Olaf hitting the headshot. Man, he was winding that Deagle up for ages, but Poison, no respect. Sprints through window, drops Olaf, swaps to the AUG, and now Esatag needs to clean up the 1v2, but Twists is in this close position, and he's seen as he emerges through the smoke. It hurts, at least for FaZe. Complexity 6-5.
Dude, Poison just runs in the window, insta switches into the AUG and does some extra damage. That's crazy. But honestly, like that was like the right amount of just disruptiveness. They had one person planting. They had the 3 players in the site. They didn't want to let that go down. Everyone get proper post-plant position. So they also go off the flash from Esatag. But yeah, everyone contributing here. And shout out to Olaf for that one Deagle. That's what allowed the bomb to go down in the first place. Not for that, it would have just been round over. So that brought it close.
I bet Twists regrets walking through that smoke. But sometimes you gotta live and learn. Now it's FaZe's turn to just walk back to the pistols. Lots of utility for this one though. Like, I mean, a lot of utility.
Yeah.
They could make a stockpile of flashbangs.
Looks like they might do the Navi exec. They've got one on the left here.
See it.
Could be.
No smoke on door, so cold0's able to hold them back, softens them up for JKS to sweep them away. Nice, keeping it clean, JKS. Headshots in abundance.
There's no easy site to go to.
No.
Yeah, honestly, you look talent for talent right now, especially the game Esatag had on versus Navi, the 22 kill half or something like that. I mean, like, man, obviously they're not going to look this good every day. No team is going to look like this good every day, but like individually, like pound for pound, they look like they just have more talent than FaZe. Like
everybody's
straight
sharp.
up. Yeah.
Everybody's had their moment. It's right now definitely Poison and JKS at the top of this. 10 for Poison, 12 for the Aussie. cold actually taking the front of the B site as opposed to JKS. We saw that the CT side started with JKS playing just on the cusp of tunnels. This to me is much more comparable to the start of the game. Slow crawl from FaZe into catwalk, seeing that no CTs have decided to push this. It's all free real estate. Kerrigan decides to go out middle. And you can see the response this elicits in the utility from Complexity. Oh, the jump down to the CT spawn, let's see it. Poison has to give up a little bit of room, and Rain comes right back for it. Tries to spot the player inside of sight, but in doing so, kind of gets tunnel vision versus S-Tag. And then the CTs begin to crunch. Olaf and Twists v3, both of them already extending away from catwalk. It's a matter of getting to this bomb site somehow. Good flashbang to force S-Tag off the angle.
There's no one actually guarding their escape at the moment, and they don't know that, but here they are off elbow, thinking about, I guess, oh no, it's 10 seconds.
Yeah, they've got to go forward. No other option. They have to get past the op. And they had already used their flashbangs, but they haven't used up their skill. Twists will stick this bomb, and the CT walks up ramp to finish this one off. coldzera, I was getting nervous. You look like Twist, you know, you let Twist pull out a gun, you never know what happens.
Oh yeah, I think coldzera, I think it's perfect.
Yep.
Because if Twist fake plans, he could actually fake plan that situation, knowing how close coldzera is. It's just a matter of like, literally, who thinks who is respecting who in this moment. Yeah. And coldzera has like that sliver of a second. It's a small timing, but if he takes a step and Twist had fake planted,
done.
You're just gonna look so dumb, you know. It's obviously the rare situation someone would do that with no time to plan again, but it happens definitely.
Buy at back from FaZe, but no op this time. Just Poison swinging the big green. Where do we go? What do we do?
NT.
Who threw that?
FaZe.
Might have been Rain again. That'd be 2 dud Molotovs in one half. Inexcusable. He's been here the whole time, but this is it. Cut him. The run is over.
This is the straw. Well, it's the three-player A setup with a goose. I mean, they want it to be A, so see, Complexity are just waiting for this round again. These splits haven't been exactly too scary, I think, for Complexity, but
S-Tag tucking in deep. He's got numbers to try and deal with, and his teammates are going to be occupied on site because Rain just jumped down to CT. S-Tag's got to be sharp. 1.5 frags. Rain up close, but coldzera, element of surprise. Could tuck inside sight, and the cat player didn't peek, so cold has been primed to potentially stop anything coming from long. Kerrigan, now he walks in. And the counter-terrorists are already moving out from that spawn. Poison cuts one off of the cross. coldzera burned into the open for 2 kills, and Complexity find themselves on fire. 9 CT round wins already, a 3K from coldzera. Despite his teammates dying around him, he looked really comfortable on Goose.
yeah, he played that nicely, getting to the single box as well. Found a timing. Kerrigan could have peeked out and punished him, but a couple of moments there, Kerrigan had a chance and just wasn't sharp enough. Wasn't quick enough to the jump, so here he is punishing. Honestly, coldzera's just played well. This whole group looking super good positionally. Lots of impact, doing different things every round. Really like what we see. And yeah, here's a round where, okay, you don't really want to play, you don't play Goose if you don't have long control as well. It opens up with that spot, but you had S-Tag do his part. He gets the kill and then damage. And then, even though they lose their ramp player, coldzera is that extra guy. If you think someone's Goose, you wouldn't have gone A, so you're not expecting to have to clear it. So that's just a free frag, you know, having somebody in that position when it's an A hit. And then, of course, he does way more with it when they give him too much space. It was 5-5 a second ago, but now Complexity look like they're going to sweep the rest of the half. However, still something of a buy here, even though it's just Galil's.
Ooh. Kerrigan not stuck behind blue this time. Gets onto the other edge of it. He hears this movement. It's ominous. He knows there's something on the other end. Rain's gonna give chase into mid, but because he didn't get his first frag, oh, continuation spray from Kerrigan trying to get the player back on ramp. Good thing that BlameF was there to stop them, but even better is Twist through mid. B site, wide open for the taking. And we've got ourselves a 2v2 retake attempt to close out the half. It's either double digits for Complexity or the coveted 9-6.
Ooh, Brokey goes right for the tunnel reposition, flank mid.
See if Twist can hold them off. If he can't slow down these CTs, oh, that's such a good grenade. And then the fire forcing him forward. But now, Brokey's gonna start to prioritize the push, peeks outwards, dies at the hands of BlameF. And remember, Twist took damage from utility, so he's a single shot away from dying. It's just a matter of finding him. And Twist's nice tuck behind those boxes to give that 6th round to FaZe.
Now you have to jump into Mirage window here. You have to jump into Mirage window here.
This one?
That one. That's the window, mate.
See you in window.
Oh, yeah, it started. We're live.
We're live.
Oh, vamos!
Oh.
Dude, I just lost like 3 seconds.
I had a really good. Oh my god.
We start over. Bad start.
Oh my god.
Are you lagging too, Benja?
Everything, Batman. Everything right now. Sun in my eyes. Lagging. Bad mood.
Bad vibe.
Bad vibe. Oh my lord.
Vamos.
Yeah, I'm stuck, Batman.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I am.
You got this.
Oh my god. Yes, send me back to the beginning.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I think I got past it. Oh my god, that was close.
Now you have to jump into Mirage window here. You have to jump into Mirage window here. On the right.
This one?
Yep, on the right. No, on the right. Yep.
This one?
That one. That's the window, mate. Gotta hit that window jump.
Oh, it's gonna be hard with 1 FPS. See you in window. Oh. Ah. Okay, not like that. Can I just skip steps as well from a naughty boy? Oh, okay. Really, that seems really far.
No.
Easy peasy.
Easy.
Oh my god, this is so easy.
Only 11 minutes.
Only 11 minutes. Must be a record.
So Complexity currently leading FaZe here in Dust 2 and also the movement challenge. I gotta give these pros some tips with bump mines.
Yeah, S-Tag was all right though.
He was all right.
He fucking... Whoa.
Center by.
Hey. Woo. Okay, well, I was just speaking Dutch, so actually means awesome.
Yeah, you were born in Montreal after all.
Yeah. What is it? What tip would you give S-Tag there? Or like for bump mine, perfect launch technique or something?
Aim 45 degrees at the ground. Throw and run over it.
Okay.
The key is to really hit it while running. That's the good stuff. Twists. Well, he doesn't have the goods. Esatag's able to stop him as he tried to go pushing out through doors, but now Esatag's wondering, is there somebody else? And sure enough, Olaf did just take that close corner, so he's going to gather all this audio info. Oh, and he plays it perfect. Olaf, you cheeky bugger. I like that. Takes his time. You know, you don't have to have the best aim in the world if you just make the right decisions. But this decision to cross back from that committed corner from Rain is how JKS just pulled one off the B site.
Oh, timing. Oh, Brokey just barely sees him. He's going to be salty about that. Flank from top mid, so the help is kind of far away. JKS running the site. Oh, they shoot at him. Oh, they missed some shots. Oh, Kerrigan goes down. That could be a plant. Double stack as well. Protected from tunnels, and I don't think there's going to be any surprise positions at this point, so we'll see what happens. They're in.
Oh, man, Brokey's sharp. Oh, the USP taps from Brokey.
Let's go.
He's got some slick pistol skills.
Yeah.
I'll give him that.
He really does. It's pretty damn well-rounded. You know, I don't really have much... I stopped doing Brokey Week on the channel because I kept watching these demos where I was like, man, he's not taking enough initiative. Like, but these days, there's not really anything to criticize, I think, specifically with Brokey. His clutch is insane. His pistols are great. His rifling is every bit as good as his opping, and his opping is elite, man. It's freaking...
So what does he need to work on?
Super solid.
What's left to improve?
I think, you know, it's at this point, right, this is a simple game that's about mastery more than complication. I think it's just about getting better and better at those things, and then also, you know, you can always get better at utility. You can always get better at communication. You can always get better at understanding what your opponents do. And that's
always get better at interviews.
Can always get better at interviews. Yeah. That's oh, like Brokey. I got you. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
Slow burner.
All right.
Kerrigan going to die to the hands of Blame F, so AK challenges out long, and it's perfect. It's one of the bigger weapons for FaZe as well, so A-site compromised, or soon to be, you'd assume. No flank from Twists to the top of mid, instead just poising himself for the catwalk retake. It's Brokey's turn with the scout. I've been wanting to see this, and taking down Poison is no easy ordeal. Rain spams away with the MP9, and the utility starts to get thrown down on ramp. That's perfect. Gets the scout player back into the cover. And they challenge the smoke. Look at this, the totem pole. It gets ripped down. Blame F traded out by the scout of Brokey. This thing is still here, still ready to snap. And down it goes in the end. Whoa, JKS, huge round from him. 3 frags. What was that? Pushing through smoke into the boost?
Was he the guy who got the kills? Like standing beside them? Oh, okay. I thought he was clearing into CT, like facing the other way.
And then he turned around.
Oh, this is Blame F. It wasn't him.
Did he not?
No, Blame F literally ran by them and looked into CT spawn.
And then turned to Goblin, right?
He just...
No.
He just had no idea they were there.
Hello?
And then,
hello?
And then the JKS just shot it, boosted, and he turns around.
Blame's like, where?
Where is he? Where is he?
There's no boost, man. Well, that's good fun.
Well, that's not like, yeah, that's not a good way to lose. Damn.
Goofs and gaffs and wholesome laughs. That's why you watch Blast.
And stacks.
Another Molotov. I've counted 3 bad Molotovs in the middle from the T side.
That's expensive.
Of these teams.
$1,200.
Can you imagine?
He mistimed it on the smoke phasing.
Yeah, it wasn't Rain this time though, so don't worry. We've re-signed his contract. You think Rain just has like a 48-year contract and we just don't know about it? Maybe that's why he's never gone anywhere. He's like the fountain of youth, but for FaZe Clan. Let's see it, Rain. No? Oh, very timid. Got tagged for like 10 HP. Falls off. Doesn't want to repeat into what is the entire team of Complexity.
I can't work under these conditions.
No. Somebody get me an iced coffee. He would need some ice to put out the molly had it landed on his feet. Goes for the peek, misses his shots, and sure enough, it just gets covered in lead. All of Complexity were just looking for their opening, looking for that one kill that secures them their bomb plant and an 11th round win.
That was It was small, but it was nice. Like they all were fighting at the exact same time, got all their nades out, and full committed to. They're basically just free firing both sides of the box.
Yeah, really tight hunting party.
Yes.
Complexity.
Tight hunting party.
Tight.
That could be like their secret scrim name.
Tight hunting party.
When they're playing with testing in a new player and they have to have the secret scrim team. Tight hunting party. Would you like to join? We're having a tight hunting party and you're invited.
And they all leave together as well, so Complexity tethered to one another. And that's exactly what they would hope for.
They're 5 points on a star.
5 fingers on the same hand.
Yes, that was the reference.
Excellent. So tight that the cable snapped. Technical pause. We've got an issue.
Time to go wireless.
Honestly, at this point, everybody should be...
I'm embarrassed at myself when I look at the back of my computer and all the cables and stuff, even though there's nothing I can do about it, knowing that in 40 years, I'm going to be people are going to be laughing about these cables.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm pretty embarrassed because I was laughing.
Wireless display port?
I was laughing at corded phones. You know what I mean? At one point.
Cord phones.
Yes. And I just know we're not going to have cables soon. Nothing's going to be touching anything.
Hell, I don't want screens. I'm just going to stick a chip to the side of my head and check out.
Yeah, you said that if anything happens like that, you're going to put the chips in your body.
Dude,
you're not even worried. Are you going to put the first generation chips in your body?
Sign me up. I'll take
Would you go to Mars?
Would I go to... No. Mars. I wouldn't go to the Sahara Desert, and Mars is worse than that.
Okay, what if you had a Sahara suit?
I don't think that's a thing.
Like a still suit.
Think of it'd probably be itchy. It'd definitely be itchy.
Okay,
there's no way.
What if you had a talcum powder anti-itch still suit for the Sahara Desert, so you'd live in perfect happiness weather-wise?
Not much to see.
How'd you know? You haven't been there, man. That's the whole point.
All right, thank you for your patience. We're back.
Do you want to go to Mars? Not much to see.
Brokey Scout looking for something through the mid doors. Tim versus Poison. I like this head-to-head, but we haven't really got too much of it in terms of op. Oh! Speak, and you shall see.
Don't let him hit him again. Okay.
Doesn't get a second one, though. Okay, everybody calm down. You guys were getting a little too excited, all right? Everybody calm down.
That was hype.
Ooh, you think you're sneaky?
Oh, little feet.
Blame F catching Kerrigan as he tried to work his way through the smoke, and now it's going to be Complexity to hit up this B site. What do we got? We got Twists back on plat. Maybe trying to keep his head down. Nope, he's looking to face. Now he has none. JKS ripping it open.
Oh.
Got 2 frags as they commit to the B site.
Okay, who are the best players in Complexity? 1 through 5.
The what currently?
Yeah, currently, yeah.
Number 1, Esatag.
Okay.
You don't like that answer?
No, I just didn't expect it.
Okay. And that's the thing. I think because of like coldzera coming in, whatever, we were having this conversation with Moses in the overtime show. It's like we're all kind of forgetting that like Esatag has incredible potential because he just joined, but he's not the most recent person to join.
Yes.
So it's recency bias.
Yeah, I mean, versus Navi, he was the most incredible, and that shows his ceiling because, bro, if you get a 22 kill off versus Navi, you got a 22 kill off versus the best team in the world. That's pretty good. So he's definitely got more to show.
1 Esatag, 2 Poison, 3 coldzera, 4 Blame F, 5 JKS.
Okay, my list is so different from yours. That's insane.
Well,
I didn't expect that.
It's okay to be
But they're all good, and I wanted to know, like, what the idea was. Whoa, this round is starting to dissolve.
JKS killing people over on B side.
Yeah, literally through the smoke. Not even sure if he lurked through that.
They weren't on the icon. Must have had a gap. We'll see it in the replay.
Yeah.
What's important is that now that JKS has 2 kills, I'd like to rewrite my list.
Okay.
But I'll let you speak yours when you get the chance first, so that I can take notes. I feel like you've got to, define the parameters of value, blah, blah, you know?
All right, well, the Goose player, they're not... This is interesting. Kerrigan's taking a risk here and just hoping they full come up cat.
Oh my god, look at that grenade sequence.
Oh, they mollied him out.
But they don't force Brokey into the open. He's going to peek on his own volition. And it worked out for 1 kill, but coldZera's right there to trade.
It's the tight hunting party that you talked about earlier.
Yes, with their atlatls.
Excuse, what?
Atlatls.
Is that like an axolotl?
No, it's an atlatl. It's an atlatl is what Homo sapiens used to hunt game from a further distance. It's like an extension on your arm. It's like imagine like a catapult, but it extends to your arm so that you can throw things further. Atlatl.
Oh, like rocks?
Yeah. Well, no, spears.
Like a handapult?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Like yeah.
Why didn't they just call it that?
Read some books. I don't know. They probably had a very different name entirely.
Joke's on you. I can't read.
Peek out from the window, dropping coldZera. Come on, Rain, get away with it. Run, my friend. He's being swarmed and dealt with. BlameF dies to the bomb, dies for the cause, dies for Complexity's 13th.
Let's find out how it started. Oh, what? Wait, they flashed themselves? Oh, no. I see the counter flash here. Oh, wait, sorry. coldZera's flash is the one that rocks him. I thought they flashed into tunnels and then accidentally ate it, but... Okay, so I think I see through the flash from lower. You just don't often see that. A flash at the back of tunnels, hoping someone's peeking. That's... I don't know if that was some kind of read, but they read right. Maybe they thought they were coming for the tunnels push entirely. JKS potentially felt that. 13-7. This game is not close at all. It's...
Ooh, nice grenade. You know, it kind of felt like it wasn't close at all when Complexity CT side was just looking so sharp. Like you said, like the individuals were just pound for pound heavier on Complexity side. And now that they've taken to the offense, you know, every fight's on their own terms, by their own decision. And it is just as convincing. Complexity on fire. This T side has been flawless ever since they lost that pistol to the Brokey 3K tippity taps.
Dude, Complexity lost both pistols this game.
And they're still winning 14-7.
This is like insane.
JKS 23-9.
He looks hella sharp. And he was locking it down on B also as a rotator for the retakes. They're they're kind of scary right now.
If coldZera coming into this team lets some players kind of break through their molds and play different type roles, then if JKS is the last piece to like pop off, if he pops off today, we're talking about a world-beating Complexity. I'm just gonna say it.
Yeah, no, for sure. If all the pieces operate, and this is such an unlikely composition in that regard. Yeah, they definitely do have the talent. It's all blossoming. You could very easily see a team like this. It feels like just fall completely apart, but everything looks like it's just working so well. And sure, we got to give credit to Peacemaker as well for bringing in a lot to the team and saying that things have changed a ton as well. And for BlameF for saying that he's kept an open mind, that they've been, you know, two cooks in the kitchen, but have been able to find some common ground.
Yeah, we got some nice fusion cuisine. Oh, JKS disrespects the smoke grenade. Does he fall back? Does he want to run that risk? Yeah, he's gone.
That's scary. It's like you've seen a mouse in your room and you're not sure if they've just lurked out.
Oh, blinded through the top of the staircase. BlameF just got blasted into tomorrow. See you next round, sucker. Oh, Poison though, he's got an answer.
Wow. Only, I mean, you know how fast Brokey is. If Poison wasn't equally as fast, that was just Brokey's all day. He even had, like, it's a small disadvantage, but left side peek off the smoke, you'd rather be, you know, coming in from the right. And, yeah, that was very quick. Very, very quick.
Fire. Twists.
It's also a risky spot, but it can work for sure, yeah.
Ooh, does he peek? The utility's telling him they're ready. Oh, they line up, but Poison right there to stop him with just a single frag.
Only
now it's
Olaf.
a matter of getting Olaf off. He dives down behind car, gets S attack, turns it into the 2K.
He's chilling.
All too easy for the Maestro.
Damn, I thought he missed a really important timing there, especially if they came through the door. They had no idea that he'd be tucked car.
Oh, it's through the box.
Wow.
Still.
Could be a box and a stair. That was nuts. Or the wall and the stair and the box.
Good job, Olaf. Sorry, I didn't mean for that to sound condescending.
Yeah, you like patted him on the head.
Yeah. Good job, buddy.
I could win those majors too.
No shot.
What is with the bad dog thing behind Peacemaker? Did he just like break into an internet cafe to play this?
No, I think it's a Hunden reference.
Oh, because Mad Dog. Oh, no. What's the dog?
Yeah.
Dude, when I was translated the Danish article and it just said the dog over and over again, I thought it was like making fun of me for translating it to Danish. I didn't realize that's what it actually, that's funny.
Shots down middle.
How can the and dog be in one word?
I don't know.
Mad Dog 365.
I'm down with a little bit more cat play from the CT side. I welcome this change. I like this. I'm curious at what point they go for it, right? Remember last round we had Twist just tuck in CT spawn, and this one I think it's a similar setup, but a little more flavorful. Rain on the...
I think he's going to get... Oh, man.
Anti-flash.
I think he's okay here. Oh, they're literally mauling his next spot, and now he has to leave his teammate alone. Okay, he smoked it properly, though.
There's some ominous foreshadowing going on just now, but...
Yeah, they're probably a little bit... They're like,
grenades back and forth.
They're like, what was that?
And more grenades. Rain doesn't have one, or else he'd throw it too. We're going to get that up-close peek, and Rain getting the better of Blame despite eating a flashbang at the very same time. So good utility usage, exchanged back and forth towards Cat. Now Kerrigan, oh, he's got a second. Continues the spray into the face of Esatag. 2v5 between Poison and JKS. And they don't have their bomb, sadly, for Complexity. JKS will be caught off guard by Olaf yet again. The Olaf versus JKS fight, that's a narrative unfolding here at the B site.
He keeps knocking on his door.
Ooh, Poison just got away. Keep on walking. All the way back to spawn where you can save that big thing.
How much is that? How much is that sticker? I'm scared to ask.
A lot of money.
Counter-terrorists win.
What about $400?
I believe more than that. I don't know, man. I'm not good with prices. I feel like people have... I don't meet anybody's expectations anymore when it comes to skins. People are, everybody in the green room's coming over. Connor, price check this. I'm like, guys, Zippo was just here. Ask him.
Well, I don't know, man. The amount of things that I've learned from you about skins has just blown my mind. Like inside of gloves, like different wears. You're good enough for me, Scrawn Dog.
Thanks, man.
All right, well, that was a nice little spray from Kerrigan in that last round. You like that? You like that? How he just stayed out too, just started pre-firing the next guy.
There's signs of life from FaZe, but I don't know. Complexity have just had such damning starts to each half.
Ooh, unlucky. They let him out long. Some good damage on S-Tag, but they let him out. They had the right play there.
And we saw 2 rounds, 1 in a row from FaZe during the first half. Just like, like just a little bit of life halfway through it before Complexity got right back to winning ways. So my expectations are still set there, but I'm also approaching this with the open mind. FaZe impressed me yesterday. They've got the money. Brokey's dropped the first shot. Smokes out Car, and look at this. Rain just runs through the smoke. Esatag never saw it coming. Blind as a bat.
Whoa. Oh my God, the opportunities. They're not easy shots, but he's been looking at the right spot like 3 times now. Only got some damage for all of it. Esatag was the first player he hit, and that's the only player that Rain got.
Smoke pops to enable JKS, but there's a peek coming in from Goose.
What the hell?
Kerrigan, get your gun out. Put that knife away. Twists, able to shave one off before Kerrigan takes to the high road. Last 2 Ts trying to challenge up ramp, and they will stop Kerrigan in his tracks, but it's a man advantage still to the favor of FaZe, not to mention 10 seconds. Now they're going to push bottom ramp. Twist activates and ends it. Nice 2K from him. Nice 10th round win from FaZe. Now they're starting to string things together. That's 3 in a row. They've given up that wiggle room they had, but Complexity are still shy of 15. This is very, very doable.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at this play. Kerrigan jumping up on the box. Playing with confidence. Looked a little bit crazy there for a second with his knife out around the corner, but he figured it out.
Way too comfortable, like not panicked when he
My
should have
team
been.
is so good. Yeah, they also had that elbow Molotov came down, and I think Brokey sat in it and didn't peek, and that allowed Twist to come around the corner because they're trying to hold to clear it. So nice teamwork there. It's still not too bad of a situation, but you're right, the comeback can happen.
Yep.
Clearly both teams are looking a little bit more comfy on CT side, but some of these cat hits that we've seen from Complexity are still scaring me a bit. Like, I feel like if they get one of those rounds out, like, that can be the game. Those have been relatively unanswered. Util damage wildly in the favor of Complexity as well. So they'll just have the single AK buy for Blame F. Everybody else will have pistols behind it. And it'll have to be entry F today.
See if he's even given a chance. A couple of FaZe's players here on the other side of the mid doors. So I feel like the Cat player is pretty bolstered. He now knows that one can jump up Xbox, but if he's even just able to keep them off of climbing up Cat, then get ready for a twist swing. Now they know about the two CTs inside the doorways. They know about rain challenging off of Cat, so I feel like FaZe revealing their hand and Complexity feeling squeezed. They get tagged up, but that AK is still alive. And I feel like as long as the AK is alive, then there is this very slim chance for something like that to happen. And they just saw bomb. Kerrigan's going to activate on Cat, pushes in. Nice little bit of recovery here to take away any alternative control to what Blame F has. So now he has nothing but himself to work with. And on a good day, I bet he'd say that's enough. Dropped to 60 on the jump. Kerrigan still somewhat close. Didn't go all the way back, but obviously time not on his side either. Blame F, a little bit of desperation. You're not going to save, buddy.
Yeah, no B side. He's hoping, but I guess he is going to save.
Really? Okay, I thought Twist would hold him off on the mid-cross, but okay. Better safe than sorry. They thought maybe he'd walk out mid-doors, I suppose. He will save. I'll eat my words.
Whoa. Whoa.
How does that even make sense?
Wow. First of all, I could only see his head. Secondly, he basically disappeared at that point.
He wasn't even on the screen.
Give him the headshot.
Can I get one more of those? Let's revisit that one. Nice slow-mo, please.
It is online. It doesn't. The production's so good these days, you almost forget, but it is still online.
Pixel for pixel, please.
Okay. Oh my god. First of all,
what game are we playing?
That's an insane shot.
I don't know about that.
It's called ping.
Yeah.
Tell you about it later. But Brokey's even faster on LAN. Made a whole video about it.
God, I can't wait for FaZe to get back on LAN. I can't wait for Counter-Strike to get back on LAN. One of these two teams will be playing on LAN at the Blast Fall Finals if they win this series. But which will it be? Complexity are done limping through the economic woes. Now it's time to party. And I feel like with how much presence they were shown inside of the mid doors last round, you know, Twist has been pretty consistently tucked up close. Brokey kind of over his shoulder with the op. I don't know. I just feel like Complexity may want to challenge that. As long as you can make sure Kerrigan's not testing you from catwalk, then maybe on doors. We'll see.
Yeah, I like this. I like this going into a full Cat play. That's the idea here because this was their strongest move, and FaZe have already spent a couple of rounds winning on Cat. Don't feel comfortable trying to defend it again. And this is the fastest we've seen the Cat control come. They got options way open. You see S-Tag sitting green box here. He's already waiting for rotates. This is actually crazy because the bomb is coming back towards mid, so maybe they fake. I don't know. Yeah, bomb's actually going to go out mid.
Here we go. Mid to B. Kerrigan, stands
monster.
Test with ease. Flying colors. Then a lineup made easy for Olaf. He's got himself a second as well, but there's no bomb here for JKS, so the late B tunnels play means nothing with how flat that mid push fell.
That was so solid. This is Complexity overplaying their hand. Like, they had a super solid cat exec before them. They had all the components. They had the cat control, which was the huge part.
FaZe on fire.
And they had nobody. They had no one fighting them. They had no brokey, no nades coming in. They could have just exec'd. They went for a fake because they know that obviously FaZe are afraid of it. But literally, Kerrigan reads this. He sits at CT spawn, waits, doesn't freak out, doesn't go to the outside of the smoke. That would tell you that he's actually worried about a cat exec. And there's no one on this A side at all. There's just two towards long. So
now we've got Complexity back to the pistols. So we got a game, folks. It was up to FaZe to show us just because of how flat things were feeling. But we have a game. FaZe 5 in a row, doing the same thing that was done to them in the previous rounds. Already damage here towards the cat players. S-tag catching Kerrigan. No, please. Brokey on the ramp, stopping the bomb, so that immediately halts Complexity for a moment.
Okay.
Nice accuracy from Rain's AK. Tech 9 trying to chug along from long. Ooh, it is hot. It is on fire. It's FaZe Clan.
wicked fast. Tech 9 kill from S-tag, swinging around the corner on Cat. Let's see if he, well, see what it looked like from their perspective. All right, well, it was blink an eye, but Rain came through, sharp on the taps. Krogi hit his shot. It's emergency mode when that first kill happens that fast, so they had to get in position immediately.
Long doors. Back to basics, but Rain already in position, has the lineup. Doesn't matter if he's blind, doesn't matter if he's smoked.
Wow. What a half from Kerrigan so far. Look at this move. Flying into the top of mid. Reading him on that last round. They've got him contained now. With a kill. Oh, is he gonna over... Oh, he might be overstepping here.
Ooh, two HP left over. Lucky to be alive. He can count his blessings.
They let Brokey leave.
That's cool. We had a fight between Blame F and Kerrigan. We've got a fight set up between Brokey and Poison. I like this, clearing it with 2, but they give up on it. It's all about avoiding this angle. Brokey locked in and ready.
They have the utility.
Run boost. Run boost. Oh!
Rain!
Hey,
Rain hit that! Rain one-tapped him out of the air! Oh my!
Brokey collateral and the close!
Bro, what? Oh my god! Oh my god!
Excuse me?
Dude, what?
And there's Brokey right back at it. coldzera goes down in mid. We've got FaZe. Dude, if FaZe take this map in this kind of a fashion, look at the money here from Complexity. This is unbelievable. 7 rounds ago, Complexity had double the round count, and there was no reason to believe FaZe were in this map. It felt like this was going to be a blowout. And now we are in a realm of possibility where FaZe just go for this ridiculous close on Dust 2. What the hell are we watching?
I'm shook.
It's not over, because we've got another one of these weird tests.
Oh,
in the most recent rounds, it felt like it was that Tech 9 push-up Cat that made things awkward, but Twist with the no-scope has to tag another kill with the Tech and Olaf to the back plat. Now all he has to do is survive, and that retake's gonna come through middle. They're hunting him.
They got an op. They're gonna wait for the FaZe.
Oh, he gets 1.
1v2.
S-tag tap back by Brokey. FaZe find 15.
They get 15 first. No way. This is 14-11.
Bro.
Robin, you guys are sick, man.
This was 14-7.
Damn, dude. Holy hell.
It was 14-7.
Dude, it literally wasn't even close for 1 second. And
not even the rounds.
I don't even know, dude. The way they're winning these rounds is actually unreal. Sick stuff, though. Also, Kerrigan's called a great CT side in terms of the setups. Wow. I mean, OT is still completely possible here. The buy is fine for complexity. It's really just a mental thing at this point.
I don't think so.
How do you survive?
FaZe 16,
literally
14.
putting on your jacket.
I'm done.
It doesn't feel like they're gonna be able to survive this one. But yeah, they've got full grenades and everything. It's just like, holy crap, that range shot, that Brokey hold, that Kerrigan call, that read versus the mid B. Like, Complexity had so many options when it was 14-7 for rounds that worked. Won 5 rounds in a row on this half. And now it looks like they never had a good round to look back on, which is wild to think about. I think FaZe put just enough emphasis on holding Cat a few rounds in a row that it rocked Complexity a little bit, and they never were able to get their mojo back. And then they just had pure individual heroic, man. Wow. Sick, man.
Oh, but this comeback, you know, this is the kind of comeback that we all forget about if they just screw it on this 30th and lose out in OT. So let's just keep it clean. Clearing up close. What's the challenge going to be? It's twists on the site, Brokey floating on long. Very comfortable setup right now for the counter-terrorists. They're playing down the clock.
This looks like they might move into their mid B again.
Okay.
We've got similar positions. Setup smokes are coming through. Bombs walking back towards mid.
CT drops the utility. That's the double smoke from Complexity, and you're dead on. It's going to be Olaf, Meister, and Rain who have to hold this back. A straight up 2v5 inside the B site with 20 seconds to spare. BlameF starts taking damage. It's Olaf the challenge from window with the 2K. And JKS, he still hasn't come out from tunnels. Rain ready to just continue this slaughter. A total shutdown and a total collapse on the side of Complexity unless Poison can offer us a miracle. And of course that doesn't happen. How in God's name did they just run that back? What is FaZe made of?
Adamantium. They have it. They have that quality. 14-7. Everything goes right. X Factor. Great setups called by Kerrigan. Nothing but great things to say. It was just a miraculous CT side. Unbelievable. Phenomenal to watch. What a game.
9 round wins in a row to close on Dust 2. And FaZe, out of nowhere, suddenly justify this map pick. But the series isn't over, and it's a big one at stake. We've got the Royal Arena. 5 beautiful tickets for the winner of this series. Who's it going to be?
I think it was 7 months after, I think, we made the team. We ended up winning a T1 tournament and becoming number 5 in the world. So I think that's like the moment I'm proudest of.
Today I am joined by BlameF for a new episode of Skin Story. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Today what we're gonna do is chronicle your career through stickers. 4 stickers specifically. How does that sound?
Sounds amazing.
Great, well let's get into it. So first of all I have to ask you, do you consider yourself a skin guy? Do you have an all-time favorite?
Yeah, I have a Howl, a M4, so I think that one is pretty nice.
Now we have to find our first stickers, and we are talking the Welcome to the Clutch sticker. Nuke, 1 versus 2, and Wallbang. Does that ring any bell to you?
I think they were like threw like a molly or something, I think, in one of the times, if I'm not mistaken. So I was kind of desperate on it. I just had to do something. Like the best case scenario for me is probably that they trade me. So that wasn't worth it for me. So I just thought that if I want to win this round, I probably have to spam the HUD, and yeah, it just worked.
Now, for the second sticker, we need to talk about Complexity. We have found a sticker that looks a little bit like the Juggernaut. It's going to be Bomb Squad. Could you maybe tell us a few words about how that happened and how the journey has been so far?
I was very proud of what we achieved in the first year together, because we came kind of like out of nothing, and people made a lot of memes about us, and a lot of people told us that we wouldn't really achieve anything. And then I think it was 7 months after, I think, we made the team. We ended up winning a T1 tournament and becoming number 5 in the world. So I think that's like the moment I'm proudest of.
Now it's time for the third sticker. To represent the birth of your team, we are giving you the Berlin 2019 Major sticker. After the Berlin Major, when Jason Link made that tweet that he was gonna rebuild the Juggernaut for Complexity,
What did you think of that tweet?
My first thought was just like, whoa, this seems kind of crazy. But yeah, then they contacted me and I heard a little bit about his vision and everything, and I kind of bought into that. I took a little bit of a chance, but it was because I like what the organization told me and what they had to offer and everything.
Finally, for sticker number 4, look, we cannot have a full BlameF sticker set without having a reference to your fitness. And for that, I found one that looks maybe a little bit like you. It's the poorly drawn terrorist.
Yeah, I mean, he looks very much in shape for sure. A little round maybe. I just do one body part a day, so like shoulders one day, and chest one day, leg one day, back one day, and arms the last day, and then yeah, I do like 15 minutes of cardio after I've done that.
Now we have our 4 stickers and it's time to put them all together on your favorite skin. How do you feel?
I guess I like the clutch one. I think that one describes me a lot, because I did a lot of clutches in 2020 at least. I had a lot of clutches and stuff, so I think that one's probably the most accurate.
Well, Blame, thank you so much for taking the time and being here with me today for the skin story.
Yes, and thank you for having me.
Okay.
I'm gonna smoke beast split
Ready?
now.
Close. They just smoked us. Going.
Can flash and drop CT, Hobby?
Yeah. They think a pit. They think a pit. Don't flash, please.
Sorry.
Alright.
One side.
That's
side, Hobby.
Pit wall. Nice trade.
Come along.
No.
One CT.
Up CT.
Goose. Goose and 2 CT, I think.
Maybe
Flash
too
long.
long.
Flashing
Might be
long.
too-
Yeah. He's flashing for long.
Alright.
One short.
Brookie should be there with up. Brookie should be there with up as well. Yeah, too long. One shot maybe.
Short dead.
Low long.
Nice gold! Thank you.
Nice.
An unbelievable comeback on the grounds of Dust 2. It looked like Complexity had full control of their opponent's pick, but an unholy resurgence from FaZe absolutely silenced that. 9 rounds in a row, Jason. 9 rounds. How on earth did they pull that off?
Well, I mean, you know, we talked in the pregame about some of their struggles with opening kills on the T side. On the CT side, they weren't having too many problems with that. Broke, he was playing so well. He was getting some picks with the AWP, and also, I mean, oddly enough, we pointed out their 5v4 conversion rate in the pregame on the T side. CT side, they weren't having any problems with that either. They were closing those rounds out clinically. A lot of them weren't even close.
It was so fascinating to see how the FaZe camp transform itself during that second half. To me, that was a beauty to see, a beauty to watch, because the very beginning of the game is all about complexity. I'm gonna be real right there.
Yeah.
Things looked bleak for FaZe Clan.
Yeah.
They were losing clutches they shouldn't. Complexity had all the rhythm and the momentum they needed. BlameF was completely in Kerrigan's head. I thought that was gonna be it. I thought Complexity would just roll over FaZe Clan, we would go to nuke, and it would be a very disappointing series. And then piece by piece, bit by bit, round by round, you can feel that FaZe Clan is coming alive, and the individuals are starting to make the moves, and that's just the magic you needed.
And that was the key thing as well. When we go back to that first half of Complexity and the first part of that second half too, the individuals were just shining for them. It was crazy to see how much FaZe silenced them.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of that comes down to the experience of guys like Rain, who we touched on in the pregame. Olaf had some impactful rounds in on the second half during that comeback as well. So yeah, this is kind of when you expect the leadership players that you've brought back, and this is kind of the positive to the negative of watching Olaf and Kerrigan have such a low kill death ratio. But the attitude, the mentality, understanding that you can still come back, and understand that no situation is completely lost, and those guys just marched them forward, and it was brilliant to see.
Yeah, I like the fact that, in the first half, again, it's the Kerrigan and Olaf story down in the dumpster when it comes like 6 or 7 kills, I think, in the first half. But then on the CT side, Kerrigan is actually the one that's putting the first stop when they have that A fake that turns into a Bisbit, he's into CT
Yeah, the double kill.
He gets the double kill. That's the spark that they needed. And then Olaf Meister is tested twice on the B side, twice he makes admirable job getting a double kill middle once and then hiding in a smoke. So they are the ones kind of, allowing FaZe to stay in the game. And obviously then you have individuals like Rain and Brokey coming down.
Yeah.
And that was the thing. We saw JKS doing some really incredible work. Obviously, first of all, on that first half, but then coming into the first portion of the second half, he was having some great openings. It was a real duel between him and Olaf on that B side a lot of the time.
That was a great series for JKS. Honestly, for Complexity, he was one of the main reasons why they were able to pull ahead at the very beginning. He stopped the first few attempts. I think he was a problem in Kerrigan's plan. You can see here the scoreline is very, very close, and he was having a lot of these multi-kills impact as well here in the 2 versus 2. JK has had a magnificent CT side, but then he kind of fell off on the T side, and obviously you would hope he would be able to maintain that rhythm, but it was just so high on the CT side.
You could see some of the frustration in his face too, because he was the guy picked off a couple of times by Brokey over towards mid and Xbox with that AWP, and you could kind of see it building, and I think it just, honestly, I just think it took him out of his game. And then also, the other side of things is to say, you know, it's always going to be tough to kind of bounce back after having a good first half when you're in the midst of losing like 9 rounds in a row, because obviously nothing's really feeling all that comfortable. I think the game got away from Complexity a little bit. I don't think they did a good job of slowing it down and finding themselves again and just kind of readjusting on the map, and things just spiraled way too far out of control.
Was there a particular key turning point for you on the side of FaZe to see them, you know, catapulting themselves to getting those 9 rounds in a row, making it just so tough for Complexity to get through?
Well, I wouldn't say that this was the beginning of the momentum, because it's not, but the round where Rain gets the one tap in the air, to me, that's it. That's it. That's round 28. That's the moment where you're a Complexity fan, you're watching this round and you're thinking, we're not going to win this round. We're not going to win this game. We cannot win this game. Just look at this. It starts off with Complexity finding long. Rain obviously finds a kill through the smoke at the very beginning. This is absolutely not the way you would like the round to begin. And then there's going to be this incredible shot. By the way, when this happens, I thought it was Brokey for a second. I thought it was just inhuman. But it's actually Rain with that crazy one tap. And then Brokey even pushes the envelope. He's going to be jiggle peeking, white swinging even at some point, getting like right now. Right, what? Look at this. If he pulls that off, obviously you're not going to win the game if you're Complexity. That's impossible.
Yeah, everything seemed to just start going right for the FaZe side of things. There are certain things that are just not in your control. One of them is getting one bulleted in midair. The other one's the double kill from Brokey. And yeah, it's too much.
It's great to see the individuals from the side of FaZe really stepping up when they need to, because it was really, really slow for them, as we were kind of reiterating it. And then you sort of see those signs of life, but you do wonder, you know, do they have what it takes to be pushing it over the line? And I think it is, like you guys were saying, kind of the skill and the experience of some of these names on this roster.
Also, shout out to that Dust 2 pick.
Yeah, there we go.
True.
Got you on that one.
Yeah.
Now, look, what's really great is that everyone at some point had a great round, but still, we end up with Brokey and we end up with Rain as well. These are the 2 players we have to focus on. If we talk about Rain, he was involved in 12 opening kills. He found 7 out of them. He is always that first. I was almost feeling bad for him on the T side. You see him just running ahead. Sometimes he has to go through a smoke. Maybe a flash is not exactly where it's supposed to be, but he did a tremendous job. He did a tremendous job with the rifle. He was once more one of the main reasons why they were able to come back. And I don't know where this is coming from. I haven't seen this Rain in a long time. I have no idea why that is. And maybe it's the major coming over soon. Maybe it's the return of LAN event. You can have
maybe he had a good breakfast.
Maybe he slept 8 hours.
Yeah, I want to know what they're eating for breakfast. I mean, you know, slow burning energy, and then suddenly all comes at once.
Banana and cinnamon oatmeal, I would imagine.
That's the Moses treatment.
That's the thing that always gets to go on match days. I mean, it's cool to see that kind of a resurgence, especially in a game where Twist was still a little bit quiet. And I think, you know, having someone like Rain kind of step up and try and fill some of those gaps and take more of the entry position and take more of the responsibility of finding opening kills on both sides of the map is pretty important, because when I look at this team, I don't see a whole lot of players who throughout their career have been comfortable being like that, just the scrappy opening kill kind of guy.
An absolutely incredible comeback from the side of FaZe. We're going to get to hear the winning moment from their team speak.
B, one. One way B.
They can be out mid.
You do flash,
double fake. Can be out mid, guys.
Back in mid.
I'm white off, guys. Dead window.
Window, still window.
Push city, push city.
I'm on the tunnel. Can I go pull down?
I'm native. Still car. I'm denying.
Right click flash.
Outside window and car, thanks. Ready?
Pull down. Nice.
Mid.
Nice. Fucking good comeback. Good comeback, man. That's a good comeback, boys. So beautiful. See it. All the way, guys.
The sound, right? How we killed it. Bro, the ramp was long and how he kills him in there.
Man, you absolutely love to hear that. So much hype and thoroughly well-deserved for them. And of course, we're going to be coming onto our second map and potentially the last map of this series. It is going to be New Complexity, bringing this one back in the mix for this rematch. And Jason, you were saying that's a confident move doing that.
It is, especially considering, remember, the question is, like, as Maniac mentioned, if you're going to play them twice, like, how much do you have, like, deep? Yeah. What new looks can you give them? Because the last time these guys played Complexity, super aggressive, super dominating outside, pushing forward, getting aggressive, making sure FaZe can't ever get comfortable outside. On their T side, they actually still had some struggles and hit some obstacles trying to go outside and cross and go down to lower through secret as well. So you're going to hope those are cleaned up. But certainly I feel like the point of the conversation has got to be around that outside of aggression for complexity. Can it work twice? Like if FaZe comes into this, they have to have a game plan for it.
Look, I think things look really dire for complexity right now. Not only do they lose that credible comeback on this 2-9, they move on to Nuke. They're going to start on the T side, and it's a map that they have already played. So how much does Blame have in the tank still to kind of trickle Kerrigan? We're going to see soon.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be finding out very shortly indeed. Potentially the last map of this series if FaZe have anything to do with it. We're going to Nuke. It's going to be a rematch of earlier on in the tournament, and it is all on the line for that spot at the Royal Arena. We're jumping into the action with Launders and Scrawny, and you don't want to miss it.
So, nuclear meltdown on Dust 2, and now we move on to the Cedar Creek Research Center.
The best map in the pool.
You ready for it?
I am. I love Nuke.
Betway odds favoring FaZe at the moment, but maybe that's just because they had a miraculous 9-round comeback.
It's a tilt.
I've been sat here trying to figure out what the hell happened. I'm still confused.
Yeah. I mean, they've got they've got that land magic, and it looks like they brought it online a little bit. You know, they look so sick at Cologne in person. And now that they're back online, I guess again, still so close to the major, so close to all these lands. The fall final coming up, chance to get to the fall final right here off this map, and it feels like Land Clan are online
right here, right now. Time to work. Let's see what happens. I am twitching with anticipation. Rain dies to Poison. If it wasn't Poison, it would have been one of the many other players that are all looking to just parade their way over to hell at the moment. Kerrigan gonna try to play behind the smoke. He's being swarmed from all over. JKS gets that 5v3 set up. The two CTs down here in hell. I thought for a second maybe they'd bring these terrorists in with them, but Complexity buying some time.
Yeah, they've got this clampdown on this hell area, and they're waiting for that push in. But Twist is aware that they want them to come forward, and they have a lot of reason to chill right now. At the minute, this much progress, that opening kill. They find a peek on Twists, but no kill comes through. Oh, Kerrigan died as well. I didn't even notice that.
Gone. No kill from Twist. Oh my god. Poison. How are you gonna do it to him? Double Glock frag. Olaf 1 versus 5. He's on the wrong bomb site, Mohan.
Yeah.
The hell's he gonna do up there?
Yeah, he's just gonna have to maybe just start reading a book. Crack open a cold one.
Sit back, relax. Poison's second kill on this player here, I think, is like, I mean, if you could say that in the 3v5 they still had any chance.
Yeah.
That's the one. That is the whippersnapper.
So with Olaf on the team, I think he's playing ramp, and I think he's actually really good, especially as a low rotator. I think this is where I saw some like potential for Olaf to come back. I could see why, Olaf stands out from the rest. I think he's very good when it comes down to falling off of a ramp, and then all the things he does lower when he comes to playing inside of control and playing in lower spots. So I'm looking forward to seeing that with the pressure from Complexity. Conversely, with Complexity, talked about this so much already in the groups, but Poison's T-side entries, we first saw it on Nuke and how he specifically were to attack ramp. So the Olaf Poison interactions this first half will be fun to watch. In the second half, coldzera playing ramp has also been very nice, and he also has a different, slightly more aggressive style where he plays within the ramp and doesn't drop quite as often, and finds a lot of great ways to play that position. So this is going to be an exciting map, no doubt about it. Complexity should be quite tilted after that first one, but they've got to wash it away because they've got an important series here, and it's still only the second map.
Yep. Important series, high stakes. And a very real chance, I think, at taking it back. I'm not going to consider FaZe the better Nuke team by any stretch of the imagination. So, just try and swallow that very.
But you still like their Nuke, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just kind of.
Just
a passable
just
Nuke?
middle of the pack.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not. If I had to,
I'm a bit more bullish on FaZe. I think
bullish?
Nuke, yeah,
Yeah.
bit bullish, yeah.
Bullish?
I'm liking bull. I mean, yeah, big bullish balls on FaZe for sure.
Knackers.
Yeah.
Flashbangs go past the side of Mini. Smoke grenades as well added to the mix here, but you gotta be cautious. It's that Brokey scout that could cause some problems. BlameF feels it. I think we had a relatively slow start to Dust 2, and I'm starting to feel it again here. Makes sense, minimize mistakes.
And Heaven Control was really important for Complexity. Last time around they played Nuke as well. They were so good at converting once they got into Heaven Control. And here should be easier than most rounds as well, considering they're going up against pistols. All the CTs in the lobby, sitting waiting. They open up this position for Brokey to play. Kerrigan will step right under Heaven, but it'll actually be Complexity to run it downstairs. Ooh, nice move.
Rain, desperate. Puts a smoke on himself and tries to fight around it, but obviously not a good spot for him, and an easy hit to the back of Twist's head. Not a single kill so far. Still a little bit of room here for FaZe to soften up the economy of Complexity, but Complexity, I like that they head back down to the B site. Again, it's just been very, very calm, very methodical, very well thought through. And flawless. 5 up, guns in abundance. Olaf Meister trying to save the scout for the next one.
I like that when they take over Heaven, since they've scared teams into thinking that they can just go up the ladder, like take over the A site, that they also have allowed for the threat of that fast rotation down the ramp, and they can go downstairs from there as well. So I feel like this is Complexity's, the majority of their game plan has been based around this. In this game so far, it's a little bit different than last time, just because last time it was a lot of BlameF's individual lurks outside and him getting that space and then bringing everyone back, or throwing outside smokes and then letting them work. And then again, kind of always playing with that yard. And one of the best remedies for that is to have someone secret so you can keep tabs on it, be able to fight BlameF, be able to get vision back, or playing red aggressively, for example. And for FaZe Clan, it's going to be Rain, the guy who is majority of the time going to go for those fights. But look at the fast upstairs hit that's taking place before us now.
Very fast. This is great. What a contrast to the previous round where we were just looking to decrease the likelihood of dying to pistols. They run a bit of a risk knowing that there's so much less to work with, and it is wonderful. Poison 2 kills. He's going to fade away, should be exchanged, but Blame actually dies, and so will Poison. What else you got for us, Brokey? Little parting gift? Prevent those Galils from getting upgraded into AKs, maybe? 2 Ts are going to double peek him at the same time, and that should be the end of Brokey. Sure enough. So, upgrades are grabbed, all that is easy. Poison, this was the initial lineup. 3-0 for coL. Okay, now the real game begins.
It's as clean as they need it to be. So I'm so curious at first how Rain is going to play with his rifle, if he's going to be floating around red or playing outside, or how he's going to be doing it. But he has been quite potent when it comes to lurking the smokes. And mechanically right now, like Rain is super sharp, of course. If you saw that shot in the second to last round, unreal. And that was just a taste of what we saw from Rain throughout their whole groups, to be honest. Just been a great match, a great series of matches for him. So here it is, Blame F lurking aggressively outside, and Rain putting some spam down. And again, what's key is like these smokes are here, but you still need to disrespect him to some degree. You have to be able to spam, find gaps, create space with mollies, and get some unconfirmed damage, because that stuff will really matter. And this play right here opens up Poison to be able to kind of freely peek outside. They make sure he doesn't have to worry about secret the entire time, as they appear to want to creep around again and take full control. And it looks like they'll drop that smoke in mini and start that wrap.
Damn, Rain was just out there for a second, just dipping his toes in the water.
Oh, Kerrigan's trying to find a gap. This is very risky.
Huge risk. Oh, he's just standing in no man's land. He saw the back of the one, catching coldzera on the jump up. That's perfect for Kerrigan.
Yeah, and now he can get that forklift control if he wants to stay here. He can defend outside cross. Oh, he's going to stay really like far out in the open and go for the trade. Yeah. But Brokey already picked one up as well, so
that kind of opens this round back up. Rain is going to be a rock solid hold in ramp room, you'd assume. We'll see if he gets hard cleared. Not how that's supposed to go. FaZe have just opened up the possibility of the B play. Now it falls onto Olaf. He lines up 2 players. Can't continue the spray. 6 seconds. They need to commit to this bomb plan. Brokey's not able to stop it. Oh, or is he? Just goes right out wide. JKS gave cover to the door that wasn't blocked by Molotovs, and they went for that double pinch. Brokey needed to stop it from inside the fire. That's sick.
That was so smart. Brokey waited for control door to get open first. So immediately he turns his attention that way since he's threatened from both sides. And all the while it was about Brokey just going to destroy him on this plant. So you hear that door first.
Yeah.
How can you not look at control?
Exactly.
That's such a nice play. That's such a nice play. I love you so much. He said, I think.
Damn. All right. Even I got faked out by freaking Brokey.
You have to respect that. That was just a perfect play, FaZe Clan. Nice mid round. People got their trades.
Definitely could have been easier had Rain stopped it in ramp, had Olaf stopped it back site.
He got a kill, yeah.
He got the one. It's true.
But I mean, like, as long as you keep trading.
I mean, like, shut down. Rain went down empty, so Olaf's made up for it. Little tip of the hat to JKS as well, at least killing the person who did open those control doors. So if that's all they had to work with, then it would have been a bomb plant, guaranteed. But that's neither here nor there. But the smokes are present. Blame F's going to start crossing over. 2 CTs down in secret. Little MP9 crossfire. The firecrackers. Blame F. He's lucky to be alive, I'd say. Especially now that Twists almost allowed him to go retreating back up secret stairs, but Twists curves that last shot around the corner. 4v4 established, minute on the clock. And Outer very much offered here to Complexity. They're going to go ahead and challenge hell.
It's huge to know that two people are already downstairs like this. So yeah, getting into potentially heaven in a spot like this is Complexity's comfort zone. I guess they just don't want to do this too often where it's obvious, but here's an open invitation. 1 MP9 in the site. No one to take attention away from him. That would be a tough ask for Kerrigan. Not much you can do there. And a little bit of incentive to save already here, even though it's 3v4 and they're this close. Unless a free kill comes up, this op is pretty important for the next round. It's a nice round there from coL.
Yeah, solid burst.
Rain struggled with the spray there. Bit awkward, but at least Twist got the trade. But again, they don't want to give that information up. It could have been Rain to get the kill. They don't even know about the second guy lower, and then the round changes completely. And Blame made a mistake because he went to clear Rain, but he did it while his gun was still pulling out. He didn't really believe someone was going to be there, so he got quite lucky to be able to bring that back.
Not ideal. Poor Kerrigan. Complexity executing celestially. He's looking up into the stars, not sure what he sees. No way to really stop it. All right, Complexity. Just making absolute easy work of the first 5 rounds.
We've seen this before.
Yeah, we have. That's the thing. Is like there's this asterisk next to anything that Complexity can achieve now. So I'm like, it's actually only the last 9 rounds that matter. On Dust 2, that's what made the difference. Counter-terrorists inside of the smoke with their pistols. It was just the 2-gun save that we're going to see for FaZe. If Rain doesn't think somebody's already crossed, he's been fooled, but with the rotate going downstairs, I'd say he definitely heard the sprint. Was just thinking maybe somebody else would come joining on the cross, but they're actually still tucked back here by Silo. Oh, that's the bomb and the op.
Oh, and he knows that Blame is going to come back for him.
Yes, he does.
And he's aware. It's still, he only has a deagle, unfortunately. Oh, this angle.
Oh,
my. Too sweaty. Blame's going to come up the stairs. There's a shot for him to take it. Oh, Blame will win. And coL was there just in case.
If needed.
Some more trades go down.
But still the weapons hung on to here for FaZe. So yeah. the work of the deagle outside, it's not all in vain just yet. Kerrigan, P250 versus Blame's AK. I know who I'd rather be, but Blame F actually slips over towards decontamination. They're everywhere, Complexity right now. Man downstairs by Decon. Still a player over here towards Red. 30 seconds to spare, and Complexity very disjointed, but they could burst up the ladder through the vent and split into the A site. Blame F just caught the pistol player in Kerrigan, so that is very clean.
Whoa, if they go A, or no, the bomb's gonna go lower, okay.
That kill, they go B.
That's fine, yeah, they needed that frag though. This got a little bit sketchy considering the amount of time left over. Brokey will grab one. Still, again, incentive save, but at the same time, they got Twist on a rifle, and it is 2v2, so we'll see. Brokey's made his way down. There's a few ways you can play in control side. He's going with Twist. There's still plenty of time.
Flashing down at the base of the stairs.
He ate that second one.
Yeah. Oh. And Blame F gonna lock it in. 2 kills for Blame as they tried to challenge in the clutch.
He tried to bait him with the shot right before the flash. Almost sick. Almost sick. They had that 2 flash setup that would have been the kill. Changed that round out completely.
A little bit of a game of like a stalemate of chicken there for a little while. You know, ultimately Blame F catching wind of Kerrigan as he crossed over those vents. But I mean, a moment of timing that goes the other direction and it's Blame to die, and then the last 2 players upstairs with no clean entry. Like, that's definitely a round that could have been.
Yeah, they put a lot of stock into lurking, just hoping they'd see someone.
And that's been one of the powerhouses of Complexity. You know, that's definitely been their style. It's been evident. Don't get me wrong, they can change up the pace, but they do fancy a lurk or 2.
Yeah, for sure. It's hard to play against. Got so many good players to do it.
Ooh.
Nice damage. 2 crossing this time in through the lower site. Rain makes his way down here early. Says a lot of the duels have been coming, and man, they just FaZe Clan just need to get on their pest control. Get that lurker on that, you know, whoever's going lower, whoever's crossing outside by themselves, punish that player. But they can't seem to figure it out just yet.
CT's down to a smoke, incendiary, and 3 flashbangs. Meanwhile, check out Complexity's nades. They are so poised.
Are they going to event drop?
Maybe, maybe. Poison just a statue at the moment.
Or are they going to go up the vent?
Rain. He's good in these kinds of moments. Oh, but he dies out to coLZera. Tons of damage, but now Olaf, he's going to be hit by 3 players coming down ramp. And oh my god, coLZera's just standing in the open for Olaf to get the better of it. FaZe, 3 frags out of nowhere. Poison now turned back, sectioned away from the B site, and Blame F is just left scratching his head, wondering, where did my teammates go?
Wow, that was a really complicated round that went on. Down to 10 seconds, just going to go for the save. No way for Blame to get this bomb back. And they figure it out on the ramp hold. I guess that it was just a fake upstairs. The 2 players walking lower. They didn't get spotted going into lower, so I guess that makes sense. I guess normally you see that be like a 4-1 situation, but it can be obviously even more impactful with an extra player. But yeah, they just didn't have a molly here for Turnpike or a flash to get these players off. Look at, they're just open fighting. And I wonder how the utility worked out that they didn't have that. Oh, cold, very frustrated.
Getting a little worked up. Remember to breathe in through the nose, out through the mouth.
Can't get, I mean, 5-1.
Yeah.
You know, 5-2 now, but.
One must find their inner peace.
Kung Fu Panda?
Something like that. Okay. Big pop into the A site. That's what Complexity have in store, so definitely changing up the tempo. And Twists, oh my god, he's just gargoyling up on the side of the site. Perfect from Complexity. 3 kills, nothing for FaZe whatsoever. That continuation of flashbangs was super clean.
Yeah, Twist stared at that wall for like a good 4 seconds entirely. Knew that they were running out, but said, I'm not eating their late flash. And then the even later flash came through.
I see through your, my eyes. Olaf will take away 1, but this is Complexity. I like it, you know, keeping it simple. We've seen so many lurky rounds already out of this half that you just shake it up like a snow globe. And then watch the magic. 6-2 the lead for Complexity's T side. Definitely justifying the pick thus far. This is JKS's entry route. Goes ahead, kills Kerrigan first.
Oh yeah, he picked up the first one, huh?
Tap, 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 tap. Down goes Twists. And then poor Rain just stuck behind vent, gets peppered by the Galil. Leaves him salty.
Yeah, Rain's not having a good time on this map. And
1 and 8.
Yeah, he's been countered a lot so far. He had that cute angle in lower off the smoke, and then Colden and Blame F walked by. They won that duel. That fluffed MP9 spray. It's so weird. Like his aim was so unreal last map, and just like all these maps before, but. Gotta verify that game cap. Whoa, okay, all right, okay. Warning shot. Get back, Blame F. No more lurking.
They're gonna go to ramp
Make poison entry, that's what they're saying.
Yeah, but Brokey tried to throw the op into position. Hit him with it outside and then just ran as fast as he could over towards Hell, but they're gonna go stampeding into the B site.
This is a correct pace they need. Kerrigan, what can he do?
coLZera looking the wrong direction. Nest attack opening the doors to no avail until Kerrigan comes down, but Rain, he's got himself 2. Can he get more? Can his team pull it out of the hat? It is Twists, the magician. JKS and Blame already softened. They are just gonna buy a little bit of time. Give Blame F a chance to come out from vents, but that nearly gets caught by Twists. That could have been a big kill for him to start the 1v3 attempt.
I think the big one was Brokey there, right between the legs, on control. Nice shot from him outside, but this is Blame F that he doesn't kill that comes in to finish the round as well.
Nice shots from Rain, thanks to Kerrigan priming them with damage. Whoa.
Yeah, that was very close. If you had that kill, 2v2 plus control side with an op up, yeah. A whole new round, one step closer to land.
It's true, that is what's on the line here. Complexity not going to let that slip their mind for a moment. We are talking about a team that picked up a Blast win during the online era. Won the whole damn thing. To do it in front of a live audience would be a whole other beast. to get the chance. That's why they compete this evening. Brokey looking for his just desserts.
Looks like it'll be a different pace, but just going to outside a little later. Usually this lurk has been very aggressive in the beginning. And Rain, oh, he's actually been very good at finding these timings, but now he's made some noise and he doesn't see anybody. He'll drop the smoke. Wait, he'd be able to escape. He's got a flash to bag to support him as well. And he does come through with that first kill. Yeah, it's off his smoke as well. And that flash, looking for two, grabs it as well. Well done from Rain.
Instrumental impact outside. Now it's on Kerrigan to just close up shop. Stops the squeaky push, can't manage to hang on to the hut. Rain will do substantial damage, and Brokey finish things off. FaZe, there's their third CT round win. Looked like Rain almost kind of dropped it when he makes that little bit of noise.
It sucks because
couldn't catch them with their nades out. Like it was a very close moment.
Those specific smokes that they're throwing, you are lined up on like this diagonal angle. So when you're peeking around the box, there is a timing where you're like trying to get them as soon as they're jumping, as soon as they're throwing. But he didn't go deep enough and didn't want to full commit out there after he started running. So he went into emergency mode, but he had good support flashes, his own smoke to use, and made sure not to, you know, be too anxious.
Ooh, another fast one. Not the first time we've seen Complexity just crank up the tempo. Oh, and Esatag finds Kerrigan's face as they all fall down into the B site. Olaf already prepared to try and stop this. Waiting for JKS to present his head on a silver platter, and sure enough, there it is. Smashed by Olaf Meister, who just dropped down into the site and had Rain give cover, but Esatag catching Olaf as well. Esatag doing a good job of just playing off of the sides of smokes, and Complexity find themselves at a man advantage. That late lurk from Poison could really make a difference, but so can Brokey. Esatag taken out of this one. We've got this vent lurk that's going to start wrapping around them, and I don't think they see this coming. Now BlameF express lane, but Poison kills them faster than he can even peek. An 8th for coL.
Dude, Poison's not even in that position if he doesn't turn back and kill Twist on the ramp. Had the tightest little angle off the corner of the box, so really coming up huge again with that rifle. And there's another moment where Brokey uses his teammate to bait his next target. Esatag is sitting in decon, staring at Brokey, waiting for that angle, and then someone takes a footstep behind the site silo, and Brokey takes a fast peek in a decon and gets that frag, not even looking at him. He's been so good at playing off his teammates. Honestly, Complexity have a ton of looks. It's very impressive. Like, they've got the fast squeaky dive, they've got their upstairs hit, they have their slow outsides, they're going lower with they tried to do a ramp fake with a seat 2 in secret. They've gone heaven a number of times. They're using their smokes in a variety of ways. That's an enormous number of T-side strategies that they've employed, and they've looked pretty good at most of them. They've got a very dangerous nuke from what we've seen so far already.
Just looking to continue this masterclass of a T-side. Don't even give FaZe a chance to breathe. And then we get to go to Ancient. I think it's really interesting that Kerrigan let Ancient float and that BlameF decides to take it back to that. We saw it between these two teams when they first met. I don't think Blame's too intimidated by the thought of returning to the jungle. B site wide open for the taking, so sure enough, Complexity just walking their way into yet another round win. I mean, they're shooting for the double digits and then some.
For sure. It's
concise.
Tough to read them, tough to gamble versus them. They're pretty good on the anti-ecos of avoiding all targets. Most of them have ended lower, at least their anti-ecos. And we'll see what the next round looks like.
One more. Ooh. Oh, okay. I thought the Glock hit him. Damn. Glock pre-fires? That's what we're playing?
There's just so many things that they've done already. I actually don't even know where they'll take it. Like, they have basically unlimited options at this point.
Yeah. Clean collection of strategies from Complexity. Sort of just doing as they please. Like, I can't even... I mean, obviously, FaZe only have 3 round wins. Yeah. So it's not, you know, it's hard to pick anything apart, but I haven't even seen any weaknesses. Nothing that's really, like... Nothing that I have seen from Complexity has made me think, well, maybe don't do that again.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess for FaZe, the big thing is the one really successful round they had was where Rain got away with playing outside, got his 2 kills, held his spot, and I think it just takes the stress off a bit to know that no one's crossed a secret or to get those kills. So playing secret early can be an option for Rain, or playing outside aggressively again with Brokey and Rain in some way. Because there's just been such a high frequency of rounds that have something to do with outside, even if there are a number of looks in terms of their use. And it's not the most comfortable thing on CT side to try to play aggressively outside, but they have some plays that they go for. So I would probably lean in that direction if I was FaZe for this one. And then Complexity could consider the idea of maybe trying to do their fast upstairs hit again, just because that was also pretty powerful. But they can't really do wrong. It's just about trying to figure out what FaZe want.
Right now, FaZe just going to put Twists in the back of the garage, so...
They're assuming that Complexity are going to potentially try to go for Heaven again. But yeah, it's right to secret on this one, just straight up. There's still going to be opportunities for Twist once the smoke comes up to catch some lurks. And because of how long these rounds have gone on, Complexity don't go with just one plan right away. They kind of follow the frags, but wow, just beautiful.
Check him.
Yeah.
Twists gifted the first. This could be FaZe fighting for their 4th. I mean, when 6 rounds is the best case scenario, you've got to make sure you hang on to every chance you get, and this one could still slip through the fingertips. Twists dies as the second T wraps around the garage. Rain will play close smoke in order to get the better of Blame. Bomb can be picked back up, and Esatag's just going to leave with this. Ooh, sticky fingers. Picks up the explosives and looks to split into the B site through ramp room by the looks of things.
So this will be Rain rotating over to control when he hears something, and they still have vents as an option, or they won't have vents as an option because of this. They will because they have Rain in this position, so they can go through that rotation. Oh, they're actually going to try for Heaven.
He just looked away.
Timing. Oh my God, he doesn't see him. They both don't know. But the bomb's going to be delivered to him as well, and Olaf's going to stuff him on the ladder. I think he saw the last player, didn't he?
He just drop kicks them back down. Oh, he had just checked it. I thought for sure that was going to be the demise of Olaf. I felt so bad for him. He just walked out the doorway, but luckily for Olaf, he turns back. FaZe, 4th round. Good job. Seeing as they opened it up with Twists, so I was hoping they'd be able to follow through.
And they had Rain in secret, so they had a catch-all option for both positions. Like any lurk outside, they had this dealt with, and then they had Rain get his kill and lower. You know, and when you kill Blame F, that's stress off your shoulders. So this is good. I feel like now FaZe could potentially take it to a next level because they could either try that again, since still a high percentage of the rounds have ended up with something to do with secret. And they could try something similar or have Brokey play outside just to give it a new player with a new look and a new gun. And Complexity could think about something like their full upstairs hit if they feel like FaZe are still worried about this play. And it looks like they do have this. They actually have the same setup with Twist in the same spot in the back of Big Garage and Rain lower already. It looks like, they're going to go for the upstairs hit.
Let's see it. Try to keep it simple. Classic little Molly execute.
Fake it the ramp? Yeah.
Yeah, Olaf's gone as well. He comes back just to catch the confirmation that there are some players challenging down into B, and coldzera's just going to go ahead and take him down. Now Rain caught in the fire, dies at the hands of Esatag, and we've got Complexity right back to their winning ways, it seems. 5v3, poison planting. Olaf giving them just that little bit of room. Goes back, can't stop the barrage of players down into the B site.
Yeah, no doubt. That was a real stress test there. Another different round from Complexity. Really cool stuff. It responds well to the adjustment that FaZe made. Avoided the 2 biggest problems for them. Went for a new area that they haven't fought. And they even caught that rotation because Olaf has just not seen much action towards ramp. And they just threw it in with a fake as well. So nicely called round from Complexity. Nice execution, nice kills.
Sounds like just an endless stream of possibilities for Complexity's T side.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's like next level gameplay for Nuke, which is what you love to see when a team's coming into their own choice.
But none of this means anything.
Nope, not until the last 9 rounds.
FaZe can just win.
Apparently.
That's literally the FaZe analysis. Yeah, but FaZe can win. That's pretty much what we've seen over and over again. How do they video shop that smile?
I don't know. Couldn't possibly be real.
This production's so good.
Wizards. Final round. FaZe Clan's defense. Looks like Complexity want to get us to Ancient as fast as possible. JKS drops down vents.
Wow.
This is the
That's
Complexity attack. Again, feels like 15 rounds of like seemingly different strategies. An S-tag, you're kidding. Takes Olaf off through the smoke. Twist and Rain able to answer those, so Complexity, maybe it's not an easy 11th. Although they do have 3 of the CTs tagged incredibly low. I'm excited for this. It has to be a retake. No point in saving. Utility's still really strong, especially on Brokey, the op on the retake. S-Attack hears the movement towards the secret and spams preemptively into Kerrigan. So it's all in from ramp with 2 wounded players from FaZe. JKS putting a little space between him and the wall, but the bomb will make the difference. Brokey, you can try your damnedest, bud, but this one is over. An 11th from Complexity. What felt like 15 different strategies on this T side, and not a single consecutive round win for the poor boys on FaZe.
I feel like this.
I'm gonna sit 15 minutes more now, just like this again.
Let's go, let's go.
He was laughing.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Whoa.
Nice. Not worth it to try to be a Superman. What? Okay, there's a ball after me?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know. Nice. Open the gate!
Ah, my.
What?
I'm sweating.
So, try 50 minutes without a break. And see where this.
I feel like this.
I'm gonna sit 15 minutes more now, just like this again. Holy macaroni cheese. And no way I have to go from beginning again. You can go eat lunch now.
No, man. My hands are so sweaty.
I don't care anymore. It's not the sweat, it's just like everything now.
No. It's just like trying to wash my hands with my jersey.
Oh, delicious. That's not too bad.
Okay. Pushing Hudson.
I'm taking off headset. I am doing 3 minutes of reflecting off my movement.
Then I'm gonna come and finish the match.
Yeah, Russell, one guy is waving at me.
Come
is
here,
that you? Come here, look, I'll show you, he's waving at me. 2 minutes to finish.
Okay.
This is great content. I love it.
What? Your mouse feels like it feels very interesting. Your mouse feels like soft. How is that impossible? Okay.
Great game.
Great game.
Gonna have good dreams tonight.
going to have to be a steep climb for FaZe if they want to take back Nuke. But we learned on Dust 2 that they can do the unthinkable. So as they take to the offense with only 4 measly CT round wins, where are you putting your bet?
FaZe, baby.
FaZe, baby.
I'm not doubting FaZe again after the last map.
I am.
Alex changed my prediction. I'm changing my prediction to FaZe Clan.
Nope, that's against the rules.
Come on.
Can't do it.
Even when they're down 11-4.
Complexity going to close this game and take us to Ancient.
And
That's what's going to happen.
And I tell you what, I'll also throw this in. If they don't win, Connor will shave his head.
I don't think you can keep offering my...
I promise.
You can't just offer my body like this.
I know where you sleep.
If I ever disappear...
With a shaved head.
Yeah. Somebody catch this madman.
I wish I had just trophies behind me. I could probably just order some.
You can buy some, yeah. You can just
buy
your own
what they're for. Yeah. This one's tennis. This got a foosball trophy right here.
Oh, what'd you get this trophy for?
Gold.
Just having so much money.
Richness. #1 in richness. Well, that's what FaZe Clan are. They're nutrient dense.
Insects.
Insects. What?
They're nutrient dense, no?
Oh, that's true.
I mean, the nutrient to size ratio.
Well, I didn't want to compare them to insects, though.
Well,
something better. Lions?
Nutrient dense.
Yes.
Let's see if a pistol can really kickstart FaZe's comeback. I mean, excuse me, Complexity's close.
Dude, I don't know if Complexity can close because they lost like from 14-7 last map.
They did, but they're not on 14 yet. They could very well be on 12. Estetag, gotta be cautious.
God, it's so lurky, so timing,
right?
So lurky, so timing. Oh,
Rain's a little rat when it comes to the smoke plays. Look at this. Quick couple of taps, and Rain with 1. That's all. That's all they're gonna get. FaZe Clan fall flat in this pistol. Very uneventful.
Dude, this is gonna be.
What was the game plan there?
This
Go
comeback is gonna be ridiculous. I mean, I can't even believe they win this.
Stop getting the people's hopes up.
Listen, I'm coping. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to defend myself here from having to watch another map like that, like Dust 2. Just felt like it was all Complexity all the way.
JKS has a noob tube.
But you're right. It shouldn't happen again.
Buy-in from FaZe.
They got some strong CT players.
Maybe if they win this force buy, but if they lose this, then Complexity's got 13, and it's a save, and we're already in a realm here where Complexity are going to be at the score. Where, of course, they can't fail to finish. coldzera going to get tagged up by the Deagles. Run, my friend.
In Brazil, they call it Zika, I think.
What?
Jinx. I think. I don't speak Portuguese.
Hey!
Wow.
Okay, I was going to say, blame. Look out. But he sustains himself. He's okay.
Yeah.
Still standing. Come on, make that money. Hit him with the 12 gauge. Hit him with the buckshot. It's time, baby. Hit him with the didgeridoo. There's one. And another one. Oh, never mind. Broky's going to go ahead, take the Deagle kill, tries to run with bomb, and that is not allowed. 13th round for Complexity.
Fun fact, I've been playing on Estetag since January, and my life has never been better.
And it has to do entirely with your sensitivity?
Only, yeah.
Okay.
All the other stuff in my life is so irrelevant. When you play CS, literally the difference between your happiness and sadness is being on a sense that you like in your whole life. Truth or fiction?
I think fiction.
Okay.
Wait. Yeah.
Okay.
Lies. Now Estetag's going to be playing the XM1014. And Blame F already working around the red box. But as I said, you know, last force buy is just going to feed them. Feed the FaZe members to Complexity. And I'm not worried just because Olaf got the kill versus Blame F. I like that. They used the frag grenade to blow the M4 further away. Soon, you'll be able to use the frag grenade to blow frag grenades further away.
That's so true. Wait, can't you now, actually? Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can, but you can't. Yeah, you already can.
Because you just drop one grenade.
Yeah, that's
but now you can drop. Yeah. Now you could press G to drop a grenade and throw a grenade at the grenade while it's in the air and throw it and blow it away. across to another map.
I still think that there should be ways to drop the grenades. Like, you should be able to just drop it straight down on your feet. The same way you throw grenades differently, like with right click for an underhand. What if you held right click and then pressed G and it just went straight down and stayed in that one spot?
Yeah.
Because we've never had to drop things with so much precision.
What if you put in the Konami code and your utility belt exploded? Oh my god, could you get a plant here? They're on the back of the site. Okay,
they can still win.
This is real. At S-Tag JKS, very low, one deagle away. Nice shot in from Rain, and now their job is so much easier.
cold comes out from heaven, and he looks to quickly close out on the A site. Gunning for that 14th. Brokey tells them where he's at. That was Brokey's chance at the deagle into heaven. Had he railed that first bullet, then he can snap it down to JKS, and it doesn't need to be the headshot. Hit him anywhere, JKS is dead. But sure enough, Complexity gonna get that 14th. So last time it was a 14-7 lead to the 14-16 loss. This would have to be an even bigger comeback by a margin of 3.
This would be uncharted territory. Uncharted in the worst way possible. So until further notice, we're excited for Ancient, but we got one rifle to prove us different, to prove that, to change our minds. This will be it right here. See if we got a quality round ahead of us.
I'm all for it.
I think the dignity rounds would be worth it anyway, you know, even if they grab 10 rounds here, just keep it somewhat competitive.
I don't want to see FaZe get kicked in the teeth.
Yeah. cold has the worst score on complexity, 7 and 6. 7 and 6.
Damn.
Still positive, just hasn't done much, but just hasn't died a lot. Everybody has just a fabulous scoreline.
I like Complexity's nuke. It's really nice to see from them. It's very convincing. Again, that T side was so varied. It was like a fruit basket with all the exotic options. Smoke grenades all over the place towards outside. This is going to enable the garage push. But we do have cold back towards CT spawn. So eventually they're going to get cut off by him. It's just a question of how many players, if any, he can kill. Little spam damage going each direction from Mini. Blame F making sure he doesn't die. cold not even going to be watching this closer, lower peak. He's only watching them to go up top. But that actually primes Kerrigan perfectly. What is this all about?
You can catch the late ones, and it's already when they've committed to the play as well.
But they don't know Kerrigan's already here.
Is he running?
Kerrigan's running down over the ramp.
He just died. Yeah. Oh my god.
And now cold got a shooting gallery because those two players were so convinced by Kerrigan that this was all clear. cold lets him go by. Will be tapped by Twist, and so is Poison. But there's only 5 seconds to spare here for Twist, and it would have to be a 1v5 off the top. Nobody believes, right? Frag grenade and S-Tag right there to finish. That is the 15th secured. They've done what they couldn't do on Dust. At least get 15 locked in.
And to think this could have been 2-0. Wow, okay, Kerrigan missed a few bullets. To be fair, he did get ahead of things. But yeah, it also just let everybody in. They just were so ready to commit. If they were able to choose, they wouldn't have just allowed the timing. Like, he wouldn't have wanted the timing to come, but it ended up working out so well for them.
Because Poison snaps that. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
I feel like here's the thing, is even if Kerrigan does catch Poison off guard, because cold wasn't able to find him, that's when cold would have peeked out regardless and still found those 2 kills on roof. So I do feel like Kerrigan getting away,
it's a weird one.
That big a deal. That's nice. Rain takes to the top of Red. Deletes Poison's head. Let's see if FaZe can run it back from the 15-4. Like you said, any dignity rounds are still a nice buffer. I can wait. I'm patient.
Got the ramp player down. It is... They can do pretty much anything, yeah. Going up into heaven makes a lot of sense. They got lots of time to send a lurk in, get some information back. Rotation's going to be hard for the CTs, especially when S-Tag can't protect the vent for them. That's all we need to see. That was a risk from Poison to play off the gap, yeah, especially when there's a potential for a boost there. So he did take a risk, and sometimes Poison takes risks that are just that make the difference. You know what I mean? So it's good that he's not scared, but he has to, you know, got to consider the DPR sometimes.
Rain didn't even give him a chance to snap up. Not quite a Kerrigan situation. Speaking of which, Kerrigan finding Esatag inside of the A site. All is good for FaZe Clan here in the 20th round. So at least a 5th, still 10 to go. But if they've earned anything so far this series, it's the benefit of the doubt.
We believe.
Well,
tentatively. I tell you what, if FaZe lose this map, I will stop believing that they can make giant comebacks this size.
All right.
All right.
So the nuke cancels out.
Yes.
And we go to Ancient.
Yes.
Clean slate.
Tabula rasa.
We watch these guys run it back. The buy is not perfect for Complexity, so there is a, you know, the window is ajar. Whoa.
Ah, what are you doing? That was expensive, but there was a chance. Thought that Molly would be respected.
Oh, we jump by. Blame F's gonna have to call that. Poison's gonna get aggressive and dies out to Brokey. Oh, Brokey gets both. coldzera was there to try and trade it. Not gonna happen. And Complexity at a man disadvantage with a save upcoming.
They can take this slower. They've got, yeah, the connection. Turnpike's clean. Get downstairs, and CT's already 3 upstairs. They're just probably going to sit in their positions. Maybe try to get those guns back outside of ramp. Twist will be on guard to protect them. FaZe take 1 step forward. No, it was Complexity who really struggled to close out on T side. That's where you could see that they got a little scared. It's just really nuts. They couldn't figure out just 1 round to get back into the game. But
especially to think like we could have very well have just cast a 16-7, 16-5.
That's true.
We were, and then the whole tail would be so different. But now this FaZe comeback on Dust 2, even if Complexity go on to win Ancient, right? We're talking hypotheticals here down the road. Assuming we get to Ancient. You never know. It's just going to be such a, you know, such a
drinking that FaZe berry.
Such a mark on this Complexity performance. We wanted to kind of praise them and reward them for being a step ahead and having a chance maybe versus NAVI if they win, but you let FaZe do the unthinkable. Don't you dare do it again.
Complexity, you're going to pause for a second. Just 1 clean round. I think in situations like this on CT side, it doesn't really call for you to be too aggressive in a spot like this early on. It's, in fact, like the more you save and stuff like that, the better your odds just like winning, because you know you'll have a full buy across the board. So it's fine to even lose 2 players in some of these rounds. Like just going all in for it doesn't really make sense since they just need a single round. So the scariest part for FaZe would be the fact that if they don't get all these kills in each round, that they're just going to constantly have to go up against guns.
Complexity half buy. So we've got 2 pistols still with 2 players still with pistols.
Yeah, that's still
Keep our eyes on that.
3 rifles, couple of well, they're down to what? 1 smoke here already.
Right. Very fast. Woo. And that smoke now gone. JKS has to put out the fire in case there was a commitment to the A site, which there could be, but with Rain downstairs and Olaf already in ramp. Oh, Kerrigan! Imagine. He is up at bat. 3 headshots from Kerrigan. Just single-handedly ripping apart that A site.
The absolute sickest part of the comeback on Dust 2, I think, it's got to been Kerrigan the entire time. The calling, I was talking about with Banks earlier in the green room. It's like when Kerrigan needs to do something, he just goes and does it. Like he's not even scared when he needs to take risks. He's just running out there. He's like, I need to get to a spot. I need to get a frag. I need to put myself in this spot. You need to come trade off me. I'm gonna go there first. I'll sacrifice. And then when he's hitting shots, that's when it's the scariest. Obviously, he's not like got the most insane KD, I mean, you know, career-wise, but he sets his team up.
That does not look like a 3K from somebody who is 7 and 16.
Yeah, that
was
true.
Sharp as hell. Ooh, he gets down.
No. Oh yeah, he just strafed a little bit hard to the right there. Try to compensate that. Oof, that could be a very important death.
Oh man,
it's early 5v4. No vent dive. They cross secret with one other player at least. They caused some of the same problems. Oh, they've opened decon. They've got 2 here, but cold, he's lurking on him.
Yeah, it lines him up. Oh, it's all gonna come crumbling down around them. All it took was complexity to get themselves back on guns.
I believe.
As clean. The lightning strike that came from Kerrigan when he swung open Squeaky the round prior. I just said, this doesn't look like a guy who's 7 and 16. And then he unfortunately misses his routing, doesn't go down the vent, and doesn't walk away with a 2-0 win. No, that's right. We need Ancient to separate these two teams. We've seen it before in this group, and we're going to see it again. After the break, we will find ourselves back in the jungles of Ancient.
I just came straight forward at you. Oh, you. Wait, what?
There's windows there?
Oh my gosh, wait, you die there? I couldn't see you, man. Oh my god. But what the? Dude, that came out of nowhere. That was so fast. It landed in front of me and bounced into me. That was crazy.
I'll take that one. Oh my god, I did the same.
Holy. Alright, alright. Karma.
God damn it.
I'm so scared of the...
Yeah, the boxes. I'm paranoid now.
Yeah. Oh, that was close.
God damn.
Oh my god. I couldn't see you, man. Oh my god. Oh, what the hell?
Dude, holy dude. You're on point.
This angle's insane.
This is brutal, bro.
Oh my.
Nice. These are the only ones I can get. I'll take that. Good job.
Oh my god. I knew it was coming, but I tried avoiding it, but I couldn't.
It's scary as
Oh!
They may have had a setback on Dust 2, but Complexity did not let that phase them coming on into Nuke. Complete control from beginning to end, Maniac. This is what we wanted to see, a complete bounce back from Complexity.
This was very dominant for Complexity. I posed a question of that repetition of a T side that could be potentially trouble and tricky. None of it.
Nah.
Absolutely none of it. FaZe were never able to string 2 rounds together on the CT side, which we know what it caused. It means financial disarray. They never really had money. They were always suffering, looking for oxygen, and Blame was just having a nice, time at the beach, having a good time.
My takeaway was just the level of frustration from the FaZe side of things too, especially in the context of watching that interview with Twist earlier today when he was talking, or he was trying to find a way to be very political about the fact that he thought their communication yesterday sucked. And today they had a bunch of miscues. I remember one specifically with Twist and Brokey at the lower bomb site. Brokey double flashing, blinding Twist, and they both get killed. And I think those kind of miscues, those are the kind of miscues, especially when it's already on your mind, as we could tell from Twist's interview, those are the ones that like snowball and just get worse and worse as you go on. And especially when you're getting spanked and shut down the way they did in the first half, it's tough to get out of that hole.
Yeah, and it's a real shame considering what we saw of them resurging on that Dust 2, the individuals really coming alive and then just going completely quiet again as we move into Nuke.
FaZe could never catch a break. They could never catch a break because Complexity had the 3 elements that you need to have the perfect T side. They had outside control to begin with. We never saw really FaZe, contest them and find any kills. They had the punish on ramp whenever they wanted to fake, and they had the quick inside push. When you have these 3 cards in your deck on Nuke T side, you're gonna have the time of your life. You can surprise the CT with any kind of take, any kind of timing, any kind of trick. And for FaZe, you could see they didn't really know what was happening. They were more often than not 1 second behind in terms of timing. They were reacting rather than being proactive. This was a beautiful game for Complexity.
Yeah, it really was. And I think, it's contrasted, listen, we have to just say it was a very poor game individually for FaZe players as well. Like some of those stats looked, okay, because they got some extra kills, during like the kind of garbage time, getting a few extra rounds there at the end.
Time.
Yeah, but there was, like late in that game, you're just looking at the scoreboard and it was like Twist 3 kills, Kerrigan 4 kills. I think Olaf was at like 7 kills. Like they just weren't producing anything. And I even mentioned it to you in the green room. It feels like with this FaZe team and this FaZe lineup, you just have to live with the fact that you're going to get games like that once in a while.
It's just going to happen. I don't understand why. Like I just don't understand why you cannot have just like a minimum level that you're gonna hit, even if everything goes to hell. You're just going to have it.
And I think that's the extra frustrating thing when we're looking on the side of FaZe, because we were really setting up this group as going, we have a lot of questions about them. Hopefully we're going to get some of them answered here. And then we see performances like this, and it's like you just can't rely on that consistency from them.
Yeah, maps like these force me to rethink the whole, that project and how they look when they're having a hard time, because to me that's a very key element of how I rate a team and how I assess a team is how low the lows look like. And that is defining for me as a team.
Yeah.
And the problem for FaZe is that you have a CT side that looks completely bleak, and we're moving on to Ancient, and I have no idea what to expect. Where are they mentally? We have seen that Complexity bounce back from Dust 2. That is quite clear. Where is FaZe going to be now moving into the 3rd map?
Well, before we move on to that 3rd and final decider map of Ancient, we're going to take a look at Complexity's T-side a little bit more in detail. Because there was a lot of breadth in terms of what they were showing in terms of the offense.
We can have an idea as to what FaZe was going through.
Let's look at the good stuff.
That's a good time, right? Look at this. Look at this execute from Complexity coming on towards the A bomb side. But joke on you, that's a fake. We see 2 Molotovs, 2 flashes, and here, Olaf, he took the bait completely. He's completely out of position. He tries to come back, and this is where mistakes happen. I don't exactly know what he's trying to do with that flash. That would have done nothing, accomplished nothing. He gets found, and here once more, I'm talking about timing. Rain is trying to get the peak, trying to get the edge on that Molotov. He gets found, and that is it. In about 20 seconds, you have 2 kills. The round is over.
Yeah, and there's also an extra mistake from Olaf Meister with the Molotov he throws. He bounces it too hard off the wall, and it actually leaves a bit of a gap that JKS is able to run around and take no damage. If that Molotov's correctly placed or placed a little bit differently, if you want to run through that Molotov, you're taking, what, like 50, 60 damage, something like that, and then you're taking a fight on the other side of it. So, yeah, small mistake on that one, big mistake on the rotation.
Yeah, and in terms of the individual performances from the side of Complexity, I think we've got to put S-Attack under the microscope once again. We were discussing him coming into this series, just saying, we might have overlooked him as a player because we're seeing such a big name in coL coming into the server. S-Attack's really putting up some solid numbers.
He keeps delivering. Even in a department of the game that I personally would not have thought about. If you told me S-Tag will be a CT multi-kill player, I'd say, yeah, I can see it. I've seen him beat a turret on certain positions, but when you see the work and the space he's taking on the T side, that to me is the real surprise. That is the real clue value I didn't really expect from S-Attack. This ability to make the difference as you kind of lead the charge in a certain way and have these multi-kills as you're entering, that creates so much space for Blame. It's really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, again, it just goes to everything we've said. He's just rock solid. This guy is playing super, super well. A very critical piece of this Complexity lineup. lineup. And yeah, he's part of the reason that FaZe just got put in the bin here on Nuke. So yeah, this is all wonderful from STAG.
Yeah, some really, really solid looks from him on this second map. Of course, we are moving on to the third and final decider of Ancient. That is going to be a very exciting one indeed, not least because we've seen both of these teams going toe-to-toe on it before, and it was such a nail-biter of a match.
Look, the context of that game, obviously, as you say, which was a banger, was obviously broky had a maestro performance. A maestro performance, we're talking 33 kills. He did his absolute very best. The rest of the squad was a little bit more quiet. That's when we started the whole Kerrigan, Olofmeister, conversation. They had 25 kills combined when broky's at 33, so it was quite hard. The problem for FaZe began when Complexity smacked the hell out of NAVI. That is where the problem begins, because now you have Complexity who just erected a wall, an absolute wall against NAVI, destroying them 16-4, which kind of makes me, I'm not really feeling good right now with my prediction. Maybe things gonna go south.
And also just like the way you look at it, if you just break it down to the individual level as well, those Complexity players look like they're way more on point than the FaZe players, and especially even on the map they lost, even on Dust 2, it seemed like they were kind of up there as well. So if you have confidence in anyone, it's going to be Complexity coming into this, and we've already touched upon the multiple struggles, the love-hate relationship that FaZe has with his map for whatever reason. So even when they don't pick it, they still got to go through it.
I think that's the important thing as well to note. The Complexity let it go to this too. Like, that's pretty crazy. And of course, they are playing for a spot at the full finals as well, with so much on the line. There is so much pressure for both of these teams. Both are really hungry to be returned to that LAN and in front of a crowd as well.
And it would be quite the accomplishment. It would be an absolute accomplishment for Complexity with this star-studded group that we had. Remember, they started here with OG, NAVI, FaZe, Complexity. For them to be able to make it to the full finals, pushing FaZe to the bin, as Jason would say, it would be quite grand. They come in here with coL, they just plug him in as the 5th player, the mercenary, and it's just working out, and they could make their way to the LAN finals.
And of course, the winner of this will be going up against NAVI later on today, and we've got Simple with a few thoughts of this match.
Say you have to face Complexity or FaZe. Is there a team you'd rather face? Is there one that there's maybe a better one that you'll have an easier win against?
I would rather face FaZe Clan, because we didn't play against them yet, and we want to beat every team in this group.
The confidence I aspire to have one day. Like, yeah, let's just smack everybody in the competition.
What did I not beat yet?
I know. Yeah, I want them. It's great. I love this persona that he's building up around himself.
I choose you.
Yeah.
I want to play against you.
And when we're talking about confidence, obviously we've still got this matchup at hand between Complexity and FaZe. Who do you think we're kind of favouring coming into this third and final decider map, considering it was so close last time and it was Complexity pushing over the line?
I'm taking Complexity in this one. I think just they looked better throughout this group. I think FaZe still, even in some of the matches that they've won, even in some of the maps they've won, I think there's still questions that haven't been answered and questions that are just left up in the air. And certainly the frustration that we just saw from them on Nuke, I think it's going to be tough to overcome.
I have STAG in mind. I have STAG in mind for Complexity. This 2.01 rating here against NAVI. He was making so much work over on the B side. Remember, on the CT side, he was pushing towards Banana, making the difference, being aggressive. If he does that again against FaZe, that's it.
Well, it is one map apiece in this series, and we are going to the third and final deciding ground of Ancient. Both teams will be fighting tooth and nail to be clawing their way to LAN glory, and it's going to be coming up after this.
There's only one place for this one to finish, and that is in the muddy grounds of Ancient. Complexity going to be the Betway favorites for this one, and I think that's fair. Obviously already having a victory over top of FaZe on this very, very map just days ago. Can they do it again? That's the question.
Yeah, and the scary part for FaZe is that they got better as the map went on, and it feels like now we continue into a way more confident Complexity now that they pulled the win out, plus they were responsible for the comeback. But let's see if they still have the magic. At least in this series, FaZe have shown them that they should be afraid, even if Complexity showed them that the other day as well. So this is for everything. This is to get into the LAN. This is the third and final map of the series, and the pressure could not be higher. The pressure could not be higher right now.
Oh, I feel like I was a scuba diver for a second.
I thought I had bubble guts.
What the heck? A site's completely clear for the taking, so JKS bomb plant with ease. 5v5 retake. We've got a smoke and a kid on Kerrigan. Not to mention opening kill. He's not alone back here in the depths of the temple. coldzera dives out to Rain right thereafter because they get that pinch in from Donut. It's back and forth so far, but it's a 3v2 for FaZe. Now it all falls to Esatag. Not so easy. Gets tagged down as FaZe Clan win another pistol.
Yeah, this worked their way in like really hard. There's a lot of shots there. It's fine the way they fought, I think, from those positions. Obviously delaying could have been huge, but there's still a kid on Brokey, so they had to absolutely get the frags. They couldn't contribute. So I think in the first time around it was FaZe. The second half was CT side, and the real weak point was Olaf, who just had an off day. I don't think he was bad at the map or anything like that. The sprays weren't there, you know. That's a write-off. So I'm not expecting that again, which means I wonder if Complexity are going to try to employ some of the same tactics. Now, what was cool about that was their T side was very brave. They did a lot of stuff at different tempos, as well as some fast stuff. And here is an example of that. This is a cool round to do a fast mid because they know there's no op on the board, and they're trying to utilize this just 2 AK play to get some fast map control.
Rain's already trying to carve out a piece of the B ramp for himself. It's Rain and Olaf that we've seen synergize towards the B site. Sometimes it's Twist to support, sometimes it's Brokey. But they move through the candles. Identifying the red room as clear. MP9 up close does damage, but the 2 kills go the way of Complexity. And they could very well rob one back, but look at the HP here for Blame. Yeah, that just gets swept away, and coldzera's creep through smoke also canceled. FaZe survived with 3, 2 rifles included, and that's the force up from Complexity falling flat.
Yeah. So they got that quick mid-control with that AK, swinging out, a couple of light nades, and that was fine, but that's all they got. You can't plan it mid. It's just a route to be able to find some lurk frags. Nice spots to go to. And that's also what can make Complexity's T-side really potent on this map. It's so favorable towards lurkers. There's so many opportunities and options. And the map feels very small in terms of rotation, so there's a lot of ways to just get timing. But for the meantime, FaZe Clan, well, should have another freebie. Yeah, they also figured out specific nade protocols towards the end of that to make sure they could get Rain out of Jaguar maze fossils. Okay. As easily as possible. And that wasn't really counterable. So if they try to do that in the next round, I wonder what FaZe will do in response. Are they going to... How Rain will try to fight. Cheetah.
Jaguar. I like the idea of calling it Arch, because it's also leading to an archeolol.
You get paid to speak, son?
Archeolol.
Archeolol.
Archaeology. There.
Archaeological?
Archaeological.
Okay.
The start of that word, obviously, arch.
Archie.
So it all works out. These pistols are the slowest pistols I've ever seen. They're going to have 25 seconds to maybe get a bomb plant, but how do you get across Rain? You've got no flash. You've got no smoke. You've got just your bodies. And they'll move those bodies to the beat of Rain's AK. 3 down thanks to him, and he clears out the other as well. So, nice 4-piece for Rain. Easy anti-eco, all 1 magazine of the AK, unarmored pistols, nothing to talk about, forget about it, go. 3-0, the start for FaZe.
What do you think is going to happen with the Rain interaction there at Arky?
I think that Rain will continue to be aggressive through the arch.
Okay.
I think he's going to be trying to flex all those little dirty rat angles that he knows, the little gaps in all the wood.
What if they molly him, I mean?
I like to see him tuck. I like when the CTs stay in that room. I like when they fight for it tooth and nail.
Okay.
Because I feel like the weaknesses that we had seen, not in the most recent example of FaZe versus OG, but when they played Complexity the last time, it was always Olaf kind of getting bullied in the back of this B site. And if you're up in those rooms, if you're doubled up inside of caves, then I think that they decrease the likelihood of Olaf being a liability. So that's what I want. Personally.
Sitting way back right now. Maybe fearing this, because it was near the end of that half, it was like a lot of this, so they clear it out. Now Rain almost always was sitting on the right side. That's something that'll, you know, change as time goes on as well. You can see the, you know, the vibrating piece here with Rain just kind of crack spotting is the weakest part that the other players are really hoping can stay alive so they can focus on long. And that's what makes this area so important to try to take over. But the T's will soon leave. And now walk right into Brokey. Powerful angle. Oh man, looks for 2.
That's what he does.
That's yeah, Brokey is Mr. 2K. And that just opens up Rain for his play.
Yeah, he pushes through arch, flanks over, and it is Essetag down for the count. So Rain can't even get his kill. Olaf's on the secondary op, and that's going to tag up Poison to a 15 HP. It's measly. It should be absolutely nothing unless...
They actually can plant from this now.
They're going for it. Poison gives the cover. Bomb does get dropped. There's no time for the plant now. Poison simply needs kills. And the second CT shouldn't need to face, but Rain comes out wide just to secure the frag, and a 4th one for FaZe. For a second, it looked like Poison had all of it covered, but he just wasn't fast enough to turn back over towards Donut.
Yeah, they almost tossed it with Kerrigan just flashing through that smoke needlessly. They had good Donut control. They could have stopped that plan no matter what, but they were already in a really, really good spot. So, you know, not surprised to see them also just win at the end of the day. I remember really Shiro started playing Donut a ton with the op and just abusing those angles from both sides. Brokey is just such a threat, though.
Rock solid defense thus far.
Yeah.
That was a pretty slow one for their first gun round. You know, they were given a lot of respect in middle, a lot of space to play with.
They worked so hard to just focus on this area. He's the doorman.
And he's judging your clothing. You're not nearly cool enough to come through. You ever been turned away from a club?
Tried to wear flip-flops once.
Of course you did.
I just wanted to party.
Another quiet one.
So peaceful.
This is my favorite thing about Ancient, is that when it is entirely quiet, there's just birds chirping.
So many sounds.
Like they're just not, you know, they're not interrupted or bothered by the fact that there is warfare all around them. We're big chillin'. Hanging in the Amazon. A redirection, maybe? I mean, it's so little to work with, that single smoke still for coldzera, but sure enough, they do use this as an exit opportunity to move over towards the A site. Why? Because coldzera has slipped through, and that turns out to be a perfect pinch. He just walked all the way through the CT spawn, and that's going to cost them. Essetag gets his hands on the AUG, goes for the spray, dies to Rain, but Poison's tucked into green. And he loses his fight versus Rain, in fact. Olaf towards middle, recovers versus JKS, and what could have been is about to fall. Unless coldzera, who started it all, can also manage to close it. He just saw that shoulder peek. He's ready for the all the way. Rain's down. It's on Olaf. cold misses the follow-up shot, but time is becoming an issue. And Olaf, just in the nick of time, jumps on bomb for the defuse. A 5th round win for FaZe, but that's going to have them kind of scattered. There's no way they expected cold to hit them.
That was actually beautiful from Olaf in that 1v1 to come around that side of the box. He missed that. That was the one gamble. He missed that. Definitely cold is going to be able to like delay long enough. That's crazy. Yeah, they toss this one. Rain, beautiful work on the second frag. Just being so careful here. Get the shots off. This is just so important that he plays this perfectly. Takes the stress off, then the lurk at mid. Everyone starts making mistakes. That you don't want to give away. That was such an easy round to win.
The first time Brokey turned and saw cold, he looked away as if like that was his teammate.
Right.
In his mind, it was impossible. He's like, Twist, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
Nope.
11 rounds away from LAN are the FaZe clan.
On fire as fast as they can be, and a double op setup immediately out of them here for the 6th. Again, Olaf and Brokey tasked with the big greens. Where are they? One back on B with Olaf, and the other, of course, Brokey doing what he does, playing inside his key spots. Kerrigan could be the linchpin. Or the door hinge that serves as a wide swing towards mid. Complexity playing with grenades. Kerrigan heard that audio cue, goes for the aggressive peek, gets one, is done, and Twist's tagged slightly. Smokes all over the place in middle, but FaZe will concede. Give up a little room for Complexity as they start working through Jaguar. We've got a player tucked up close once they push through Little Arch. He's ready for it. Olaf hits Essa tag and immediately repositions himself to try and hold back a push on ramp. Smoke from Rain, perfect timing, but he gets killed as he tries to retreat. Olaf pounds a shot through smoke and drops poison, turns his attention for the 3rd, and this secondary op from Olaf delivers. cold 1v3. And he's going to be caught between 2 ops, but he taps into the face of the first one, knows Olaf's pinned in, but Olaf needs not an escape plan because he holds his damn ground.
That was vintage. That is what we like to see from Olaf. Had so much struggles last time they played it. Look how quick he looks. Look how aware he is every single duel. That refrag necessary after they punished Rain, put that smoke down. Yes, it delayed, but once he was dead, they were going to come through right away. Had to do something.
Remember what I said about Rain being pushed inside of cave so that Olaf can be closer to him? That to me is a prime example of it. Olaf looked way less comfortable just giving up space when he was trying to hide on that back lane. I think that back lane, the deep quad, it can be a booby trap sometimes. False sense of confidence, just like this push from Complexity. They thought they had a chance? Absolutely not. Shut down on the offensive.
Yeah, Kerrigan's another good read on the setup.
Wow, the boost was perfectly timed for Kerrigan.
With Brokey there as well. No emphasis towards mid on this one. Definitely one thing that's been consistent is that, I would say you can always feel it when Kerrigan's out calling someone, especially on these CT reads.
Remember, it was Blame's choice to take this to Ancient.
Yeah.
His decision for the 3rd map.
I can see it too. Their CT side might be good. Their T side though, they've got to meet a quota, and FaZe fixed so much stuff.
Damn, that was a slaughter.
You can even argue that they didn't necessarily have to fix much because they were already on the right path, but just had the hope Rain has a good game because he got such an important spot, and he's been very good on the map. There's really individual stuff for FaZe Clan on this map because Brokey's the only player who has a 1.15 rating. Everyone, the next highest is Twist at like 1.03 on Ancient. So, but that's I think that story is going to change. That story seems like it's going to change. This will become a very core map for FaZe Clan if they can keep looking this good. Fight me.
Ooh. Done. FaZe continue their fire, 7 in a row. And honestly, this looked like an eco with that first push.
Seriously, yeah.
They got melted so fast.
Those A rushes are so sketchy because if they have a setup like that, there's not really any counter. Like you just do get destroyed. The CT angles are so strong. Like the op on the back of the site is so strong. And I don't know if they flashed.
I didn't see any discomfort.
I don't know where their flash
If there was any flashbangs, they weren't dealing with Kerrigan up on the boost.
Yeah. like Kerrigan
Nothing
just
in
has
front of
open
them.
lines here. So I don't know if they just contacted. The other thing is that you're always, if you're rushing through A like this, you can be heard from Donut. So you don't know that as well. So it's a very, very big risk to do full rushes in this way. In such a fashion.
Now Complexity going to have to deal with the burden of pistols.
What if it's a 16-0?
Why'd you say it out loud? You've ruined it all. Thanks, Launders. Same tempo, different direction. Already clearing out the corners of Jaguar, Rain. We saw him in this spot drop a smoke late and then get caught as he tried to walk back. Whatever they do, do not offer a rifle to these players. Don't get within that lethal range of pistols. Stay back, relax, stay a while. Money. Great grenade. Gonna soften up Poison here at the base of B. Brokey has seen nothing, and he has intently been holding top mid. So I feel as though FaZe should have an expectant sharpness. They know exactly what's coming.
Just about smoking the ramp, playing in front of the smokes. Yeah, perfect counter. Not enough utility for the T's to re-exact, so this will be a little bit awkward. Oh, excuse me, they have 3 more smokes. My mistake. It's just the flashbangs they're out of.
Yeah, another volley of utility over the top, and then the commitment. That's what we're going to get. Of course, at this point, Complexity have no clue whether bottom mid has been pushed, and you are starting to watch Kerrigan move forward into Donut. Little underhand flash, AK peek, gonna confirm that numbers are moving in, but yeah, they gotta get this ramp kill, and now they can all just turn their attention back. It's Twists to get 2 assists, and Olaf with a frag. Rain comes off of the pillar, and Twists finds the lineup through that smoke grenade, leaving Blame in a clutch that's just not possible. I like the hecticness that they created. I like the anticipation there as well from FaZe for more of a ramp focus.
Yeah.
You know, just allow Olaf in the backside and Twist to go for the crossfire. Those guys will crunch the door, and you can just go straight on ramp with the pillar man.
Yeah, and Rain didn't commit to that angle. That could be very weird. You know, so many people can swing at the same time. That was so nice how he just moved into the front of the pillar, could take over the ramp, and Olaf could just watch his exit.
I feel like it's of the utmost importance to just like never die in there. If you can get out, get out. If you can escape, prioritize it, because dying in there offers a gun over into a post plant. So if they flood past you, it'd be a dangerous game. But Rain pushing through Arch. Olaf looking to join him. And if they clear out all the corners, they will certainly catch coldzera. But do they catch his head or his hands?
That was smart. They made a fast step with Rain, and Olaf just walked up the entire time.
Make sure his attention's turned in the wrong direction. No boost close this time from Kerrigan. So A-Site could be the intended target. Esatag continuing his walk through T-spawn once he joins the bomb carrier and Poison. It's looking like an all-in on A. 8-0. Need I remind you.
Always scary to come through with the A hits again. No donut control, and no smoke on donut either. And Brokey's still alive, and they have this angle to work with afterwards. So even though he's dead, Kerrigan, he comes really far out.
Yeah, Esatag.
Well,
playing it sharp. 25 seconds. Twist able to get Esatag and then tuck back in. Now they've got the crossfire on site. Poison, not ideal. His hands busy, and so Rain comes out wide. It's Blame F on for the clutch, but he's already been tagged up and dealt with pretty swiftly. You can execute all you want. You can find those opening kills. You can plant the bomb, but I mean, FaZe Clan have protocols, and FaZe Clan have retake potential.
Yes, yes, and they had 2 players coming out of Donut. That was just a losing round. They had, they had Kerrigan who could die, and then they still had Twist behind him in Donut. Then they had Brokey in the strong spot. Yeah, they find the trades here, but look at that. Even when they find these 2 entries, it's still a losing round because
it's so difficult.
They don't have sites. They don't have Donut smoked. Yeah, yeah, and when the bomb plant zone gets opened up, they only will need like 1 less smoke, I think. People coming out for A hits. But to be honest, until then, I mean, I feel like there should be a little bit less emphasis on them. Just, especially with Brokey alive on A. Like, he's seriously like one of the best A offers at the moment.
Yep.
I guess it's kind of hard to figure out how to make the opera rotate on this map. That would be one of the. Oh wow, that was meaty. So it's kind of hard to make Brokey go to a position. I feel like out of spawn. As both sites are so rifleable. I don't really know if they've kind of figured an answer to force operators to rotate in certain spots.
They tried to put out the fire, but Rain will be hunted down by Esatag.
This is where complexity get on the board.
Could very well be. Sitting down at the bottom of mid box this entire time. Kerrigan just saw it, hits the headshot, can't fall back fast enough, however. Ooh, but there's Twists with a kill of his own. We're right back to the even game. Twist continuing to fight. This is such a difficult one for me because the nature of the elevated ramp means it's like always a headshot angle.
Yeah. It's
little tiny, minute.
It's whoever plays aim maps, literally.
Yeah. Ali should be the god.
This is interesting. Oh man, this is another situation they don't have donut. The CTs don't really have to peek right now. It's the Ts don't have a smoke to plant. So they've got to take a risk here. Fighting right now makes the most sense. Yeah, they drop it. 25 seconds.
Brokey walks away, and Olaf's just looking to do the exact same thing a second time with Brokey here to help him. Fake plant, don't bite. Blame F, low HP, goes down. That's 10 consecutive rounds coming out of FaZe. You can get on the site all you want, but these bomb plants have felt impossible. And even when the bomb plants are there, the retakes are just as hot.
Yeah.
Twists, I think, really key kills coming in from top middle, not letting those players close the gap to the A site without a cost. That's how they recovered.
Just like the right amount of pressure. Made it feel like he was going to keep fighting, but didn't. He disengaged.
Didn't overface.
Yeah. Dude, and that's just played perfectly here by FaZe. They have the advantage consistently as long as the bomb's not down, and they still are showing up in the CT angle and as well as the temple angles, and that's all they had to do. Who is talking? Who is talking? No, but nobody's talking. Oh.
Peacemaker.
Oh no, it looks like no. Peace wasn't saying anything. Only cold.
Nobody at all.
Oh, cold. I think he was. Just it was like a little bit of like under the. He's got the Mario stash like you. Can't really see it that much.
You gotta get real close.
Yeah.
But don't touch.
Whoa, Olaf, 139 ADR. Wow, such a different Olaf.
Drain the spawn.
Drain the spawn.
Drain the spawn. coldzera, raid boss AK, very quickly moving past Arch to the top of mid.
I heard so many people run by.
They should put Kerrigan on high alert, but
he actually threw no nades as well, so they don't even expect it.
Rain will cut off coldzera, so that's the AK dropped. Esatag with the picked up AUG.
That was bold.
Brokey running risks, but he does as he pleases because he is the high priest of this temple. This is his spot, and he does what he wants.
Prayers won't save you. Not from Brokey in this position. I don't know how he manages to do it. But he just he built that thing. He built the temple. He knows every possible outcome. Look at I mean, that first cross back after he gets the kill and sees one in Donut is like so audacious. And then he takes a favorable duel versus Long and then goes back to Donut as well. I told you the 16-0 is coming.
I can feel it. 11-4 best case scenario for complexity. Oh, on the mark. Jeez. Pull. Here's Brokey.
He hit him for one.
Just a warning.
He's lit.
I'll kill you when I choose to.
You're funny. I kill you last.
You got to always leave one survivor so that they can tell the horror stories. That's the rule. Esatag's inside of the donut, but where do you go from here? What's the play?
They're about to get Boston creamed. Sorry.
I'm more of a maple glaze myself. Smoke over top. Kerrigan activates. And, like, why would he be there? How many times are you going to walk into A main and find somebody in that position? Kerrigan, just differentiating round from round, all these different spots, and it is a slaughter.
How close was this? Oh, right in his face.
Donk.
That was a good pick location for Poison the last time they played.
Yeah, right? That was what I was talking about, where Olaf was getting caught on the back line.
Yeah.
Died multiple times to Poison Sniper, but...
Quality nade targeted there.
12-0. Your eyes do not deceive you. This is FaZe with a masterclass on Ancient. What a turnaround. Kerrigan suckering Blame F into bringing the series to this map. Oh, and Olaf. You know, if we're talking about improvements in terms of tactics, he's just been sharp. And he had a dud of a series when they last met on this map. However, coldzera hands on an AK. Olaf could offer his back if he's not too cautious. It's right there. Woo. He tries to turn it on JKS. Down goes cold. He's got the pistol out, and Kerrigan with the flank. The sneak attack from Jaguar stalked his prey like a gazelle.
Imagine doubting FaZe Clan. Look at Olaf. He's looking so good right now.
This is crazy.
Increase the gears. He's flying around. He's floating. He's the butterfly. He's aware. He's prescient. He's had the spice mixture. He can see the future. He knows where the duels go down. Now you can't go B. Where do you can't go A. You can't go B. Can't go mid.
Where are you supposed to go?
Go home.
Go to the showdown. As FaZe Clan look to lock in their spot at the Royal Arena. And what a way to do it, assuming they can close this. To me, it's all about the impact of this 15-0. Finish off the half. 2 more to go. coldzera chipped away thanks to the frag grenade of Rain. Rain is one of my favorite players to watch right now when it comes to like this forward Jaguar arch play. He's got all the gimmick angles. He's got all these nice banked utilities that land in all the corners close to him. He's got strategies that tether nicely with the ramp push, like you said, with the fast step so that Olaf could swing out. It's just, he feels comfortable. And if you go to the other side of the map, you're met by this kid. Brokey knows no bounds.
Behind one door is the High Priest. Behind the other is the Architect. And you can't plant in mid.
coldzera has the entire team rotate around through spawn, of which you have to walk, because drain the spawn.
Drain the spawn. This is also, yeah, this will show off how good Rain is, I think, because he can come to this spot. So strong on this angle. Full execs coming. Rotations are nice here. It's a lot faster here for FaZe.
Timing.
Yeah, he comes through with that timing. They got the info, though, off Kerrigan. Oh, beautiful from Brokey. Now you got Brokey and Rain on the same side.
You have no chance.
What are you going to do?
Just lose. Give up a 14th consecutive round. They won't even get a kill at this point. 5 seconds to spare. coldzera had his whole team tethered, walked it all around, and this is 1 away from the flawless 15.
Crazy that you can't even be excited about a match this big for yourself anymore. When it's for LAN, you win this map, you go to LAN, but it's so far from it's just done. It's already done. There's no way for Complexity to get back into this. They want all they want is a dignity round. All they want is a dignity round. Brutal.
I'm stunned.
Brutal. This is...
And I can't imagine how gut-wrenching this is for Complexity.
Yeah.
This could have been such an easy 2-0.
Easy 2-0. Oh, okay.
Kerrigan, he's going to get split from 2 directions, but he extends right into the first one. Poison will catch him, but this is Brokey doing what he does. Tagged up through smoke. He knows a player may have crossed. Fire at his feet. He falls back on 17 HP. Twists already into the engagement. Up close his ball. no! Headshots popping inside the site. coldzera, he comes from the opposite side of the map, and that it is it. 15-0, 1 away from Blast Fall Finals, and sending Complexity to the showdown yet again. We are that close.
It's Ren from FaZe. Today I'm playing CSGO Screenshot versus my old teammate Nico, and we'll see how I do. I don't know how my chances are here, but hopefully they're better than his. Nuke.
This is Nuke.
This is coming down as T.
I'll say it's a decon, it's like the right side.
I'm pretty sure it's coming down secret on the right side.
Maybe I'll... No, okay, no, okay. No, it's when you go down secret to the right.
Yes. Alright.
I figured it out in the end.
This is Dust 2.
This is Dust to the T-spawn.
This is on long. Long Dust 2.
Ah, it's on short. Ah. Okay, I was so confident it's T-base. I don't know why.
No. Okay, yeah, that's why I've seen it so many times. Okay. I think I even have some lineups with this sign. It's like a walk lineup, so.
It's only one. On Inferno, I think we have 2 of those. Mailbox.
Okay, I feel like I've seen this, maybe?
I'm trying to think if there's any mailbox on other maps. Not on Dust 2. Not on Mirage.
I'm gonna go ahead and say Inferno.
I'll just say Inferno Banana. I don't know. I cannot think of anything.
But second mid, I have no idea. I actually don't remember where this box is. Okay, it's there, okay. Because there's one, maybe it's a green one in second mid you line up smokes with. That's the only thing I remember.
Okay. I knew it was 2, I thought they were connected, so that's why I wasn't sure if it was Banana. This is a Mirage, but... not very exactly. I always shoot this, I know that, but...
That is Dust 2.
Pushing mid. 2 guys mid! One more. Then one mid.
It's Kerrigan.
Fill the bomb.
Rookie's playing A.
East house.
Trying to pass.
Coming.
Yeah, I'm trying to come A. Where do you want me to go?
Have donut. On main.
And one on left side.
I'm close house.
Running low. You can walk donut.
Clear.
You guys take the bomb here. 5 in.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do, what's my 2 on, long or short?
You're gonna pick it up or no?
Yeah, I'm
gonna pick now.
You're gonna have 3 rifles on B now.
I am flashing. 3, 2, 1.
I'm backing. Nice.
What?
I'm peeking donut.
One window. Flashing. We hit him.
Nice. One more there. Okay. Flash him short. Running up.
Cave.
I'm gonna press
Pillar maybe now.
Wait.
Okay, he's pillar. He's cubby now.
I'm holding maze for you.
I'm holding window flank, or holding the fallback A.
Maze.
Yeah,
maze.
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 I'm flanking maze.
Nice.
Good job. Nice job, Sole, man.
Good job.
A lot of chickens in that.
Both teams comms there.
Getting it all wrapped up. That's the goal here for FaZe. The coveted 16-0, the golden ticket to the Blast Fall Finals. I mean, if they do this, if this is how they qualify, then surely we roll out the red carpet. 1 pistol round separates them from all the guts and glory. And of course, Rain has a deagle.
Okay.
Of course, Rain had a deagle.
Nice, sweet prince. And now the round begins.
At a man disadvantage.
They're coming up. Exec is here.
Come on.
Plant will be good.
Everybody wants it. It's gonna have to be the retake. Already the flash goes high. Olaf, his hands on the deeg, hits Poison, and there's no way that Olaf is gonna be the champion of this pistol, right? He gets an assist on the kill that Brokey secures. Brokey just trying to play the pillar, hits the gush onto coldzera. That's 1 HP for him to try and keep this one rolling with the hopes, the dreams, the respect that Complexity are about to lose if they can't defuse. And there it is, the coveted 16-0. The defenders of the Royal Arena, the returning champions, have secured their spot. They will join us here in Copenhagen. And we've got Complexity sent down, relegated to the showdown.
Never fun to get 16-0'd, but it is fun for everyone else. That's a win. That's in style, and that represents what that game looked like. And that's after FaZe survived a 14-7 and 2-0
Think about
this series.
Think about what FaZe just did. Think about how they did that. The 2 maps they pick up. A 14-7, 9-round streak comeback, and a 16-0 to close. Get smoked.
Yeah.
Bunch of suckers.
See it land now.
Tough pill to swallow for Complexity, but considering this is a team that came in with a fresh roster and a stand-in, I'd still say it's a stellar showing, but a tough ending for the boys on Complexity. We hand this one over to Freya on the desk, and that's that. Congratulations, FaZe. You've made it.
Destruction, domination, and absolute masterclass there from FaZe. They catapult themselves straight to the Royal Arena with a flawless performance on Ancient, and what a way to do it, Jason. I cannot believe that last scoreline.
No, that's pretty wild. Yeah, you don't see those every day. And the beautiful thing about it is you get to avoid those T sides that we've been so worried about, that we've seen be so up and down in their history on Ancient. Yeah, I don't really have a whole lot of words. Look, CT side for FaZe, they were 13-2 in opening duels. They started 13 rounds out with a man advantage, and that's a hard thing to play against if you're Complexity.
I mean, you say up and down. The fact that we've seen this up and down journey, not just in series, but throughout maps in a series. It's just insane they can bounce back from such a tough showing on Nuke and then come in 16-0 their opponent.
If only I could understand. If only I could crack that one and tell you why we can see FaZe have such a deviation. I feel like we could resolve all the issues in the world just like that. That would be the one. That'd be the one mystery to crack. Look, when you have Olaf Meister rolling back the years the way he did on that B side, when you have Rain playing the way he's playing, when you have Brokey flicking AWPs left, right, front, center, back, behind, 360, no scope, monitor on, monitor off, what can go wrong for you? What can go wrong? I mean, this was the perfect game, and it ends in the perfect way with this pistol clutch that we are seeing here. We see Brokey just playing nicely, timely, just jiggle peeking left, right, a little bit of the goosh. He's waiting. We're all sitting at the desk saying, don't peek, don't peek, don't peek. and he doesn't. And he just stays alive for the longest time possible here. When he falls that 16-0, you just have nothing to do but to appreciate the show.
You should have been a caster. You missed your calling.
You know what? I try to do these times when we have these replays. Yeah. I try to have some fun, try and be a little bit funky with it.
Yeah, well,
I mean, we definitely got to see them having a flawless T side finally as well. I mean, one round, so that's something to add to their belt.
Yeah, it's great. It makes things much easier. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, like it is kind of crazy. Like Olaf does have these games once in a while. I've been on the losing end of one of those as well. So you know, he does for whatever reason just pick a map here and there and return to some crazy form. This was huge from him, and Complexity just couldn't get started anywhere. I almost feel bad for Complexity because overall this is a great group stage run considering all the conditions they're under. But getting 16-0'd and eliminated as the last map is going to be really painful. But if you can get past it, then you can start to look at some of the positives that you've had here all week.
Yeah, there have definitely been positives for Complexity. Obviously, this one map, look, there is nothing to save them. There's absolutely nothing to save them on that map. Let's just put it on the side for a second. This was a great run for Complexity. Nevertheless, they came in here with coL. They what 12 days of practice or something, I think is the number we heard. So they had limited amount of practice. I think they have shown us greatness. Some of the players have impressed us. Obviously, Esetag is the first name we have to mention. He played great. Okay, that right here was an elation. But still, Complexity surprised me in a good way in this group stage.
Yeah, they did for me as well. I just want to touch on the Ancient thing one last time because I want to give we have to give props over to Kerrigan because that's kind of how we opened up this series talking about the map veto, especially you know what you expect out of Kerrigan as an in-game leader with all of the experience that he's had over the years. Coming up with great game plans, coming up with great ability to read your opponents, you know, being able to look into your opponents and find solutions to problems that are presented there. That's his bread and butter. And at least here today on Ancient, he delivered in a big way.
And Complexity actually chose to go to the Ancient.
Yeah.
They had Mirage. Mirage
they had the opportunity.
Wide there, the known territory, the map that you've played so many times.
But can you blame them? They beat FaZe on it earlier, and then they dumpstered NAVI afterwards. Like, you got to feel confident on the map after that. Like, you, especially as a new team, like you're playing to your own confidence and your own strengths, right? Maybe they haven't worked on Mirage a whole lot. Maybe they don't feel like they don't have enough experience on it. Maybe there's some things in practice that haven't felt good for them. So I find it hard to fault the map pick, even though there's the obvious landmine of playing the same team twice on.
Yeah, I don't think anybody expects to get 16-0'd on the third and final map. Of course, that does mean that FaZe are through to the full finals, and we're going to get a chance to check in with Rain after that incredible showing. First of all, huge congratulations on qualifying.
Thank you, thank you.
Can you just put a few words? We are absolutely mind-boggled on the desk how you managed to pull off that 16-0 on Ancient after getting, you know, the overtime victory that Complexity submitted you to earlier on in the tournament. Can you just tell me what you adapted going into that? What was it like in that game?
I think the past Ancient we played against them, we didn't really play to our standards on the map. We've had a really good results in practice on the map, and we've played a lot better than what we showed versus them that time. And I don't think they've had that much preparation on the map themselves, so we knew that they wouldn't have that big of a difference of the game plan, and Finn had some really good calls, and we read them pretty good as a team.
First of all, congratulations. That map was very entertaining to watch for us. Look, when you hit that flow state and nothing can go wrong, can you try to put a few words as to how you feel during the game? Because viewers, we experts, we're watching the game and we know nothing can go wrong for you. But how do you feel as the game is progressing?
I mean, we feel that we're playing good. We're reading. We have the good reads on them and everything. But you never know. It's Counter-Strike. It can always turn, right? Even at 13-0, we were fully focused, and we knew that even if we can do it, they can also come back as well. So we just got to keep the focus up and like keep going, you know.
You had this very good comeback on the first map as well. You were in a delicate situation. How did that come across for you guys? How did you find, you know, the energy and the calmness to stay in it and fight back for that dust too?
We had a really slow start, and they got a good start on the T side, and they won the force play after they won the pistol. We knew that once we got a good buy and we had our grenades and ops out, we know we have a lot of good setups that we can play against how they play. And Kerrigan had a lot of good reads on what they would do and moving me around as a rotation player and stuff. So it was a good team effort, and the communication and the energy in the team stayed at the top the entire time, no matter if they were up 14-7 or 14-8, whatever it was.
Rain, I got a question. I need you to answer me honestly with this one. Do you, in fact, recall that you are the reigning champion of Blast Pro Series in Copenhagen? I had completely forgotten that you guys had won that tournament in 2019.
Oh, really? But that wasn't
perfect. That's what I wanted to know.
But the one we won wasn't that. Is this the same size? Isn't this one a little bit bigger? Or am I wrong here?
I don't know. I just told you I don't remember. Don't ask me details. I'm just glad you didn't remember. I'm glad we're in the same boat. On a more serious note, you guys have had some ups and downs. You've shown some good things, shown some bad things. What in your mind is kind of the key to solving like some of the consistency issues, like, you know, within series, between maps, you know, between series as well? Sometimes we see you perform great and be really competitive, and sometimes we see you guys come out flat. What in your mind is like the one thing that you could fix that would solve that kind of consistency?
I think there are games where we have really slow starts, and we're not really able to get into the game again. And if the team is able to punish us right from the bat, sometimes we might get a little bit quiet on TeamSpeak and stuff like that. But once I think we're pretty momentum-based team at the moment. When we have the momentum on our side, we can just roll over people like we did with Complexity now. And I think that's the momentum and like the energy levels is the most important for us at the moment.
Okay.
Well, yeah, that momentum should be coming in useful for your next game. Of course, this isn't the last we're going to be seeing of FaZe. You're going to be taking on NAVI in the winners matchup for Group C. We heard from Simple earlier that he wanted to face you because he wanted to beat every single team in this group. Have you got any words you want to say back to him?
Like he can try. We played close enough to them before. Of course, they're a really strong team at the moment. Nobody can really beat them, but I think we have a good chance if we play up to our full potential.
Well, I'm really excited to see how that one does go down, Rain. Thank you so much for your time.
Luck,
Congratulations on qualifying for the LAN finals.
Thank you, guys.
What an incredible way to be closing this one out. And yeah, I mean, Simple's got to be, I mean, Simple doesn't get scared, but seeing a 16-0 coming with that momentum, I don't know, that's got to raise a few questions coming into this final series.
Yeah.
Potentially?
You would want to think so. You would hope so. You would hope so that maybe you have a little bit of that, but I just don't think that's the
I don't
case.
think it messes with anyone at NAVI. I think that's a conversation for us on the desk and probably for fans. It maybe is like it gives you a little bit of hope, a little bit of belief. It's about to be ripped out of your hands and your hopes and your hearts.
Why so cold? Why so heartless? What happened to you?
Just gotta what is it?
I was trying to build some hype for those FaZe fans, but apparently not.
I just want to prepare them for the inevitability of Simple and NAVI. Let's everyone get on the same page here.
Well, the good thing is that FaZe have qualified for the LAN finals at the Royal Arena. Unfortunately for Complexity, that does mean they are down and out. They have been eliminated to the depths of the showdown, but we do have a few words from Peacemaker after that game.
So Peacemaker, probably a very tough loss for many reasons to really stomach here for you guys. But we got to, I guess, start when it comes to Dust 2. You're up 14-7, things are looking good. We're seeing JKS pull off double entries in the B site and domination throughout from everyone on Complexity. And then something just happened where FaZe were able to fight back, but it seemed like you guys' heads dropped. There was a complete lack of confidence. What was going wrong?
I mean, on Dust 2, like, safe to say that, like, we, in my opinion at least, and I think the team feels that way as well, that we kind of lost ourselves. Like, we committed some mistakes, especially like after we won a couple rounds as T, and then when we started to try to take short control on Dust 2, like we did it in a sloppy way, and then like we knew what we're doing, and then like then we just couldn't like do things properly as we did in practice. So it's just completely on us, like the Dust 2 game. Like we tried to do different things. They also obviously played great. Like obviously, like to come back from that situation, they're great players. They adapted really well. But like I honestly feel like, for example, we should have won that game, the Dust 2 game, and it's just unfortunate that it went the way it is. But it's a learning experience for us, right? Like we have another important tournament coming up, and that's just the way it is. Like we just gotta make sure we fix that for the next tournament.
Definitely, and one thing I want to touch on as well is when we go into the player cameras, it seemed like there was no one even trying to bring the hype. Everyone's heads were down at one point. Like, what was the comms like? Because one thing I also saw was Blame was calling a little bit, then we saw quite a lot of talking coming out of cold Zero. Obviously, I can't hear what's going on, but I'm just looking at the cameras and seeing the faces. So was there like trying to help each other out, but we just couldn't agree on something?
We're trying to stay calm, like all the time. Like there wasn't negativity or anything. Like obviously there wasn't hype because like we're getting frustrated because of a few mistakes that we're doing. But like all the time, everybody was like, let's just stay calm. Like we have a big lead here. Let's just make sure we do things that we did in practice and stuff like that. But it was a bunch of different mistakes in different rounds that cost us like 1 or 2 entries in every single round. And even the round we went long, for example, we have long control, and then when we execute, we don't do things properly. Like we don't scale up. Like we're missing like support flashes. So it's very small details that cost us like very important kills in a lot of those rounds. And basically, like when you commit those amount of mistakes against a team like FaZe, obviously they're gonna punish us, and that's exactly what they did. So.
But then we come on to Nuke, and it's your pick, and things were solid. This was absolute lights-out performance again. Nuke looking great for you guys. I was kind of worried after Dust 2 that maybe with the heads being down, you might not mentally be able to come back in, but it was all perfect. And then we come on to this Ancient, and you guys played against them before. We could see you trying to run some of the same things against them, but FaZe really showed up. Was there a point where you guys had just completely felt like you were just being outplayed and you couldn't fight back in it?
I would say, yeah, like towards the end when we're down like 12-0, 13-0, and they tried different approaches. Like we tried to take mid control, and then, like we kind of faked them into that we would do the same thing we did in the other game where we would go like inside house and split A from there. and went back towards B, but they read us really well in that round. And then like we tried different things to make sure that we're not being as readable as possible, but they just adapted really well. And like coming into this game, we watched the game they played yesterday, and they switched some things around. So it's not like we were not ready for what they did. Like we definitely were, but I think that they also expected us to change the way we played. Which, for example, it happened on Nuke, right? Like I think one of the reasons why they played this the way they did on Ancient, not like overthinking too much and playing their game, was also because of Nuke. Like on Nuke, we switched a lot on what we did in the last game against them. We did a lot of different things. Like, and then I think they came into this game kind of expecting us to do that, and that's why they had a really amazing city side. Like credit to them for sure. Yeah, we had no answer this time, and yeah, it's time to go back to the drawing board and figure out what we can do better next time. Yeah.
Now, I know before, right, when big rounds are going on, when there's a lot of hype and good motivation, it was Config able to deliver it. Who right now is taking over that kind of role? Who is the person to try and boost the team back up when it starts to look this bad?
No, I think like it's a mix of like all of us, but I would say like me and Benjamin, like we always try to stay positive and like tell the team like, hey, like all the time on Ancient we were saying like, guys, we need like 2-3 rounds, like a win a pistol at City, we can make it back, But like they just played really great. But like motivation wise, like there's not a problem in the team about that. Like we even started having fun after the 15-0 because like we knew that if we get the pistol going, maybe we could come back. Like our City side was amazing. We had a good City side yesterday against NAVI as well, and we had a good game plan in my eyes about what we should do on the City side. But it is what it is. Like but there wasn't any negativity or anything like that. Like we were trying to stay positive the whole time, and that I'm proud of the team in that sense.
And so you should be. Well, Peacemaker, I know it's a very tough one, but you guys will come back stronger. And you are obviously just implementing a new player, so things will only get better as we go forward. But thank you very much for your time, man, and we'll see you in the showdown.
All right, thank you so much. See you.
A heartbreaking way for it to end for Complexity, considering throughout the tournament coming in with a stand-in, we did not know what to expect from this one, Maniac. And up until that final map of Ancient, they were delivering.
They were delivering, and doesn't matter the fact that they're going to the showdown. They go out with a few positives. We're talking S-Attack, we're talking Poison, we're talking the CT side of JKS. There are some shining lights for Complexity. My only issue is that when you talk to them, it feels like they might just be in a transition phase, and that there might be other changes down the line to then get to a point where they feel like they're ready. So on very short term, we have the proof in the pudding right here that they can be dangerous, they can make anyone shake and tremble, but is that going to be enough for the long term? I'm not exactly sure.
I think they'll be all right. I agree with you. Like when you listen to them in interviews and you see them talking, it seems like they're all just kind of frustrated and done, especially BlameF, done with like this rotating door, done with like all the confusion and not knowing what the permanence is going to be and when it's going to come. So from an organizational and a coaching and a management standpoint, I think priority number one for Complexity has got to be like, we need like to let the team know, like cold Zero is your fifth, or you're looking for someone right now.
Direction.
You need to get players into this team that are going to be there permanently, so this team can actually start working together to move forward into the future.
And looking at the showdown as well going forward, man, them going down into there just makes it even tougher for any team that are going to be facing them.
Yeah, because they're going to get better. And like we said, we liked a lot of the things we saw to them, and I think they showed some very, very good things. But, I mean, obviously, they've already shown they can beat OG. We've seen G2 can come into events and just be straight flat twice now in a row. Liquid, they're going to be a very dangerous and tough team. Evil Genius is a shadow of them for themselves. I don't see anyone on this list that Complexity can't beat, especially if you give them a little bit of time together, moving forward and working on things. This is going to be a much more dangerous team in the showdown than what we saw this week, and they were already pretty dangerous here.
Yeah, there is an opportunity for Complexity. Absolutely, the Complexity and the way they played here at the Fall Series, of course you can dream of a showdown run. You deepen your map pool just a little bit, you apply that same procedure that you did on Nuke, for example. I think it's a very good blueprint for Complexity and how they want to play it. Sure, give them a little bit of time, see how they work it out. I think that, again, cold Zero on very short term is going to be able to be an efficient mercenary. I think he will be doing that, and now just apply the same blueprint to other maps. Deepen your map pool, and there's going to be a chance.
Yeah, they will have to come in with that confidence. Of course, it is a single elimination tournament, so one loss and you are out of the running of making it to the Royal Arena. But for FaZe, they have reached the heights of that LAN glory. They are taking the place at the LAN Arena for the full finals, and what a way to be doing it. But there is one final hurdle for them in the battle for group supremacy, and this is going to be their toughest challenge yet. They're going to be facing the Goliaths of NAVI in our final matchup of the Blast 4 Groups 2021. We're going to head it to a short break. When we are back, we're going to be taking down all the action.
Welcome everybody. We are getting into a wingman match here between Device, 2K, and Jocks. So that is two Frenchmen, a Dane, and an American.
Okay, let's go short into B. A. Go frère, go come là.
Oh my god. And Device has forgotten how to hit headshots.
How fast are they?
That was right away.
I'm doing. Not live. Not live.
I'm wondering how they're going to play this out, how they're going to adapt.
Ah, joke. Okay.
No, we're buying.
I think it's live.
Yeah, I think it's live as well.
Quick balcony.
Money is picked up. They're going to go for the force buy. Deagles.
One short. Two. One's coming abs.
No, they can't. I'll let you go first with your Mac 10. I don't have. One side.
Here, they can actually go and help each other to an extent. Nice spot from Device. Jax is low, and there it is. Easiest round of Device's life. Turns out that teamwork makes the dream work, everybody.
Okay, rush long. Now. I'm smoking short. Go.
What have you been eating these days? Because you're dropping 40s everywhere.
Yeah, I have no idea. It was just rushing low. One is 1 HP. Two.
Deciding to charge Device instead. Young Stu, last man alive here. Jax has been lit. Nice catch again. Jax alive, but with only 2 health, he doesn't have many options, and I think he's pretty limited in those options as well because he cannot go towards that B side. He has to focus here on the A side. He knows that Stewie's lurking around here, and the likely spot.
He read me there. I'm gonna know the next play when I play him.
Thanks. They have no money now. Or maybe, I don't know. I have no clue actually.
Let's go long together and peek him.
I'm gonna flash over when we run here.
series of the Blast 2021 full groups, and what a way to be closing it out. In one corner of the ring, we have NAVI firmly planting themselves as world #1s and looking hot to trot in 2021. In the other corner, we have FaZe, a turbulent journey so far throughout the full groups, and have managing to cement themselves at that LAN final with a clean 16-0 versus Complexity. This is going to be such an exciting matchup with both of these teams already at the Royal Arena.
This is very exciting. I will say though, I feel like we need FaZe to show up just as much as they did versus Complexity to put up a fight against NAVI. That is how strong NAVI has looked recently. Jason destroyed everyone's dream before the break. He just said, you know what, you can dream, but NAVI's going to rip your heart out, so I'm just going to put it out there.
Have a good time with it. I mean, just let's just see what happens. Look, FaZe isn't going to have to play as good as they just did. They're going to have to play like 10 times better. Because, I mean,
all right then.
Even thinking about it in that match, like one thing we didn't, you know, I didn't even register in my brain, the comeback that FaZe had to do on Dust 2.
On Dust 2, yeah.
You're never making that comeback against NAVI. Like you're just not if you're FaZe. You don't have it in you to beat NAVI in that fashion. You're not going to 16-0. Obviously, you're not going to 16-0 NAVI.
Probably not.
Yeah,
probably not.
Yeah, that one we can all be confident in. But still, like you're going to have to play way better than you just did in this previous series and throughout this whole week.
And considering the storylines these two teams are coming into this tournament with, consistency has been a real issue for FaZe, and we saw it just in that very series alone.
Yeah, it's a FaZe team that over the last few months, I'd say, have definitely shown promises, but they couldn't avoid the bad result here and there. They couldn't avoid the stumble. They couldn't avoid the disappointment. They had the IM Cologne run, which I thought, oh, damn, like this is the FaZe I wanted to see. Things are clicking. This is looking better. This is actually the steep that you're looking on the far right side. That's when FaZe started to have these results. And then there is the ESL Pro League group stage. They don't make it through. They lose to Fnatic, and I don't really understand what I'm left with. So there is this consistency issue. But when you have FaZe Clan that is playing the way they are now, it forces the conversation of deep runs in high-tier tournaments. Very deep runs. We're talking about a playoff team.
Also, I think the way I look at it too is like this team a little bit is riding off the pedigree of a lot of the players and that good run at Cologne, because we're working with this whole story around FaZe of being like, you know, online versus the LAN. You know, all these veterans, when they get to LAN, it's going to up their game. But if you go into the next LAN and you have a bad performance, like that illusion disappears real quick. And if you're not working in this online era and finding ways to improve in your gameplay online, like we don't have much. They don't have much to fall back on.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point to bring up, because obviously we've heard all of the teams pretty much saying, you know, they can't wait to be returning to LAN. But for FaZe, this has been a real sticking point for them. They've been saying, you know what, when we get back on LAN, we'll be getting those consistent results. We'll be feeling better, gelling together as a team. And now they're going to have to live up to that at the Royal Arena.
Yeah, as Jason is saying, this is a very short-lived excuse. It's a very short-lived one. What if you go to the RMR and then you fall short? You don't have a good result. What if you don't make it to the major? Then where's your fallback? Where do you go to after that? It's quite complicated. But this FaZe Clan, the one that is playing right here today, is a FaZe Clan that can have deep runs. I'm sure of it. But what we need to solve, and what they need to solve, is the consistency issue. And I feel like there are multiple factors we can address when it comes to that. But momentum is definitely the term that I would use to describe them.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ray nailed it. They're just a momentum team at the moment, and that's kind of what they have to rely on, because it's not just, you know, consistency in terms of the team. It's also inconsistency in terms of the individuals, and that's a scary prospect as well, because then you don't have anything you can lean on to kind of build up the team portion of it. So yeah, they've got a lot of figuring out to do, and we're painting it very doom and gloom. I don't think this team is like any kind of like catastrophe or anything like that. It just is that inconsistency is what's so frustrating about building up faith that they can have a major impact in these tournaments.
And we talk about inconsistency. When we look back to NAVI, way back at the beginning of the year, before they managed to cement some really solid results, before they were ranked #1 in the world, this was a very similar conversation we were having in terms of those individual performances, because it was the reliance on those individuals, those big shining stars to be showing up. But now they seem to have found that team flow together. They seem to be gelling. There seems to be so much more synergy, and it's showing in their results.
Absolutely, and I think there are two sides to that story, right? They go hand in hand. On one hand, you have the development of some of the elements of that roster that is undeniable. Undeniable. You think about the journey of Perfecto, you think about the journey of Bit, and where they were 6 months ago and where they are now. Night and day, a huge improvement. But on the other hand, you also have a system that is more polished. It's like, let me put it this way, it's like you're playing with chance, but you're putting more chances on your side. If you have a good execute, chances are you're gonna find the kill. If the flash is a little bit better, if the smoke is well timed, you improve your chance and your percentage to win that duel. So for NAVI, Na'Vi, it's truly what happened. Individuals improving and a game plan getting better.
Individuals improving, especially the young guys. I mean, look, when Perfecto first came into this roster, he was like, he was a laughingstock to a certain degree. Maybe not laughingstock, too aggressive, but there wasn't a whole lot of faith in him from the community. I think his nickname was like Defecto for some time as well. So, like, the development of these guys is unreal. Perfecto's incredible right now, super clutch. Bit is the player who really showed that Na'Vi could be a dangerous thing, and he really came alive in Cologne, which was when they've started their dominance. And look at all that cash.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, those dollar signs in Simple's eyes are very apt, and it's really funny that it come to this fruition for Na'Vi, because we throw it back way before the online era just started. You know, they had that run at IM Cologne. They were coming into the major that we thought was going to be happening in May of 2020. They were the firm favorites, and then COVID happens, the online era happens, and they dip in their form. So it's great to see them having that resurgence and, you know, having that online era of their own.
Yeah, they had to fight back. They had to overcome a couple of obstacles as well to start playing good Counter-Strike. I firmly believe that Gambit helped in that regard as well, because it kind of poked them a lot as rival in us. Hey, by the way, if you keep playing like that, we are going to take your position. We are going to be the best CIS team. We're about to beat you a couple of times. So in that regard, I think there was some kind of good emulation between the two teams. But what is certain about Na'Vi is that with the major coming soon, people are starting to use the word era. To right or to wrong, we can debate it. It's a discussion to be had, but they have won enough high caliber tournament, enough prestigious tournaments that we can start having that discussion. Are we entering the Na'Vi era? Is that too soon?
No, I think but just by nature, like in Counter-Strike, the eras always get defined like towards the end when you finally find that capstone, right?
Yes.
And historically, that's always been majors.
The Grand Slam is kind of
it's a great piece. Yeah, it's a great piece, but it's still been a pretty short period for Na'Vi. So yeah, conversation has begun. Not there yet. I guess the biggest question about it in this conversation would be if they win the major.
Yeah. Would you say that then, if they do win the major? Would you say this is kind of cemented as a Na'Vi era?
I don't know. I don't think so.
It would kickstart it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. What else do you need? They had the Inter Grand Slam. Simple is going to be the best player in 2021. They would have won the major. What else do we want?
But
Nobel Prize?
Just era to me implies that it's going to be like a longer period of time.
That would be the beginning of it. That could be the beginning of it. If you see Na'Vi now lift the trophy at the major, then who's to say they're not about to win any S-tier tournament that's coming after that?
Well, yeah, but you can't declare it an era of saying, yeah, they're probably going to win all the other ones.
But it's very probable.
No, I think I agree with you. It's kind of cementing that beginning of the consistency as well. I'm on your side, Maniac. I'm edging towards Matthew.
No, I get what you mean.
But I think it's a really apt discussion to be having, because in terms of eras, you know, we kind of have the Astralis era as the last era that we can call a buffer, and that's kind of it.
Era. Yeah, that was huge. I mean, before that, it was probably the next one before that was the LG, the Brazilian era, which was also a weird era in its own right that we call it that, if you remember, because they only won the majors in 2016. And we still called it an era.
At the time, we thought it was enough. At the time, we thought, not that they were disappearing from all the other
It's like we're moving the goalposts on them a little bit.
It's like we're changing a little bit. But when you win the majors,
obviously, it's like the NIP era, the Fnatic era, like the really Swedish dominance at the early of CSGO, and then it's the LG and the Brazilian era, and then obviously Astralis came in and just beat everyone up for a little bit. And now it's like, what's that next one going to be? And I feel like the scene's been itching to find like that next era. And I don't know. For me, I don't think just winning the major is enough, even though their compliments are incredible. They're absolutely unbelievable. Grand Slam and a major. But then you also have to think, during the first half of this year, Gambit was the dominant team.
Absolutely.
Can we really establish Na'Vi as having an era where they didn't actually dominate for half the year?
Could we talk about a CIS era?
That would be probably apt in terms of Gambit and
that
Na'Vi.
One. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
It's like, they've been dominating, but it's true that with Na'Vi and the titles that they've had, it's not quite enough to say that they have dominated the last 2 years. That would not be true, right?
Yeah.
Also, I think we have to consider the fact that the last year, let's say 18 months, have been bizarre. They've been unique when it comes to Counter-Strike. We don't really know how to pounder some of these tournaments. There's a bit of an asterisk here and there. We have the online versus offline.
There's going to be a lot of hindsight, I think.
Exactly. Yeah. We're always going to go back in time and say, you know what, actually, that didn't count. What I say is that this Na'Vi, the level that they have reached right now and the consistency that they have reached, which seemed to be eluding them for many, many years, the fact that they have it right now and they're going from trophy to trophy to trophy, if they go on to continue this, that is it. We have the team that is about to dominate without sharing anything. But they still have to do it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if they can cement that error, of course. But before we do that, we've got to get into the matchup at hand. Of course, FaZe going up against... Yeah, we do have one more game here at the full groups. And this is going to be a huge challenge for FaZe. I don't think anybody is denying that. And I think an interesting point to be bringing up is broky coming into this one, because we've seen him being such a star for the team. Now coming up against Simple, that's going to be a very difficult challenge for him.
Certainly. And I mean, also, I mean, not just Simple, but the entire team of NAVI just being so well drilled together. Like, obviously, Simple's going to have a great performance no matter what. And this list, you could see broky's doing a pretty damn good job. And even if you look at this list, like in my mind, there's a few names I could slide out of this roster and move broky up a little bit. Not going to say him, don't want to disrespect anybody. But broky is obviously coming into his own, and he's proving to be a very impactful opper and a very impactful piece and a great player that people have to be worried about and plan around when you go into matches against FaZe.
And something that you have to keep in mind as well with that number, with that 1.11, is that, as we talked about, FaZe haven't been only winning. There's been a fair amount of losses here, and there's been a fair amount of early exits in tournament, which means that broky had to fight for that rating. It wasn't enough always to get to a W, but it's not like he was just rolling and enjoying the 16-3 victory, racking up stuff. That's not what this is. Even when FaZe was at the lowest, or what I consider to be one of the lowest periods, I feel like broky was the one guy, the one player I knew would deliver. I knew would give me a couple of clutches. I knew would put up the numbers, and now he is getting kind of reaping the reward of all the efforts he put in for FaZe Clan, now that they are actually getting some Ws.
And I think that's what must have been so much sweeter for that Ancient victory specifically for the side of FaZe Clan, because we go back to the first time they faced Complexity on that map of Ancient. It really was broky dragging FaZe, kicking and screaming towards that OT. Unfortunately, couldn't close it out. But now he was really stepping up alongside all of his other teammates as well. So that must have been pretty sweet for him. Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be a good feeling, especially as a player, when like you are the one kind of carrying your team through a tough stretch in a match, and then you see your teammates actually waking up and help arrives. It's like the cavalry's coming over the hill, and you get all hyped because you're just like, thank God, I've got some teammates with me. Yeah, but he's doing that too much, it feels like. I think that's happening too frequently to him, which is a little bit of a bummer. And I think that's going to be the obstacle that FaZe has to overcome to remain a dangerous team and a team that can go deep runs in these events. And I think that was kind of a question that we had throughout the entirety of this full groups. It's just the individual stepping up from FaZe on that consistent basis. I know that's a word that we keep on harping on about for the side of FaZe, but that's kind of
it's the buzzword for FaZe.
Yeah.
It is, and we should have like a bingo, you know, when we would say see 5 times, boom, that's
over
it.
Under how many times we're going to say during one FaZe segment?
That would be quite the calculus. Look, we're talking individuals, we're talking inconsistency. Of course, that is a problem for FaZe Clan. I mean, we just had Olofmeister with a Renaissance performance on Ancient, wrecking everyone. But just before that, I prefaced it at the beginning of this matchup, saying he and Kerrigan are between the 6th worst players of the entire group stage. We're talking all the teams, 12 teams. So that is amazing, the performance he's had. And I'm the first one getting all excited about it. The reality, the harsh reality is, it is a rare occurrence right now. It is quite rare, and they are unfortunately way more maps than not when he's not delivering what he needs to. And that is a lack of input that the team has to pay down the line.
Yeah, and it's such a bummer too, because with his experience and with his gameplay and his knowledge of the game, he is such an impact player.
Of course.
So you really feel it when he's not there, because he doesn't need to get 30 kills every game. He can get like his 15 to 20 as long as like the impactful kills are there that we're used to seeing Olof get. And of course, we speak about broky just as we were earlier, and he's had a really stellar performance throughout this tournament. Him and Rain are among the best CT players so far at the tournament.
Well, we've talked about broky quite a lot. Rain is the other surprise as far as I am concerned. Another one of these absolute veteran of Counter-Strike, which definitely slowed down over the last 2 years. At some point, there were conversations about would Rain still be legitimate to be playing in that FaZe roster? Would not there be other players that could take that spot? Yeah. Well, if you're just looking at this tournament, the answer is no. The answer is he's absolutely delivering what he has to, but we are looking at a very short span of games. If you can guarantee me that this Rain is the Rain that we're about to see in the next 6 months, then absolutely he deserves his spot. Of course, hell yeah, he's doing so much. But he, just like Olofmeister, had a very long period of quietness. And how much of that is influenced by the team's problems and obstacles, I cannot tell you. But the fact is, on an individual level, it's been going up and down.
I think it also, I mean, it just goes to show too, like we've talked a number of times and touched a number of times some of the weaknesses that we see, you know, from FaZe here and there on their T side specifically. We had that great graphic before the matchup, really low on opening kills, really low on converting 5v4s. Those statistically, those two things are atrocious for FaZe. But the CT side is like no problems. problems. This is a solid CT side. So you're just seeing the players obviously feeling way more comfortable on that CT side.
And it might surprise you to not see any NAVI names on that list, but we've got to take that with a little bit of context just because of some of the dominant scorelines they've had and some of the dominant T sides they've had.
Yeah, might have simply just not been able to put up enough CT rounds. Thanks, Maniac. You pointed that out earlier when I made a comment. I didn't want to take credit from you.
It's okay.
You look sad over there in the corner. You're like,
you know what?
He's taking my point.
If I can help you shine, it's part of my job, and
The
I
unsung
appreciate
hero of
that.
the desk, Maniac.
It's all right.
You're the support player of the desk.
I like throw flashes for you. I'm gonna flash you for that angle for Pete. Moses, you ready? Let's go. I'm going.
Oh no, this I don't know. I'm still not sure like what to think of this game.
NAVI FaZe game.
Yeah. Are we getting back into it? We don't have to. Are we gonna get back into it?
Yeah, no, I think we should pivot to NAVI and just talk a little bit about them because we have talked a hell of a lot about FaZe. We have seen a hell of a lot of FaZe so far today on day 3 of Group C. And NAVI, you know, they've just been going from strength to strength to strength. Sure, they've been dropping some maps here and there, but they have been some spicy picks that we probably weren't expecting.
And in a very, very twisted Enders-y way of looking at it, I think that the fact that NAVI lost maps is a good sign, actually, because that is how much comfort they had coming into this event. I am 100%, let's say 99%, I know 100%, a couple of people have said 100% on the desk, never went good. Let's say 90% sure that they allowed themselves a little bit of comfort zone in that veto because they knew whatever comes on their third map, they can make the difference. And we have seen the difference of level between losing their own map pick just to OG, getting wrecked actually on Ancient against Complexity, but then the third map is instant. The punish is instant. They reestablish their dominance, and that is it. So good for them to try and, you know, take a little bit of few risk.
Well, I'm sure one man undoubtedly feeling confident coming into this matchup is the one and only Simple, and we have a few words from him, courtesy of James Banks.
So Simple. I got to start by saying this long journey it's been for NAVI to become the #1 team in the world for a consistent amount of time. You've got the Grand Slam, you had the EPL win, and the major not too far away. But is your motivation even higher now to succeed than it was in the past? Because I know you've always wanted to win, and you're so close to getting that major trophy.
Yeah, we just want to win all big events. Especially after we reach top 1 rating, we just want to win all tournaments that we didn't win before. And right now it's looking good with our last Grand Slam.
And in terms of the changes for NAVI, what would you say is the biggest change that's helped you guys have this success?
I think our system became really good and more stronger, and of course our 5th player Pete, he's progressing really fast, and a lot of great preparation with boot camp that we done. We did a lot amount of work, and yeah, just because of that, I think people get more confidence and plays better.
And talk to me about Bit, because when I look at this guy, he doesn't look like a rookie player. He plays very smart, and I'm sure, right, you guys can see he makes some mistakes, but are you more impressed with like how quickly he's developed? Especially when we first picked up that game, he had a blast against Astralis where he really got dominated. Now he seems ready for everything.
Yeah, he showed really great performance. And yeah, like the things that happened in coL was very important for team because he shows that he's really calm guy inside of the game. And as I said, he progressed really fast. I think, and I hope we help him to do that.
Definitely so, man. Now, also one thing to look at here when we think of the current situation we're in, right? It's online, sometimes on LAN. But one thing I've noticed, I'll say, even on the online events, is that you guys have a lot more trust in each other. Before, if it wasn't you or Electronic having a good game, there was obviously very hard for you guys to have a win. Do you feel that there's more trust within the team? Like you can kind of rely on each other?
Yeah, I feel like everyone became stronger. And everyone is really strong right now, like Perfect on Beat. Both of them can really do some interesting clutches or headshots. And Boomich is a really great in-game leader, and he's doing a lot of opening kills as well. So, and he did a really insane amount of work with Blade to understand everything what Blade's trying to tell him. So yeah, like you said, everyone can do a big damage right now.
And for you personally, how does it feel? Because you've been the best player in the world. You pull off these crazy kills over and over again, and everyone's screaming and shouting. But now it seems to me that like there's an extra level to you that we haven't seen before. Do you feel that way?
Yeah, I feel like not always you need to carry to win the game. You know, it's really nice and there are less nerves.
Yeah.
Team just destroying other team by team play first of all.
And in terms of looking forward, right? This is a game that's going to be coming up. Say you have to face Complexity or FaZe. Is there a team you'd rather face? Is there one that there's maybe a better one that you'll have an easier win against?
I would rather face FaZe Clan because we didn't play against them yet and we want to beat every team in this group. But if it's going to be Complexities, that would be interesting as well.
And for me, right, when it comes to one map in particular for you guys right now, this Nuke, where you especially seem to have a great feeling on it. What is it about Nuke that is so good for you guys overall?
I don't know, as I said, maybe because of system, because now I see like a lot of teams trying to steal AT side and CT side rounds from us, but we create this round, so you cannot like steal something for 100%, you know. You cannot do better something if your enemy creates this. So I think everyone just feels this map. Everyone feel rotation, everyone feel the support when we need it. So yeah, everyone understand and trying to read their opponents really good.
And lastly, one thing that I know many teams, even the Astralis where they had their dominant time struggle with, is when you are the #1 team in the world, that sometimes you can fall off because you maybe get complacent or whatever. Is there something you guys are particularly working on as a team to make sure you stay in the absolute best shape that you currently are in, so you stay in the #1 position?
Yeah, we just practicing maps that we're playing bad or we start to play bad. For example, overpass. Everyone won overpass against us for past 3 months, I think. And yeah, and both teams picked overpass, OG and Complexity, and we practiced that really hard. So I think we're just trying to fix our weakness. So we'll have less weak spots and weak gaps in our game, and it will be more harder for other teams to beat us.
I like that we get to hear a little bit about the progression on specific maps for the side of NAVI, because we have been taken aback with some of their picks coming into this. But James, he did an interview with Blade yesterday after their win, and he was saying, you know, they're actually really working on Ancient to integrate that rather into their map pool, even though we've seen some choppy results for them on it.
Look, they've got a luxury that very few other teams get. You have a 100% win rate on Nuke. You have a massive win rate on Mirage. Ancient is okay. Like, your map pool is so strong that you have the time to be like, what is our worst map? And that obviously statistically has been Overpass, which is why so many teams have picked it against them. Ancient's new into the pool. You get some extra time to look into that because you're so confident in the rest of your map pool that you don't feel like you have to keep doing like refreshing work on Mirage, refreshing work on Nuke, and changing things up.
That's the luxury of being so good, because you know you kind of funnel in, you're bottlenecking your opponent into 1 or 2 maps. These are the maps you have to work on. That's it. You know they're going to pick Overpass against you. Work on your Overpass. Ancient could be a punish. Work on it, because they're not going to challenge you on the Nuke. They're not going to challenge you on Mirage. Not a lot of teams can challenge you on Inferno, so naturally you can put your efforts where it matters.
So given that luxury for the side of NAVI, how do you think FaZe are going to be approaching this one in our picks and bets?
Well, I was going to say Nuke should be kicked out. I don't see why Kerrigan would allow it. NAVI is not going to mess around. Vertigo. Now for FaZe, we talked about it in this before we went live. We thought Dust 2 could be an opportunity. It would kind of level out all the tactical side to it, you know, run on the fact that you have the momentum, and so they do. Now for NAVI, either you go for a Mirage pick, which is extremely strong, or they can get fancy. We'll see if they get fancy. They try to punish FaZe a little bit more. I think Inferno would be more of a pick, but they go for Mirage. They go for what they believe is, you know what, maybe that's the grand final type moments. Like, you know what, we've practiced enough. It's time to win. It's time to win.
Playtime's over, boys.
We've had our fun. Let's pick Mirage and let's win it. So the maps until now make a lot of sense. If you're FaZe Clan, also I think having Dust 2 and Mirage in the pool is not too bad, considering, you know, what they used to like to play. It's not a big punish.
I hope they leave Ancient in as the last one. Yeah, they're going to. Okay, so they're just like, yeah, we just saw you 16-0 that, so it's all good. We'll take you on it. That's the kind of swagger I like. It's nothing crazy, but it is just like, dude, we don't care.
You have to be able to
don't care about
it,
your 16-0. Let's go.
You have to afford, you have to deserve the swagger. You cannot just style and then you get wrecked. That doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly.
But they've been doing it all week. They've had the same swagger to experiment with those middle maps, and then they've been backing it up, so fair play.
Yeah, I mean, going into Dust 2 as the first map of this series, how are you kind of framing both teams coming into this one, considering it's FaZe's pick? We're kind of viewing them, you know, the best chance they have of taking down NAVI is on this map.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about this great comeback they had against Complexity. I think the last few rounds on the CT side, they kind of encompass and illustrate what FaZe needs to be doing right in order to win. And I think it started with Olofmeister becoming very solid on the B side and being able to handle these B splits, because that's going to happen. You are going to get pin moved by Navi from tunnel and from middle. Olofmeister is going to be required. Rain, if he's got the read to be CT spawn when he needs to be, and then obviously on the A side, it's Brokey. It's always going to be Brokey. He's going to be...
I think you named the name that's going to be critically important, Olaf, and then you can add in Kerrigan there as well. With the way that they've kind of had a rough tournament throughout most of it, if I'm Navi, my game plan, and you watch that previous match, you watch Kerrigan and CT spawn, and you watch Olaf coming out of the B bumps into trying to defend the mid B splits. I'm running that a couple times early on and seeing what they've got. I'm seeing if they're going to be able to stand up to it.
And that's a little bit of a scary thing for the side of FaZe, particularly as well. We've seen them have some slow starts in terms of those individuals, and if any team's going to capitalize upon that, it is going to be Navi.
It's over. I mean, we have to set clear win conditions. If FaZe go into this with 50% of their skill is not going to be enough. With 80% of the skill, that's not going to be enough.
100% of their skill, not enough.
It would be enough.
It's got to be like 150%. It's got to be up there.
That just sounds really, really sad. No, look, the fact that they have played a game, obviously we can always have the stamina versus warm-up conversation. That's not the one I want to get into right now, but they're warmed up. They have played the game. There shouldn't be any diesel kind of problem at the very beginning. So, but they need it. They need it just in order to have a game, just in order to have an actual competition and not just get wiped out.
Well, they said momentum was going to be crucial for them, and now it's time for the proving ground for FaZe. Both of these teams have already made it to the Royal Arena, but now it is time to battle it out for the group crown. It's going to be Dust 2 to kick off the final series of the full groups in 2021, and it's coming up after this.
Here we are, the final match of the group. It is going to be an exciting game between FaZe and NAVI. I really can't wait for it. Obviously, the favorites have got to be NAVI. We knew that with the odds even before they popped up on the screen, surely. But still, FaZe 16-0, that's pretty impressive.
We'll see if they can continue it. I wouldn't bet on it. But yeah, that was an impressive win from FaZe there. That is apparently the first 16-0 ever that has happened on Ancient.
Really?
And yeah, so we've got Ancient as the third map, so maybe we'll get to see a repeat. But right now, we are headed to Dust 2 to kick things off. This is a map that both of these teams are pretty decent on, so this should be good.
Well, we're going to have NAVI on the CT side, FaZe on the T side. I'm seeing USPs, nothing else, some grenades, a little bit of a kit there on Perfecto. Do have some P250, or at least one P250 on the T side on Rain. It's simple. He's playing without a silencer again. Will somebody stop him?
It's his trademark.
It can't be. That can't be his trademark.
He actually spawns without a silencer. We saw it one time.
How does anyone know how that's done?
I don't know how to do that. So
okay,
simple always breaks the game. Electronic though, wow, one tap and he's out of there.
He assassinated Brokey. That is actually such a shot. And the grenade on top, another headshot coming in from Boomich, and it's like a grim start here for FaZe in the pistol round. Electronic, another fadeaway shot. He just barely even shows himself. Simple, and a jump shot without the silencer. He just got 2 kills. That's ridiculous.
Oh, no way. I need to see the simple kills back, but those electronic shots were pristine. This one right here, the flash to set him up. He just takes one. I love that he's calm enough that he's able to actually aim. Some people will just strafe out, take the click, but...
okay.
Oh, there we go. He's not the player that was in CT.
That's what I thought for a minute. I was thinking, oh no. Fair play. It was still pretty good, but yeah, I guess Electronic, especially that first one, that was the shot that we were looking for. That was cool. Second round is coming up, and without a bomb plant, they've bought into this round. That just seems to be the model. We're not seeing many deviations from this kind of pattern early on when you lose the pistol on the T side.
It looks a little strong to reset the CTs. It's a little too strong to try to fight for this economy.
Yeah.
Because you know that they're buying all the way into this one. If you take them down here, that could be 3 rounds. The value is so high.
Yeah.
But we've got a Bit to B coming about, and that means Bit will be challenged along with Perfecto. So some of the younger players. Ooh, Perfecto comes up with one, but Rain sneaks on forward to take down Perfecto. And Bit, he's all in the sight by himself. He's already dispatched one player. No, Brokey doesn't take the shot. Finally is able to take him down. So it will be Twist and Brokey. And no, the retake's already starting. They haven't even planted the bomb yet, but Twist takes down Boomich. And now Simple and Electronic, they're thinking about it. A fake tap comes out, but Electronic falls into the site. But Twist is able to wallbang him. Simple finds the trade, and Navi withstand the force buy.
That was a long fight, wasn't it? I actually thought Perfecto getting the first kill was going to slow things down. But then Rain came into it, Brokey faking the bomb twice to lure them into a fight, and both times they actually, they went for it. They just ended up winning it at the end here. That's a crazy shot. And NAVI will win the round, but only barely. 1 versus 1 at the end. They're buying Deagles in this round. A little bit interesting, but again, they did so much damage in the last round, they probably just want to continue that.
Yeah, especially given the fact that it came down to a single player. But with no nades to set up FaZe, it will be a little bit difficult to scale on forward. But if Simple gives them the fight, they may welcome it. Simple takes down Kerrigan, and Electronic is there, his right-hand man.
That is just a problem that FaZe are going to have to try and deal with. Do you really want to take the fight to the A-bomb side and fight Simple and Electronic every single round? Doesn't seem like a brilliant idea. Yeah. But then again, the NAVI that we saw yesterday with Perfecto and Bit playing out of this world, I mean, there's just no weak link anymore on this particular team.
No, it is so hard to breach Navi's defenses. And we've saw Navi before play the CT side, and Electronic was occasionally playing B, sometimes playing A. He is really all over this map. It's been difficult to nail what spot he actually plays.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's Bit that's playing A with Simple, sometimes it's Electronic. Navi, just so many different defenses that they can throw at people.
And they don't have the AWP yet on the CT side, but I suppose it doesn't really matter. They're fine with it the way things are. 8Ks though on the side of FaZe leading into the 4th round. Twist all the way outside of long. Thought maybe he was going to try and set up something more. They're going to go for the B-bomb side quick. It's bit of Perfecto inside of it. And that's a nice smoke. They're running right into it. But yeah, Perfecto has all of the advantage. Could have easily been more than the double kill that he got. Brokey also a little bit low on health and through the window, sneaking in Simple, keeping him occupied. And that is going to be a solid defense put up by NAVI. 4-0 in their favor.
You don't see that every day. First gun round for the T's. They really want to force the issue at B. But Perfecto, he is able to stand and take them down. Good utility damage as well. They were running through a molly for a lot of that push, FaZe Clan.
I mean, what even made them sort of think that that was going to be a solid idea? It's not like Twist was looking down middle in T-spawn to see how many people were crossing. He was outside of long, so it's like they didn't really seem to know anything.
Right.
That was went for it.
Yeah, that was a gamble call. That was just pushing without too much information, and they were rightly punished for that. This may be the last game on Dust 2, by the way, with the old, or kind of the old middle. The fact that they can actually fight all the way down.
One last hurrah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, they should take advantage. Try and get something done through that middle portion. They've been shooting some shots in there. Kerrigan is already down, sneaking out long. Boomich was hanging out there. Now they're just kind of, I mean, I don't know what else you're meant to do in a round like this if you're on the FaZe side. Crawl around, look for headshots.
Oh, well,
like that.
It worked. Okay, Olaf opens things up. And again, the Molotov does so much damage. FaZe are forced on back. Rain should be able to communicate the fact that a couple players just rotated through CT. He has an opening onto this A site. It's a shame he doesn't have the bomb because that could be planted immediately. And it looks like FaZe will rotate because of that. This is a nice mid-round from them. The question is really just, is Simple going to catch them as they try to make it?
Oh, Simple's looking for it. Oh, that's a nice shot from Rain. Long range to bring down Simple. Fighting Boomich out on long. He actually wanted that fight, and he nearly took down Boomich. One more hit, and he would have been gone, and it would have been a 2-on-4, or 2-on-3 maybe. Brokey going down, and now, I don't know, they get the bomb plant down in the last 10 seconds. I don't know if they could hold on to it. Scout is already a little bit low on health. Boomich, though, actually gotta be a bit careful, obviously. He's gonna be dying no matter what here. Headshot especially now. Low and already almost looked like a pre-fire there for Electronic. So another fairly expensive round for Navi, but winning it and making it 5 in a row.
Yeah, they'll keep things together. Nice shots from Olaf in this round, though, along with Rain. And that's sometimes just the nature of Dust 2. You can find those kills, those entries, and then you can shift the defense to your liking. If FaZe had any more utility, that was a very possible post plant, but with just a scout and a deagle on the bomb site, that was always going to be Navi favored. But we finally have a full gun round. Everybody has full utility on top of that. And it looks like FaZe will be looking for an early long pick. Brokey had the spawn. He's looking for something here. Does he find the timing? No. It's been evaded by Boomich.
Yeah, what a shame. That would have been such a pleasant opening for FaZe, who are just still searching for that one opening round that they need. Perfecto and the B-bomb side alone. Bit playing mid, leaned a little bit towards the A-bomb side. Always interesting when you're playing B alone this much. But yeah, Bit's going to be joining back up again. All right, he's not going to leave him for that long. And again, the simple Electronic duo over at the A-bomb site. B split right now would probably work if FaZe had an inkling of what was on the other side.
Yeah, the question mark for them is where Boomich is playing. Boomich is playing pretty close towards CT, so he would be able to help out regardless. And it looks like FaZe are going to send just Rain out. Okay, the smoke stops him in his tracks, though. And Kerrigan's trying to find an angle. He knows that this is a possibility, that someone from Navi would be playing right there. But Boomich isn't giving it to him.
No, he's really staying put. They're coming out long with the bomb against Simple, and he's got an AWP out there. They need some real good utility to make it past this point of the map. Boomich taking down 1 kill on Rain. Kerrigan Gonna return that favor. Twist almost has the angle. Simple, he doesn't realize. Oh, and he flicks it anyway. Taking down. That's not bad at all. He actually got the kill on Twist. He might as well have been dead instantly. 2 on 3. Let's see if that makes a difference. The bomb being thrown over and they can't catch it. That's a nice toss. And that's going to be a bomb plant with 8 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and Kerrigan, he's here to defend Cat. Loses the duel against Bit, and the retake is on now. There is potential for this. Brokey still holding on to that long position. He'll be able to play that for the rest of the round. But no, Navi actually decided to back off. Not enough utility, perhaps, in order to justify this one. And the money, it's good enough that if they save these, they'll be able to buy into the next. This was a nice little play from Kerrigan. Catching Boomich there, just understanding his likely positioning. And I can't believe Simple takes down Twist there. That is something where if you don't instantly headshot Simple, he can just respond like that.
And Brokey, I mean, it's important that he gets Electronic right afterwards. Also, it didn't really matter in this particular instance, but in the 2v2, Brokey actually Molotoved over the wall to short from all the way out on long, which if they had tried to set up something, that Molotov would have been incredible. So they had already fallen back at that point in time, but I love the fact that he was thinking about that.
Yeah, that's good utility knowledge.
Yeah.
And just kind of improvisation right there. Usually that's something you're going to throw when you're going for the long hit itself, not to defend the post plant. Okay, so FaZe get on the board. You like to see it in terms of the competitiveness of this game. And it's fast down mid for a few of the FaZe players. Navi are playing a solo player towards B early on in this round. Of course, FaZe are unaware of that information, but they're testing middle. Electronic finally makes his way over to B. But FaZe have lost some space towards long. They have to try to capture this cat position, and looks like they'll do just that.
It kind of, in the previous round, looked a little bit to me like Green actually wanted to set up the jump into CT spawn, but the smoke stopped him a little bit. But they had both a smoke on the CT ramp and also up on catwalk, so that he could have maybe fallen down. This time, couldn't get close either. Simple. Just playing that off angle and able to bring him down. And now Bit has been looking into those double doors at long, so they have a pretty good idea that no one's out there. This could be a more readable round for Navi if Boomich gets any inkling of how many or how few people are on catwalk. They probably know that this is going to be a B hit.
Yeah. Electronic is here as well. Perfecto has the angle. That's the first contact. That activates Electronic in the back of the site. The molly doesn't catch him, but Brokey is keyed onto his angle. So this duel is massive, and Twist takes out Perfecto. Electronic still stands. He's just jumping around back there, and Twist takes him down too. Still, the man advantage remains with Navi, and Brokey and Twist, they have to defend this if they want to get a second round on the board for FaZe.
Have another smoke, but it's on Brokey, and it's kind of tricky for him to pull it out and try and throw it right now, because he could jumped at the wrong time. Flash to set it up, smoke, and yeah, that's going to give Brokey maybe a chance if he wanted to beat Molotov. He's going to put it out. That's what he was saving it for. Window, Twist just getting shot in the back, and they're not going to have a chance here. Bit with a double kill, Simple with a double, and it will be Navi winning yet another round.
That lurk smoke out the tunnels is just everything for Navi there.
Yeah.
Pretty much neutralizes Brokey completely. Plus, they dump a Molotov right on top of him. That just makes things so hard. It's such a stuffy situation. And when you're in the back of the site right there, where Brokey is, I mean, it's your worst nightmare, really.
Yeah. And Twist not happy at all. I can't really blame him. So FaZe, they lost 5 in a row. They won a single one. And now Navi are back on track. Their economy is actually not looking that great if you think about the 6-1 scoreline. It's not like Navi had that much to work with, which is interesting.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of casualties despite the victories. The last round was a great example as to how much control and how much kind of information Navi can work with in a round, can find. And they just are so comfortable with individual players finding a lot of information. In the previous round, Boomich and Simple both took turns at fighting for catwalk. And this time around, Bit is once again just slotted right here at these double doors.
And he's got Boomich behind him with a smoke in hand. So if Bit fails a shot or legs someone, they can just almost immediately block it out and make sure he doesn't get run down too quickly. Rain is taking some liberties in middle. He's going to be right in front as he puts up the smoke. Not going to immediately go on it. Boomich just taking some shots through. There's the smoke for the actual box itself. They could actually go for this right now. Electronic, if he doesn't get a kill and stays alive, this bomb site's going to fall, and actually might be a second round of FaZe. They are so close to getting the job done. He came running through, just firing that AK straight down, and that's the round.
That is an impressive entry from Rain. I don't know if he counter-strafed there. That looked like a completely running shot. But FaZe are going to take it, and that'll put a second round on the board for them. Let's see it. He's running.
That's very violent, isn't it? It's aggressive.
That's some running and gunning, and yeah, you just gotta throw your hands up and take it as it is if you're a NAVI there. That's a difficult entry to replicate for FaZe, although it was a good pinch in terms of their positioning. So we'll see if NAVI have any kind of adaptation to stop the mid to B.
I really enjoy it when people do what Rain just did, not just running through the window, but going in through the mid doors and throwing the smoke towards CT spawn just directly, because obviously normally it bounces off a wall and then it falls down, and it just gives another 3 or 4 seconds for the CT side to like, oh, it's that smoke again. Whereas if you're just standing right there and you throw it down and you could be a little bit quicker towards the B bomb site, could be harder for anyone to get near. I like that. If you're going to go for a B fake or a B split, sorry, you might as well just have a couple of different ways of doing it, other than the straight normal execute from the headshot box in the middle.
Yeah, and of course the risk is that he had to run through the double doors with a single flash, and it's not as clean of a clear, but it's something where the tempo shift can definitely be hard for the CTs to capture. Now Simple, once again on Catwalk. Kerrigan should be aware of this. Simple's been playing here in a lot of the rounds, and he's already found a few frags. So, see if they molly him off the angle, flash it. Rain will throw that molly out. That should push Simple on back, and the flash too means that FaZe are in control of the Catwalk.
They've been here before and failed to make it even further than this. It'd be interesting to see if they can find a way to negotiate that. They still throw that smoke down on the actual CT ramp. See what they want to do. Yeah, there's the jump down. That's what I thought they wanted to do earlier with Rain, and this time they actually do get through. That probably needed to be a kill. Now he's exposed. He's got his back turned as well. He still picks up the kill on Boomich, and Simply can't see anything. Super flashed at the moment. He's got his USP out. Oh, what a flick! A classic Simple. He takes down Brokey on top of it. Jumping up, trying to get the jumping shot onto Twist up there. He's going to be taking down Olofmeister. Third kill of the round for him, and Twist is up there, low on health already. He's scoped up and not afraid. And on the other side, it'll be Bit to drop him at the end, but some absolutely vintage Simple shots.
What incredible speed he hits those flicks with. I mean, nobody but Simple does it like that. This one right here, it's like you barely see the player on your screen, and yet he's able to take them all down. And the fact that he knows Olof is going to be swinging on top of that, that protects Bit so that Bit can find the last kill of the round.
It's also because it starts with him being flashed and just what looked like panic firing his USP, and you think, all right, well, he's probably lost control of this situation. Like, that's it. He's gone all in, and
he regains all the composure, though.
In 1 second, yes. He's like, whoop, I'm back.
Yeah. Oh, man, it's such a joy to watch. Always.
And even the last one, where he tried to jump and kill Twist, you think he could probably have done that. Like, it feels like nothing's really impossible. Boomich, I don't know, what is the opposite of trying to be subtle out here? He's just advertising his own presence on the other side of the doors. I don't know about that. I feel like that's very risky.
Definitely. It's just a characteristic of Boomich. You always see that. If a player sneaks up on him sometimes, it looks really silly, but then if you're on the other side and he's doing that to you, you're thinking, why can't we get this guy? Why is this guy able to taunt us as such?
And it may even feel like it's a setup, right? It's like, we can't really go fight him because...
Simple was right there.
Yeah.
Oh, and the walkout mid to B is not working out for FaZe. They do take down Bit, which simply leaves Perfecto in the site, but with 2 players remaining and the bomb exposed in middle, this is a very tough retrieval mission for FaZe.
Good little relocate for Perfecto. Every time he fires the gun, he's trying to find a new angle, and he swings for the fight in the end. And we'll take Olofmeister down. Yeah, but Bit doing just fine in that round. A couple of kills. They're going to be saving the AWP. And NAVI are ahead 8-2.
What have you felt about the Bit secondary op?
I think it's fine. I really have no complaints. But I think Bit is just such a phenomenal player. I think what a lot of people have been echoing on Twitter is this idea that he's playing like someone that has way more experience than he actually does, which is crazy. I think his aim is obviously remarkable, but his decision making, I mean, that's normally the thing that takes such a long time to hone as a player and get really good at. He's fast-tracked his way there, and I don't even know how. So yeah, I'm a fan of it. I don't know who else I would put it on anyway.
Right.
I would never take the rifle away from Electronic.
No, that is you need that one. But yeah, I have to agree. Bit has been excellent for Navi. This round though, Rain gets the better of him. Brokey might have an angle. Simple misses the shot. This gives Brokey an opportunity, and he seizes it. Nice shot. Deagle kills across the map, and Brokey's still going for the challenge against Boomich there. He could be comfortable with the space that he has, but he wanted a little more. And the tag onto Boomich means that Boomich really has to consider his options. With just 3 HP, this retake might be out of the question for Navi. They're in position to find some space towards CT spawn, but
they don't have a lot of cash either, right?
No.
They don't want to do it. That's just a weird round. Hard to even say much about it. You get 2 deagle headshots like that, and it's enough to build something behind. Rain eventually goes down. Now they're getting a couple of kills, but it's too late. They've already kind of conceded it. Wait. No, they can't. All right, I was getting real scared there. Electronic, 4 kills. They take everyone down without losing another player. In itself is kind of remarkable. But for FaZe, first of all, they get to keep all the guns and even save the AWP. But those are guns that FaZe themselves could have saved. And we're not really at the end of the half yet, so that actually might be a bit too much of a giveaway.
Yeah, they could have definitely shored up their cash a little bit more, but knowing that they were going to buy in the upcoming round, perhaps they just thought that if we take this, yeah, we're going to have a complete buy moving forward, so that has to be part of their train of thought. But yeah, that's just one of those Dust 2 rounds. It's why it's still just a map for aimers at times. There's nothing you can really do about that other than hit your shot faster than they hit theirs.
I mean, we've seen Rain, obviously. He had that clip on Dust 2 towards the pit yesterday. That was crazy.
Explosive players still can do some damage on the Deathmatchers map.
Double AWP on the CT side once again, thanks to saving one of the Bit is playing all the way forward, but not really pushing around the corner. Still very hard if you're coming in from the T side to actually see that coming. Could just be walking into it. He's not feeling anyone. He hasn't heard anything. If he takes a look around the corner, he's going to reveal most of the game plan here for FaZe. Nice nade on top. They're kind of committed to this, it feels like.
Yeah, they're going for it. Electronics on the site, though, and he's been so strong from this position. And with Simple at Goose, this is a strong defense, but Olaf immediately takes down Electronic. Simple finds a second, and now it's all Boomich at the ramp, but Twist pushes through the smoke, takes his head off, and we're in a 2-on-2 post plant.
That's a good setup. Nade goes a little bit too far. Olaf and Twist, it's unfortunate that they're both stuck where they are. It would be so cool if they could spread out just a bit more, because they could get uncomfortable here. He's looking for it. See if he gets caught just the hand. Molotov goes into the corner. Twist there to save him. That's a really nice little peek there. And now he goes down anyway. Perfecto with the deagle. He actually had the AWP and didn't even need it. Gonna be straight on that bomb, and Navi on a 9th round. That's out of control.
An incredible shot by Perfecto there. Just instantaneously takes down Olaf. This was a nice cap play from FaZe. It seemed to catch Navi off guard in terms of the timing once again. Just so explosive, but wow, this right here, the 1v2 from Perfecto. It feels like we are not stopping and singing the praises of Perfecto.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems so unreasonable that they have so many good players on Navi, but it is a joy to watch right now. We've got scouts instead of AWPs on the T side for FaZe. Oh, nice shot. Again, the deagles. Just keep buying them. Don't just ignore everything else. I feel like FaZe are doing better with deagles right now.
Yeah. You can change the players on FaZe, but you can't take the deagles out of FaZe.
That's true. That's what they're used to. They're grinding them.
Well, Boomich down means that Simple has to hold towards long. So Electronics are on a bit of an island at the A site right now. It'll be a little bit of support utility coming out from Simple, but he always has to worry about if there is that late long flank. And given how FaZe have been playing, feels like there should be. But Electronic, he's able to take down one. Does he know that players are this close though? No, he doesn't. Gets caught off guard. Kerrigan is able to take him down. That's going to be the bomb site in control of the T side.
Wow, I think that's a huge lack of information. They threw that same smoke towards the CT ramp, but there was no one in the middle for Navi to call it out. So I don't think Electronic even knew. No one could hit a jump down. No one saw that the smoke was there. So he had no way of actually knowing that. Twist ready to take the fight. He does a lot of damage to Simple, who's down there with the FAMAS in hand. Probably should be a little bit worried here. Nice headshot. Kerrigan with a double kill to end the round. A triple kill overall for Kerrigan. In fact, that's a nice little round for him. And they get a 4th round finally. Actually, none of the rounds here for FaZe have been consecutive. They're just individual rounds that they pick up. Twist doing most of the work as well at 11-11.
Yeah, he's had a solid game thus far. That scout headshot on top of it to take down Simple means it's going to be a very tough retake from that point forward for Navi. And FaZe, they're getting these rounds, but it's hard to see if you can repeat this kind of success. They would love to get the last 2, but with many of these entries just being flat-out deagle kills, it's hard to know what's working in the macro for them. But they have broken Navi's economy.
Yeah. And now we forced into this round. So actually, if they win this one, they might actually get the next one. They might make it 9-6. It's definitely doable. Boomich playing close up here with the deagle. Something that we're probably going to see maybe less in the new patch. Just because of how the body shots work. I expect he wouldn't want to play like this. He actually wins that fight. What? Running and gunning. Simple with a headshot to take down Rain. They will bring it back, but Electronic is still down here. You want to be really careful. He has the 5-7 though, so not the same instant stopping power, unless they get a little bit closer, and then it could still do a lot of damage. A minute on the clock. Oh, they're going to wait for the boost. They're going to try and see if they can get it done. Not going to happen. Electronic is down. Boomich crawling in. FaZe are recovering this round nicely.
Not going to get the better of Kerrigan as the smoke fades. And this round looked possible for Navi.
Yeah.
They were in a good position, but as soon as Electronic died at the base of the A platform, it was difficult for Boomich to find anything on his own. And it looked like they were trying to find a timing as FaZe was making their way up to the bomb site that they could cross, and it was good. It's just they didn't commit to the ramp. They wanted to somehow assemble a boost, and it feels like that put them in a poor position for just a split second, and that's all FaZe needed. This round was always going to be FaZe favored, but there were chances for Navi in it.
A 5th round, 15th is coming up. They, I don't know, 9-6? I feel like 6 rounds on the T side of Dust 2. You're not going to be probably celebrating that, but at least you're still in the game. You have a shot at it from 9-6.
Yeah, given that it's FaZe's pick, they should feel confident about their CT side going into the next half. But you definitely want this one. Don't want to be down double digits to Navi. It's a heavy long presence for Navi early on. We're getting FaZe routing themselves towards the middle. Rain is thinking about this smoke. The flash through gets him there. And now they have control once again. They could go for that fast mid to B as Rain throws his own smoke. And they're posturing as such, but there's no commitment yet.
Yeah, they're expecting a reaction right here out of Navi. And that, I mean, just as well as this was a bit of a long stack for Navi, it could have been something like middle. 3 people middle with Deagles fighting it out. And FaZe just wanted to see if there was a reaction. And they have enough grenades to set up the exact same nades towards CT spawn once again. So maybe they will. Pit is on his own. He will have to do so well. He knows they're walking up behind him now. He's turned back, trying to fight it with the Deagle. There's one good headshot. Can he get... Oh! He actually got the kill on Twist with a little bit of help from Boomich. Kerrigan flashed, and they just... Did you not see him?
Oh, I guess not. That's so unfortunate for Boomich. Now Kerrigan taking a Deagle shot to the head of Simple. Does he really find the time to reload? No. Electronic takes him down, and it's a 2-on-2. But Olaf, he's thinking about peeking, but it's actually Brokey that finds the first, barely through the smoke there. And now it's a 1-on-1. Electronic, he has a chance to find a 10th for Navi. Throws the flash, Looks for the swing, but Brokey takes him down. That's a 6th round for FaZe.
Absolutely unbelievable. Good recovery at the end. We'll see if they can continue here. Navi or FaZe will make the comeback in the second half after the break.
My job or our job is definitely prior to the game to make sure that the team is ready for the tournament, that we have been practicing everything right, that there's no holes in our playbook, and then obviously we come up with some calls here and there during a live game that we feel okay. It could be a mental call, like if people are frustrated or things are not going right, or for me it can be like, okay, and sometimes keep track on how many times we attack this bomb site and what can we expect them to, what are they expecting from us now, and then I come with an input.
That's a good sign.
I think there is a lot of pressure on me as a coach because we have been winning a lot the past couple of years. I think there's a pressure from the community. Obviously they expect a lot from us, and they should, especially our fans, and we try to work as hard as we always do, and it's obviously getting tougher by the year, not because we're not working as hard as we did before, and it's extremely tough to be number one, because that's where all the eyes shifts from Astralis to Vitality, for example, when they were number one, and then everybody's looking at, okay, what do they do? And it becomes extremely difficult sometimes in matches because you know that some of these players have studied the whole playbook, basically. So you have to come up with new stuff, and then obviously also the mental side of things. When you are used to winning a lot of tournaments and a lot of trophies, it becomes difficult when you have these hard times, difficult times where you lose a couple of tournaments. When we win tournaments and we started losing, people will get frustrated a lot easier, and I think that's what we have been working on. I think the pressure is quite huge on me, but definitely also on the players. And I think the hardest part of being a coach is, I think it is the pressure, to be honest, the pressure that you put on yourself. You want to be the best version of yourself, and you want to win tournaments. And for me, I invest a lot of time into this, and I have a family as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, Copenhagen, let me hear you. Are you guys here? Are you ready to watch some Counter-Strike? They're right in front, defusing the bomb. The smoke. Three taking charge, falling back.
What a match between these teams.
NAVI finish like this? You are kidding me.
It's loud. It's insane.
Feel that vibration through the walls, through the floor, through my heart, to the core.
Dude, the atmosphere is crazy.
Are you ready to get this show on the road?
Then we are back. Second half is coming up. It's Navi versus FaZe. Maui, give me your gut feeling. Was this felt to me like it was just all Navi and FaZe trying to hold on? Is that how you feel?
Even though the scoreline is this close, some of the rounds that FaZe won just felt random. They felt lucky. You have to praise the skill of the players for hitting the shots that they did, but frequently it wasn't necessarily the setup of the round that was succeeding for FaZe. It was players like Rain just running in and getting a couple headshots. Twist too.
Yeah,
they overperform mechanically, but that's something that FaZe always have in their back pocket. The fact that they have some explosive talent on the roster, and Kerrigan sets them up just enough. and it puts the pieces together once they do find those kills.
Well, you just laid it out. I feel like that would be the best, most dreamy version of FaZe that I can think of, is one where the incredible mechanical skill buys enough time for Kerrigan's game plan to be put into action so that you don't lose 13-2 or, in a half, you could still do something. 9-6 is that kind of scoreline, so you said they picked the map. Maybe Kerrigan has something cool on the CT side. I hope that is the case, because the problem with taking that all-out firepower fight to NAVI is that they probably have more than anyone else in the world right now in terms of
They welcome
firepower.
it.
Yeah,
it's
crazy.
They absolutely will take that. They're fine with it, and we saw similarly explosive rounds from some of the usual suspects. Simple, of course, the A ramp hold, and Perfecto with some nice multi-frags towards B. There's really no one you can complain about on NAVI so far in this game. Everybody has chimed in and delivered, but there seems to be, we're still in the tech pause here. So
yeah, the only one that hasn't showed up is Bit, whose internet is apparently experiencing problems. So I'm sure they'll figure it out. I don't know. What other common things you do? Restart the router. That doesn't work.
You check you got to check your printer cables. Sometimes they get rusty.
Yeah, that's a big thing.
That's something that people constantly overlook.
Right.
But everybody in IT knows that that's the first problem that you should be looking out for.
One of the last things I ever checked. This is just friendly advice to anyone out there. If you experience weird problems with your PC, and they could be far removed from what I'm about to say, it doesn't matter. Audio drivers.
Oh, yeah.
Audio drivers have a way of ruining things that have nothing to do with audio on any level. So you'll never check it. You'll never find out.
Right.
But you just realize, oh, my audio drivers are from 2003, and I don't know why, and things aren't good.
Sometimes you also get those just almost bloatware audio drivers that just come onto your computer, and they're old and
they just exist.
Yeah, they're just there, and you're like, why do I have 2 audio drivers on my computer? I've noticed that before.
Yep.
I found that, and
I've had the same problem.
I've had to uninstall them. So be sure to check out for those. They're really pesky.
I used to work for a short, brief while with IT support. It's a very exhausting job to try and guide people through stuff on their PCs.
I can only imagine.
That don't know anything about computers.
Right. What would be a problem that you just think, wow, how did you not know how to solve this?
It's like, I think I may have told the story before. It's a classic one for me. I had an employee of a company that we had done a solution for. She wanted the font of a particular page changed in the software, and we could obviously do that. But then she wanted to know if we changed the font of the software, if it would change the thing she'd already printed from that page.
So she already printed it in physical format?
Yeah. And she wasn't sure if we could change that by changing the software.
I don't know what kind of future technology she's envisioning, but I'm excited for when it's finally built.
Yeah, I found it very hard to respond to that comment. I was like, it's like all the gears in my brain stopped turning all at once. I think like, I have no idea how to get out of this without sounding
Hey, we
crazy.
already printed these 1,000 flyers.
Yeah.
Should we just change the font in the program to change all of them? We put them all over the city already.
No, we can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Unfortunately, that's not how it works. But I agree. If you could have that kind of technology, I mean, printing as a piece of technology has just got stuck, hasn't it? In 1996, it never moved on from there.
Yeah, the Gutenberg press has really not seen too much innovation since.
No, it's done.
Yeah.
We came as far as we could on that front, and now it just sucks from here on out, apparently.
Was one of the most influential inventions in human history, though. Just the fact that there's widespread readings available for everybody.
Yeah, binding books, it's true. Though none of us know how to read anymore.
None of us know how to read.
Yeah.
For longer than 240 characters.
You strike me as a reading person. What about audiobooks? Because some people cannot retain information through audiobooks, I've noticed. There are just some people who can't. I like audiobooks. I think it's great.
I've actually never tried an audiobook. I listen to podcasts, and I have the same issue where retention for me is, it's just not as good as when I read. So
yeah.
I just actually wrote it off before I ever even tried it, which is something I probably shouldn't do with anything in life, but I did for audiobooks.
I think the key is, as much as finding good books, it's finding good readers.
Yeah.
It's really worth it.
Have you done some readings?
As in trying to read something out loud?
Yeah, have you read anything out loud ever?
Yeah. I have, but not in recorded form, not an actual audiobook or anything. But you can find some people that are pretty good at it. Do you remember the guy who plays the military contractor in X-Men is a British actor called Brian Cox?
Okay.
He's done some audiobooks, and he has an amazing voice for that kind of thing. So I'm just saying it's possible to find out there. But I guess if you can't remember anything you're listening to, then it doesn't really matter. A bit of a waste of time.
It looks like Bit has reconnected.
Ooh. All right.
Awesome. But
happy about that.
This is what we saw from Simple in the first half. Some great shot. Oh, okay. I don't remember watching that one back. That one's good.
Yeah, that was the flick I think that he got on Twist down there.
Yes. Twist flanked him completely.
I mean, not in recent history, but in your lifetime, what's the most influential piece of technology that comes to mind that you can think of?
I gotta think smartphones.
Smartphones.
The fact that they're so readily available for everybody now. It's why there's been this rise of mobile gaming, which I am still just a stranger to completely. I don't even really play any games on my phone, and yet I'm finding that there's esports for it. And
I feel like that's a piece. In theory, that would be true, but then none of us use it for anything that's actually valuable. But in theory, you're right. You could do something useful with them.
With smartphones.
You just don't.
More processing power than they had in many of the early space shuttles. So
that is true.
You could do a lot.
Let's build one ourselves. But not right now. Right now, we're going to head into the game. It's 9-6 in favor of NAVI in the first half. Second half is coming up. FaZe are now on the CT side, NAVI on the T side, and they are actually running up middle. They are going on an all-out battle against NAVI, taking the fight to them practically in the T-spawn. Rain leading the charge with the USP, although now they're swinging back. They're coming back for the fight. They've taken it up on him, and now Electronic is going to be getting that kill on Rain, and the rest of FaZe are fleeing. They're running away from the fight that they themselves started.
They peeled off completely. They're all stuck around middle now.
Was that just an elaborate troll on Rain?
Yeah, that's just... Rain, go. Oh, how'd you get up there? Okay, everybody fall back. Brokey has fallen back to long, and he's finding the contest. There are a few T's that he is facing off against. Electronica first. Brokey takes one down. Bit does find the trade, and now Simple, it's his turn. He's swinging off catwalk. Kerrigan is ready to challenge him. Those are a lot of peaks coming out from Kerrigan, but he's welcoming the fight, and we can see that many of the FaZe players have rotated on in to A, and they're controlling it. NAVI back on off. They recognize that the remaining players from FaZe were there, and that there is a rotation to be made.
Yeah, Perfecto in the middle. Smoke goes up and actually challenging it. Kerrigan running past. He wants to catch the bomb. Kerrigan has read this, and Boomich is on 1 health. Kerrigan is actually such a next-level player. He knew all of this was coming. That's why he ignored them in the middle, but he has to find the kill before time runs out, and he can't. Perfecto shooting him in the back. 3rd kill of the round for him. I actually think that just shows just how high-powered Kerrigan's brain is. If he could have found the kill instantly, that would have been really cool.
That was excellent macro understanding from Kerrigan in the moment. The fact that he just runs through, dodges that fight there, but Perfecto have to give him some credit in the side. He gets killed, but he bought so much time for his teammates that they were able to rotate on in from middle, take Kerrigan out in the back. Kerrigan, he made the right decision in getting to B. It's just that it took so long for him to get... Actually, it was Boomich who was in the site.
Yeah, true. Some scouts fighting it out in the middle, but none of them actually doing enough damage for it to really be interesting. Boomich is taking care of lower and upper dark. Always on the run with the Mac 10. Kerrigan thinking about doing something on the other side, but he's going to fall back himself. Rain now perhaps the most interesting player on the map with the Deagle out in middle. I mean, if he's look, they actually have very little map control right now, NAVI, which doesn't have to be the end of the world because they have the better firepower. But sometimes you can get stuck down here on long if you just give up everything else.
Yeah, definitely a possibility. See how FaZe wants to contest. Oh, Brokey swings into every player from NAVI practically.
The damage?
Yeah, does find a lot of damage. So there are players low for NAVI, and Rain is here with a Deagle. If he finds a few body shots, this is so possible. And there are a couple. Takes down Electronic. NAVI are pressing on forward, but Rain is here at Goose, ready to fight. NAVI are biding their time, though. They're waiting for the smoke to fade so Simple can see over, and that's what they needed. Simple takes down Rain in the face, but do they know about Olaf, too? Or does it even matter? Because Boomich is on the flank, but Olaf dispatches him. He takes him down, and now Perfecto finds Olaf.
They also had no grenades, so I mean, otherwise maybe they would have flashed their way to take the fight early on, but then they just waited for the smoke, like you said, and it actually worked. I'm kind of a little bit surprised. Twist 1 versus 3. 2 of them are a single bullet away, so if you found the right targets, well, that's the 100% health player in Perfecto. Instantly down, attempted jump. Doesn't want to do it again. Tries to use the smoke for coverage. Oh, that actually must have been close. I'd love to see a close-up of that bullet. He runs for it. He takes him down, and now it's a one-on-one out in the open. Simple's going to be dropped, and Twist. What a clutch 1 versus 3. I don't know if he has the time for it, but he's certainly going to go straight for the defuse. Oh, it's so close here. Even without the kit, he's going to have it. That is absolutely miraculous.
That is a monster clutch from Twist. That is the firepower we're talking about. And yeah, the fact that he gets the headshot on Perfecto, the one player with high HP, goes for the face immediately, and Twist is able to break it down from there. Oh, Navi are going to be scratching their heads after that one. How did they let that slip is what they're thinking. But Twist with such an excellent performance.
That is very, very cool, isn't it?
That is inspiring for FaZe.
That should get them real fired up. And you could tell, I think, was Brokey standing up? He was so excited.
He got out of his chair.
Lovely. Well, Pistol's back on the side of Navi. Scoreline is 10-7, and weirdly, that just seems so much more manageable than 9-6. I can't even explain why, but it just feels like, all right, now it's totally doable.
Something about the numbers just seem to fit a little better. Navi don't have too much to work with in this round, so FaZe can bring the scoreline even closer unless Simple does that.
What is he doing? What's happening? Why is he just the Terminator walking in, shooting people?
Yeah. He's saying whatever FaZe can do, he's going to do it better.
He just made it look so casual. Like he was just
walked into the angles.
Just on a stroll. Bit is creeping back, and with the AK going to be taking a kill, and also either one way or the other, he was going to die. Rain, it was Perfecto from lower dark that ended up killing him, and it's Simple with a third headshot of the round. Whatever, man.
Did Simple just jump down for that?
Yeah, I think he did.
That's a little rude.
He probably did 360 in the air and just didn't even see it.
Yeah, totally possible. These first kills, though, just peeks right in. Wow, that's just excellent aim. No matter how you spin it. And he does. Yep. Okay. Man, he even waits long enough. He knows the landing inaccuracy, how it takes a second there, and he's patient enough. He knows he has the time to hit the shot. Man, that is just such a sick round from Simple.
As hype as you must have been behind that Twist, victory in the 1 versus 3, that must be so deflating. It's like, he just takes it away from you. Just absolutely stolen. Electronic, though, he's going to find all of Meister trying to sneak in. And could go and secure the B bomb side if he was feeling really brave about it.
Yeah, that'd be a big risk to take. It'd be a successful one, but yeah, there's just no way for him to know that that B side is empty right now. FaZe are pretty lucky, given the fact that they didn't commit to that. But we might see a bit of a duel here. Kerrigan versus Simple. Scout v Scout. Kerrigan gets the better of Simple. Nice equalizer. Oh, and Kerrigan gets another onto Bit. Okay, this is suddenly doable for FaZe. And it's off the back of Kerrigan. He's looking to continue, but Boomich finally puts an end to his shenanigans.
Yeah, a bit of a wide swing there. Electronic is also still in play with the AK-47, and he's had himself a very good Dust 2 game so far. Boomich missing a bit of an opportunity. Maybe there is a gap in the smoke that they got to be worried about. Boomich actually spotting for it. You could tell as he crossed, he wanted to make sure no one was there. Rain with a kill on Boomich. Good headshot. More to follow. Oh, Rain with a double. And it leaves Perfecto low on health here in a 1 versus 2, and they're just going to double peek him. Nicely done. Count of 3, and FaZe, they will win it right back. 8-11. Then they're holding on to Navi right now. They're not letting them go.
Back and forth this game goes. Kerrigan overperforming, but this second shot from Rain was everything. Oh, man. Great correction from him. But Navi, they're still going to be fighting for this one. They're going to buy into the round. And in fact, they have a lot to work with. They have an off on Perfecto, despite the loss. That is a little bit of a shocker. And it might be to the surprise of FaZe, but no, it actually rings out. So FaZe are aware of this potential sniper, but we'll see if that actually impacts how they play out their defense.
Yeah, good thing that they didn't run into it, at least. Kerrigan, I think it was out there, just doing the due diligence, smoking over or flashing over, making sure that he didn't just run and made the assumption, because bad things happen when you start doing that.
It would have been costly. Navi going for a more standard approach, finding cat control early on. There's no true contest from FaZe. It's a battle for space in a few different directions, but now that Navi have Cat, they have a couple of options. They still have 4 smokes to work with, so they could run a variety of fakes or plays out of this.
Certainly gravitating the bomb towards this side of the map, and I don't know about this, Alex. They're really far away on the A side. They're not anywhere near the middle. This is a little bit concerning. Smokes are already up, and they're going to go for it. It's down to Twist and Olofmeister to try and hold on to the B bomb side. Everyone is coming for them. 35 seconds left, and Twist, he's going to go down. Bit with the 1 entry. Olof on his own. Pretty good spray. He turns back, and he nearly drops Simple. If he would have got that kill, it would have made all the difference in the world. And Boomage. Oh. Yo, it's horrifying.
Just gets away with it, too. Rain was right on the other side.
Yeah.
Great mid to B, though, coming out. Olof did his absolute best to try to quell that, but not going to happen. Now, FaZe, they're opting for the save at this point. And Navi, once again, win the alternating rounds. It's been 5 rounds consecutive that no team can find 2 in a row.
Wow. If I'm Kerrigan and he was airborne, he never even touched the ground, just run down by the tech line. That's a bit of a heart attack moment.
It's just so funny to see Boomage in some of these lurk positions because he's not like your typical lurker that just gets the sly kill and then sneaks off. He just straight up realizes there's an opportunity, he runs at the player, and then just runs away.
Yeah. It just escapes. Oh, that's frustrating. So the trading continues. So far, in the first 5 rounds of this second half, it's just been back and forth. Yep. I mean, FaZe could do it again. Even losing the round, they managed to save a couple of guns. They have 3 scouts. Does that get the Maui seal of approval here?
That's curious. I mean, but they don't get Simple. They've kind of given up the chase already in that they have peeked him. They're probably still going to look for the fights. I mean, it's always exciting to see this many scouts, but once that bomb site hit comes out, and if Navi takes space cleanly, it's very hard to get those scouts activated. So this would be an opportunity. Boomage just crouching all the way out long right now. Doesn't even have a smoke or all too much to support him. And FaZe, they've keyed in onto his angle, but they're not looking. Okay, the first kill goes the way of Boomage. Rain finds the return on the site. Now Bit is by himself. He doesn't want to give up anything for free. That's a very wise maneuver from Bit to get away there. And now FaZe might want to retake the space, but Simple is playing for the punish.
Yeah, sticking around down there. And this might finally be a follow-up round for Navi here, even after they've been letting go of a few of them. I don't know about this 2-on-4. Simple and Electronic are a bit tagged up, but they're also playing it really well at the moment. Navi trying to get that long control. Rain is about to get shot in the back. Perfecto. Just a better weapon for it. And Kerrigan, I don't know. Solo scout. 3 scouts. Maybe that wasn't the problem. I don't know. Oh, nice shot. Kerrigan able to bring down Simple.
Seems like Kerrigan has only had Simple's number. Has been...
Listen, if you have to find, that might be enough actually.
The one
counter. You can just kill Simple every time. It's probably fine.
You can always kill the best player in the world, but everybody else becomes difficult.
Weird superpower.
Yeah. It's not that Kerrigan's doing badly though. He's on 14-17, but this was a tough round for FaZe to put together, and just poor timing from Twist. He turns back for just a split second. Not that he necessarily was going to find the shot anyways, but it just does not work in his favor. And had he been scoped up on long, maybe there's a chance for FaZe. But they seemed caught off guard by just how forward Navi were. They really didn't make too much noise. They just walked up on the wide angle of long, and that did find them an opening. So 13-8.
What's the call for this round of your FaZe? I mean, they tried in the pistol round to run up middle. I really like those plays, but if you do it now, I feel like Navi are so on alert from having traded all these rounds, you're probably not going to get away with something like that.
Yeah, oh man, they're facing. They didn't even use Kerrigan's smoke to get across. They actually just went across dry there. Surprising to test Simple. That's not something you want to do every single day, especially given that this gap is still available to Simple. We might see the last kill ever through these doors.
That's true. Last kill on record could be happening. Maybe we build a little placard, a little statue somewhere, just to write it into history.
Just commemorating it.
Exactly. But all of the advantage in this round goes to Na'Vi. They are close to getting that 14th round. Twist has got a Zeus in hand. Otherwise, it's maybe the Deagle and the Scout. Oh, that's a fair bit of damage. That's just blind spray. I don't know how he did that much.
He definitely only knew about one of those players, and yet he tagged up 3. Kerrigan is doing some serious work with the Scout. It's been impressive to watch him use this gun. And Olaf takes such a risk there, just runs up mid. He could have gone for the long flank, but no, actually, the pistols of FaZe take down Na'Vi on the cross. They didn't smoke the cross. They wanted the challenge, but Bit, oh, he's got the flank, goes for the spray though, and the return is there for Kerrigan, and FaZe steal a round from Na'Vi.
I have no idea what just happened in this round. Why did they not smoke it? Bit probably didn't need to go for the spray then. Probably could have just walked out and at least tapped 1 or 2 in the back of the head. Just so confusing. I'd love to see the spin kill from Kerrigan on Bit, actually. Yep, there he is. He's like, oh, wow, that's nice. Yeah, what a weird round. Na'Vi, every chance to get to 14 rounds. They let FaZe back into it. Alex, that could be the pivotal round in this game. This could be what actually brings FaZe to winning Dust 2.
Yeah, that's in a way unacceptable for Na'Vi to just swing across like that. Knowing that FaZe are just working with a couple pistols, a Scout. I mean, Kerrigan already hit a nice shot. Who's to say he's not going to be hitting more? There used to be some kind of logic back in the day when people just simply weren't skilled enough at the game that you could say, if you have the better guns, sure, invite the challenge. But with how good people are, you can't overlook those kinds of things anymore.
No. You're right. The level is so high that even people who are way down the rank, they're still going to take that fight to you in a big way.
Even with a USB.
Even with, apparently, unreal. Utility damage, a lot on Boomich and on Electronic too. 23rd round, and we do have still a buy on Na'Vi. I guess that's the only upside here. At least they're not dead broke, so they can still try and take the fight. But if they lose this round, I mean, the gap is going to close so quickly between these two teams. And it's a very, very standard setup here for Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's a pivotal round for both. The money is just not good in either direction. And whoever takes this has a chance to either close the distance or run away with the game. And now we'll see that Na'Vi, they employ their standard cat control. Simple, trying to find anybody who may dare to test him at mid. But Rain thinks better of that. Backs on up. Na'Vi, once again, they have this cat space, but they only have a couple of smokes. So whatever they decide to throw those nades for, it's probably going to be their final destination.
Classic movie as well. Twist looking into the middle from the B-bomb site. He is the only one that's really sort of he's the dam between them and Olofmeister who's inside. Oh, and the timing is not good for him. He's flashed as well. Bit will take him down. Perfecto with the kill on Kerrigan. Olofmeister. The bomb's on the other side, though, actually. Brokey is also on his own. I don't even think FaZe know where this attack is happening. They're so confused. Olof might be calling for backup. Brokey is walking into the shot against Simple. Na'Vi just, I mean, completely dismantling this FaZe defense.
This is such a Na'Vi-ish round where you're just moving in multiple positions at the same time, and it catches the defense off guard. And Rain and Olaf, they're tasked with trying to put this together. This doesn't look possible, though. They probably have to back off of this. Yeah, it does not look like Rain is interested anymore. So he and Olaf will save these into the upcoming round. They threw a mid to B. They found the kill on the mid to B. At the same time, there was a kill at long, and then Na'Vi decided to go up cat. It's like the openings that Na'Vi carved out for themselves, it just wasn't even in the option they ended up taking.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of a little bit shocked because it looked for a minute like they could have actually taken A and B at the same time with two people, like two groups of two people, and it would have worked. That's really ridiculous. 14-9. Saving those rifles, I mean, that's also the only thing that's now keeping the mat somewhat competitive for FaZe. They need to win this round for sure. Na'Vi are marching forward towards a victory on Dust 2. Which would not exactly be good news for FaZe. The map that they picked, Simple, down the middle. Oh, he almost had it. Looked like he knew as well. He's ready for it. Second map would be Mirage.
Yeah, Rain has taken a lot of space. This might find the opening for FaZe. And he is able to get Bit. That's a nice kill. Can he peel off, though? Yes. Perfecto doesn't challenge the angle. And FaZe, that might be the breathing room that they need in this round. They've been hamstrung in many of these due to the opening pick not going their way. But this time, they can set up and know that the numbers for Navi are in FaZe's favor.
Simple out here. No one wants to challenge him. Do you think that's an individual call for Rain? Does he just say, I'm going to do this?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm feeling it.
It's just a classic rifle push off the catwalk, and it finds the timing.
Wolfmeister is actually feeling a bit lonesome out here. Now, he's by the car, which kind of hard to clear out without at least losing one player, and that's the bomb committed to the bomb site. 40 seconds on the clock, and everyone's coming in. Brokey on the flank as well. Simple's really far away. I don't know if he was expecting someone to peek, but it's going to be way too late now. 30 seconds, and he should probably just try and keep this AWP alive. Maybe look for some more kills in terms of making it expensive. That's certainly very annoying, but FaZe have found a 10th round.
Yeah, Olaf did an excellent job there at the car. Just a solid angle. It's almost always good for at least one. Usually, it helps activate the player at the back of the site, but even though Olaf was by himself, he was able to get 2.
Now, obviously, we're talking about Rain, and he's such a phenomenal player, but if you're on a team like that, and someone makes the call that Rain just did, saying, I'm gonna run up middle and kill someone, does that make you think, yeah, confidence, or does it make you think, well, but if you lose, we're probably toast?
It's almost entirely results-oriented.
Yeah.
You kind of just need to let it happen sometimes, unless you're a really strict IGL. Then you can shut them down. But if you do that, depending on the emotions of your players, sometimes that means that they'll think that they don't have confidence in themselves.
Right.
So getting himself going there, I mean, because it worked, I'm happy for him.
All right. That's fair. That makes sense. All right. Kind of close on that one. Kerrigan throwing the Molotov, trying to dodge flashbangs if there were any. We've got that one AWP on Simple. It's just one rifle. So why is it making me so nervous?
It's Simple that's holding it.
You get the feeling sometimes in the back of your mind that he could just get it done, even if he shouldn't.
Yeah. And Olaf again is just on B by himself. This is where it's scary, where Simple can just find the single entry, take over the bomb site, and Olaf is going to have to play well here. He's going to have to try to dodge a shot from one of the best snipers in the world.
He has a smoke grenade, but again, that doesn't really matter if he's dead. So, waiting for it. Perfecto takes a bit of a peek, and there's the flick. Simple takes him down. You painted the picture for us, Maui, and that's how it turned out. Now they have a little bit of an issue because they have to get close. He's got the bomb site. The bomb is making its way in on bit right behind him. They're going to be smoking it off, and FaZe aren't even moving.
That's it.
One rifle and one kill.
That's why you were nervous, Anders. This always was a possibility. And the setup from FaZe 2, it just almost in a way invites this. It says that, Olaf, we trust you so much in this position to not die. And he does really have one job, but it's just so hard to play for info safely on the B site. There's only so many options you have. And unless he's going to play the car position again and try to go for a multi-frag, there's really not too much else for him. And so, yeah, Simple. He just gets that clean entry, and the round is done.
What a wild way to win a round. And just slightly led, I think Perfecto was in front of him just to take a shot, you know, maybe even call out the position. It's hard to know for us, but that works out so well. They're going to lose the round. It's 15 to 10 now. Navi just a single round away. Yeah, I mean, he's playing it carefully. You can't even really charge Olafmeister with being reckless. It's just so fast.
Yeah, that's a position that works against 95% of players.
Yeah.
But Simple, he's just in that top 5% where he makes those seemingly safe kinds of positions simply not. And so FaZe already change up their defense. They send Twist on over to B to assist Olaf in what may be the final play of the round. A B hit looks to be shaping up.
Yeah, Boomich looking around middle. See how quick they go. Flash is so good. They're blind inside of the bomb site. They can't see anything. Olaf, he has to come up big with the spray down, but the smoke is on top, and he can't see anything around him. Perfecto's going to be finding him in through the window. It's Rain. He tried to get in there, but he's going to get shut down. Big triple for Perfecto. He took down the entire B bomb site. At least the flank of Boomich is gone, but I'm not sure that's helping them right now. Kerrigan and Brokey, 2% chance. I actually think that's not even far from the mark. I have no idea how you would ever win this retake. Brokey's down and out, and Kerrigan has nothing to do here. NAVI, I don't know, a little bit shaky at the beginning of the second half, but now they've got control back at it 16-10 as they bring down FaZe on their own map pick and put us onto Mirage for a second map. It's very, very impressive for NAVI once again.
Yeah, a great T side. I mean, it was shaky in the beginning. It was back and forth. It was a competitive match. You never knew which team was going to take control of the economy. But once NAVI found that opening pick from Simple onto Olaf, I mean, the game just felt like it got completely out of control. And this was, once again, a very nice victory from NAVI. But I will say that Kerrigan and co, I mean, they were fighting back. There were some excellent shots being hit. You can tell that the mechanical level of this game was quite high.
Yeah, it was really enjoyable. Love to see it. Just a little bit more going the way of FaZe, and maybe it could have been. But let's not waste any time. Let's get it over to the desk after the break.
As long as you have good mentality, good brain, good health, when it comes to that, you can always train to become a pro.
I'm here joined by none other than Kerrigan, the Danish IGL. It's a pleasure to be here with you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing perfectly fine.
So what we're doing today, Finn, is basically finding 4 stickers that define either key moments of your career, key aspects of your gameplay, and basically identifies you.
That sounds very interesting. Let's figure this out together.
Do you have any skins that you favor over each other? Do you have any all-time favorite skin?
This General Asimov is a classic one. AK Asimov or Orb Asimov. When you get those in the hand, it's just clean.
So for the first sticker, Kerrigan, I have a moment in mind that I'm sure you haven't forgotten. I am talking Overpass 2017 against SK Gaming. You pull off a 1v3 sneaky ninja defuse.
We basically won a CT side. I had a UMP, and I was like, okay, so they're not gonna hunt me because of the economy situation back then. So, and I saw they had the opportunity to defuse without them seeing from banana, so I took the chance. Big brain play, like you always say, like you have to go for those sometimes.
I think to immortalize this one, we're gonna go for the countdown sticker.
3, 2, 1, bomb defuse, right? Or 3, 2, 1, you're dead.
Now for the second sticker, we need to look at maybe a side a little bit less flashy and remarkable of your career. What if I say Cobblestone? What if I say Kenius? Does that ring any bell to you?
People don't understand why I did it. Back then there was some kind of bug when people was planting the bomb and the hitbox was not the best. So I just felt like, why not running so he can't no-scope me? But little did I know he was quick.
To keep this moment in our memories and minds, we're gonna go for the Don't Worry, I'm a Pro sticker.
Yes, I mean, why not get us a tattoo while we're at it?
We've already seen many big brain plays coming from you throughout the years, and it's becoming kind of a meme, right?
As long as you have good mentality, good brain, good health, when it comes to that, you can always train to become a pro.
Exactly, Kerrigan. So, as a matter of fact, what about CS on the Mind sticker for you?
Yeah, it's obvious, right?
I would like to ask you, how does it feel to be back with FaZe?
I mean, it's good to be back. I feel this is where I belong. I have the same vision as the organization, and they share the same vision and motivation as I do.
It might not be the moment you like to remember most, but for this one, we went for the Boston 2018 FaZe sticker.
That's a great reminder of being close, but not being the best.
Okay, now we have our 4 stickers. Let's see how they look like on this Asimov, and what do you think of that?
So I think this all comes together and really good.
Okay, thank you, Kerrigan, for being with me today.
Thank you.
This is...
The post.
I'm playing closer.
Platform.
Ramp one. Maybe he looked at B. Short!
That's too low.
2 ramp, 1 long.
That's too low.
That's too low. Nice.
Nice! We got it! Let's go, boys! Why are they peeking?
Cut, beep!
Good. Right.
Can we do?
Let's do the...
A stellar moment there from Twist, but unfortunately does not fall in the favor of FaZe as we come to a close on Dust 2. 16-10 to the side of NAVI. And Jason, we were just talking about it. That second half, very back and forth in terms of those rounds.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy. I mean, FaZe not able to string 2 rounds together at any point during that second half on their CT side. Obviously very painful for a side that relies on economy so much. And then also, I mean, NAVI even just going back and forth with them in the same way. They managed to get a couple rounds in a row a few times and obviously just kind of take it over the finish line there. I want to touch on that clip we just saw from Twist in the 1v3, because one thing that doesn't really in my mind get talked about enough when we discuss Twist, he's a very clutch player.
Yeah.
He's got some incredible clutch performances and clutch rounds over the years.
Yeah, he's got the ability to punish anyone that peeks.
Yeah.
And they were laughing about it, like, why are they peeking? Yeah, I guess that's a question you can ask. Look, NAVI had a couple of questionable decisions along this game, and I think the fact that we had all these back and forth on the second half is definitely related to that. We had moments where they would peek CT spawn without a smoke, which is one way you can go about it, but you need to be together then to ensure that you're going to have these trades.
Yeah.
In the end, it's Kerrigan hitting one hit with the scout, then a deagle shot, a USP kill as well. Then we have this clutch, obviously the 3v1 that Twist was able to pull out. But the reality remains, NAVI is the better team. They played the better Counter-Strike. They were never really in danger at any point in the game. But, you know, they allowed FaZe a couple of rounds here and there. And if you make a mistake,
They're
it's top level of Counter-Strike.
Benevolent gods. Yeah, that round you're talking to, they even had kind of like bit flanking behind the B bomb site. So it's like there very much could have been like a pause instead of trying to force the cross. So yeah, this by no means was Navi's A game. And that just goes to speak to how good they are at the moment.
Yeah.
Whew,
That's
what I want.
Do you think that's any questions of, I know you used the word complacency, something you didn't want to be seeing from NAVI. Do you think there was any questions of it from that, you know, saying they're not really giving their A game because they kind of don't need to be?
No, they don't need it. And I think that it's really hard as a professional player when you're into a game and you can feel how superior you are to really remain 100% strict and disciplined every step of the way. And it becomes increasingly harder as you win, keep on winning and keep on winning. You start getting the idea that, you know what, whatever happens, we're going to win the clutch anyway. It's going to be all good. I can peek. And then it's good that from time to time, you get reminded, you get punished, and that keeps you on the right track. I've seen some of these moves from NAVI in that game, but the fact is they still win 16-10. So they don't let it go out of control.
Yeah.
They lose a couple of kills here and there, maybe a couple of rounds, but that is just it. Just a little bit of a alert.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, also, I think that's a good point to bring up too, because it frequently happens at like, you know, 6-0, 7-1, 7-2, and that's when you start to see maybe some individuals get a little over peaky, maybe going for some heat check peaks and all the various things. And yeah, it can kind of spiral away with you, but this is also kind of why you know, I set this up as if FaZe was going to have to perform 150% to be able to overtake NAVI. Like, they can go for those, you know, NAVI has a lot of leeway in the decisions that they make, and you're not going to get fully punished for it. And that's why I think this match is just in so many different ways out of FaZe's grasp. Despite them, you know, even if they have some good performances, it's about, you know, can you do it enough to actually win the map? And I don't think FaZe is ready for that just yet.
I mean, Maniac, you mentioned the word supremacy, and we really, you know, we sound like a broken record at this point, but Simple once again stepping up to the plate.
It's his fault. He's really selfish having all these good performances.
I know. What are we supposed to do then when Simple is always performing like that? No, Simple is always going to be a weapon of mass destruction for the side of NAVI, and here that's the case again. We have pretty much a one-man army. It's only Simple with the AWP. You'll see there's a little bit of pressure towards Catwalk, but that is just a smoke screen. Although it did pull a massive rotation, and hey, that's it. One kill. That's all you need. The round is done, and I think this is the strength of this NAVI right now that is so scary, is that they have a couple of very well-organized, knit-tight strategies, but they can also play the simplicity, no pun intended. They can play the easy peak, play slow, take map control, one kill, accelerate. They have that ability, and I have to say their T side has been looking better and better, event after event after event. Less what I used to call garbage round, which has no identity or they get punished by the clock. That doesn't happen anymore. There's always an idea, there is a rhythm they follow, and they have all these solutions.
Yeah, they have a lot of variety in the ways they can attack bomb site set pieces. They can probe it with 2 players, kind of just working in tandem, working together to try and find an isolated duel. Obviously, the slow play rounds where they can send some lurkers out as well. Yeah, they have so many different options available, and it's tough. It's tough to be able to read that when you're actually inside the game itself.
I also really liked what we saw from Perfecto too. We were talking about him as a player coming into things, you know, one of the younger guns on the side of NAVI, and over the past few months, just really solidly integrated into the team.
I mean, Ender said it becomes unreasonable. Like, NAVI becomes unreasonable. When you have Perfecto that is performing this way and having that kind of impact, he is truly truly becoming a clutch factor for Navi.
Yeah.
And this was something that some of us, I guess, had a sort of an idea, maybe a present at the very beginning of his stint with Navi, but that was still complicated. But now he's truly blossoming into this player, which whenever you see him in a clutch, any mistakes, any miss opportunity that the opponent is going to give him, that's it. He takes it, he punishes. That round with the Deagle is a good example. It's a 1 versus 2, a little bit of an overextend, 1 dig, and then that's it, he clutches. So he's got that incredible X factor, and he's also become extremely good, like skill-wise. Like he doesn't miss at all. Like he hits right in the head. That's Simple's advice, you know, aim higher.
Aim for the head, aim a little bit higher. Oh yeah, he did give him that advice. I forgot about that. That's wonderful.
Aim for the head.
Good for Simple. Yeah, I don't know. For me, part of this game too is like I was still kind of, I don't know why I'm so shocked by it, but I know when I was looking at the stats like at halftime, and it was just looking at the opening kills from the FaZe side of things, and I know we'd looked at a graphic, you know, before the series even began, and you go over to the Navi side of things, and it's like Simple's like a 60% like, you know, opening kill success rate. I think it was it Perfecto who had like something like 68 or 70% opening win rate, and it's just like there's so many different players who can open up the round for Navi, so many players who can wreak havoc on their opposition, and it's tough when you have like map-wide danger at all times playing against this team. Yeah, here it is. I was even wrong too light. 65.
73 actually.
Yeah, 70, 73, 74 for Perfecto, 65, 66 for Simple. Electronic and Bit are up there. And Boomich, even though his success rate on entries, he's got a bit of a different style for entries, right? Like these guys are looking for fights, they're looking for duels, they're taking peeks. Boomich is the one jumping in, being crazy, creating space so other people can follow up and trade.
The problem is that these crazy stats, they mirror the problem inside of FaZe. That's exactly the other way around when you look at FaZe. There's only Rain that has a little bit of a success, and that is actually regularly required to do the entries, and he does that to an extent. But in that specific map we've just watched, 7 entry kills of the entire game, 7 entry kills for FaZe Clan. Counter-Strike sometimes is just a game of numbers. You get the entry kill, you let your IGL, you know, take you through the round, dictate the rhythm, punish the aggression. How many times did we see FaZe over-rotating after a kill because they felt pressure to retake information, they felt pressure to know what was going on, and then Navi have a minute 10 to play with, they control the whole map, they punish that secondary kill, and then that's 5v3, you know the round is over. So these entries, they fail FaZe right now. They truly fail them.
Well, that win from Navi does wrap up Dust 2. And interestingly enough, that's going to be one of the last times we see this version of Dust 2 gracing our screens in terms of top-tier Counter-Strike. And that does mean potential RIP for the graffiti as well. Now, before I got into on-air talent for Counter-Strike, I got into watching CS through French CS. So this actually gives me a little bit of pleasure that maybe I don't have to think about that moment for NV anymore.
Wait, would that be Apex peaking out?
Yeah. Oh, how can you forget about that? Oh, man.
Oh, no. Danny.
It was ambitious peak. I remember that time.
There's moments, you know.
Why are we removing
that was a calculated risk, but he's bad at math. So.
Why are we taking these graffitis out of the game?
I mean, I don't think we're taking it out. I think we're just gonna, you know, we're
it's still gonna be there. Okay.
Yeah, I think we're just putting a barrier over. You know, that moment can never happen again. I'm pretty happy about that. For one, I'm sure Apex probably
actually
is as well.
I did see on Reddit like a spam that you can do towards those mid doors.
Oh.
There he goes.
Yeah, through that big wall.
Okay,
so
yeah,
we still
maybe
have a chance.
That might still live on, well, at least in our memories for now. Of course, it is going to be Mirage as our second and potentially last map in this series and at the full groups. This is the pick of Navi coming into things, and we're going to be jumping into the action very shortly indeed. One more map to see if Navi can claim that group supremacy, and it is coming up after this short break.
Navi taking on FaZe, second map now on Mirage, and obviously winning Dust 2, a big step in the right direction for a Navi that look near unstoppable. The odds very, very much reflect that, if they weren't already looking good. Navi, just, I don't know what it takes to bring them down right now, I have no idea.
What we don't want to see, and something Maniac brought up on the desk, is Navi's complacency. Because it feels, every series we've seen so far at Navi in these groups, they win the first map quite convincingly.
That's true.
And then they drop map number 2.
Yeah.
So if there's any lifeline for FaZe, it would be seeing Navi not play badly on their own, but seemingly give things up that they otherwise wouldn't. So that's possible. There could be a bounce back here. FaZe are a team that like Mirage. They have always been good at it when Kerrigan is at the helm. So we'll see if he's able to lead him and his team to bring it to a third.
That is actually a good point. I kind of forgot about that, but you're right. They have let go of a couple of rounds or maps maybe that they didn't need to. Twist, that is some good map control. Now, they didn't complete... Ooh, there's a tech timeout being called for, and no one's taking any damage, so I'm assuming they can just do that. And it should be more or less okay.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like we're going to be getting the repeat here. So we got to see a new Navi pistol strat. This is... but, oh, I think they have to play it out, though. I think that's a...
Oh, yeah, okay.
They do.
Yeah, so they have to actually finish the round, and then it resets. Fair enough, fair enough. They'll find a way to do that.
Oh, no, they're just going for it. Okay. I've seen them do that before, though, and they had to play it out. But, okay, that's not the case this time. So we're going to get a repeat or perhaps a slight twist. It looks like... What do you think the strat was for Navi there? They had that one Molotov. It actually landed on Cat?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if it was an attempt to fake mid-presence, Twist would have called that instantly.
Yes.
But it could have been that, and then you just rush B for the rest of them.
Yeah, they were grouping up over there.
I don't know if they had a smoking window. But I mean, it's just hard to block out all of middle, right? They almost need a smoke window, Molotov Cat, another smoke for connector. Like, there's a lot of utility to then run B.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
It's just, it doesn't generally work in your favor to try to buy 3 smokes on a pistol round for control you're not even actually looking for.
Right, yeah. It's like,
just to try to sell a fake. I mean, now you have 3 unarmored Glocks running into a bomb site. But no longer have to theory craft that one. Although the utility looks similar for Navi. They got the smoke and the molly again. And Electronic has a set of utility for himself. And on the FaZe side, oh, they don't have a kit. This could get interesting if Navi are able to get it. Oh, they're running the same play.
Yeah, it looks like it. So there's the smoke set up. Gonna be towards connector. Bit will take the kill there, dropping Twist, who instead of running to all the way upper, just run straight down the underpass and get trucked by Bit. Boomich is still hanging out, not sure if anyone is pushing. They've used all of the nades except for the single flashbang on Electronic, so this is interesting. Kerrigan goes down next, and failing the shot there. Brokey could have been a headshot on Simple, but it's not. Olofmeister and Rain are left. 2 versus 5, and I still not 100% clear what the strategy is here for Navi, but it's working.
Yeah. If Twist did the same thing that he did before the restart, this could be a FaZe round, but it's kind of a fake towards middle where they're finding if they can find some space towards underpass, but then the main plan is to go towards B, it looks like. Man, Navi are so confident in their fakes, though. They're so willing to send 2 people out on a fake as opposed to sending every player out on a singular mission. It seems like that's just something that's a hallmark. And Olof, if he had a kit right now, you would think that there's a possibility here, but because he doesn't, he'll just be looking for some kills, maybe try to bait him out. See that Bit is worried because of that, but Bit does take him out.
I love the fact that he's even staying behind, right?
Yeah.
What was obviously a 1 round, but yeah, you're right. If he'd run away and Olof had a kit, you never know. Navi gonna be winning the pistol round.
That push into apartments that Kerrigan did is something that consistently on pistol rounds seems to get people in trouble. 1, the left eye peek, and 2, there's just the height. There's the elevation that you can use if you're holding that angle. It's a strong hold, so flash might have been needed.
Well, they have picked up Deagles, and the Deagles on Dust 2 for FaZe were super impressive and
stellar.
Yeah, they could come back to have an impact in this upcoming round. We'll never We'll never know if they could have made a bigger difference on Dust 2. They won a bunch of rounds just, you know, in the first half even. Some of the rounds were just Deagle rounds. They just never built enough off of it, but it did get kind of close at the end. I mean, they maybe almost could have converted it if they could have shut down the Na'Vi economy. They're getting a chance right now to do it early on. A little bit of a peek there for Rain. Oh, and Kerrigan again with the headshots. He was doing that on Dust 2 as well.
Yeah, he was excellent with the scout, and he's looking to continue that. You see that he's posted up onto the Palace. He's getting another challenge from Simple. But Boomich, well, working through a smoke at Catwalk, Olaf seems to have a beat on this. He seems to know that this is a possibility, but who's going to give it up? Boomich looking, and he gets the better of Olaf. And on the A side, Electronic 2 gets a kill of his own. The remaining players from FaZe are pretty close to A, and it seems like Na'Vi are aware of that. They're rerouting themselves to B, but Brokey might beat them to the punch.
Boomich is really low on health, so if he's too quick with it and runs into Brokey, it could be a 2-on-2 pretty quickly here. 25 seconds. The bomb is making its way up to the A side. Electronic has actually managed to just creep his way across the bomb site without getting found by anyone or making any noise. What a great find this is. This is actually pretty impressive. Twist far away. Sorry, not Olaf, but Boomich hiding down below. If Brokey makes any noise, Boomich is going to hear it. Yep, he's definitely hearing some of those steps. And now the gun as well. He's creeping right underneath. Cue the Jaws theme. He's eating Brokey alive. And Twist is on his own 1 versus 3.
It actually legitimately looked like Wall. Like, he's looking right at him through the wall the entire time. It was right on him. That's good. That's good sound, though. I mean, that's just knowing and hearing where that player is. Twist, though? Okay, nice shot. Onto Boomich, he'll be able to take the MAC-10 forward, and with armor, this MAC-10 actually becomes pretty valuable in that if he's able to find a couple kills, perhaps it'll secure an op into the first gun round. This is not an inconsequential pickup.
Yeah, that's a good point. See if, I mean, a bunch of different ways they could go aggressive. They could even build around behind it, right? Send out a couple of USPs first, have the MAC-10 third or fourth in, and just try and clean up, get a double if you can.
Yeah. Yeah, but Electronic, though, in the mid-round there, just taking all of the space on A. It's just what he seems to do. He's so good at having the confidence and being successful at finding map control on his own. It's something that is just a hallmark of star players when you talk about Counter-Strike. The ones that can just find space on their own. They don't need a strat to always go around them. It's just that they can find a tactical advantage for the team on their own.
And around, you know, it's Deagles, so it's not like it's completely risk-free if you sneak into a bomb site. A lot of open space in there, but he just saw the opening and went for it, so well done. Not finding anyone in middle at the moment. A little bit of a fight there, but it's just a USP, and Simple's going to be charging in to take that kill. He's ready for more, but the MAC-10, like you mentioned earlier, with the armor, without the armor, he probably would have been dead in that moment.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, Brokey finally mollied out of the position. They should have heard that. Now Bits on the entry route, but the pistols are doing a lot of damage for FaZe. It's just Electronic. All of a sudden, FaZe have captured this. Electronic has to try to juggle the situation. There's so many players he has to deal with, and he's having a very hard time, but he's able to recover in time to take down Twist. But does he know about Rain in the apartments? That seems to be the ace up the sleeve of FaZe. He's aware that this is a possibility, but he couldn't quite catch Rain. And Kerrigan might just give this up. Yes, Electronic finds it, but Rain is there for the trade. FaZe get their first round off the back of just pistols in that B site.
And 2 of those kills were actually the MAC-10 on Twist. So even he made a ton of money on top of everything else. But yeah, that's kind of surprising. It looked like Navi actually had that round plenty under control in the beginning. The Molotovs forcing Brokey out, but then it just kind of spiraled out of control after that. FaZe, look at that. Straight into double AWP and an AUG and an AK that they stole. What a luxury position to be in.
This is such a great buy. I mean, this is better. This is a better buy than they would have had.
Yeah,
of course. Yeah, this is really, really nice for FaZe. They are feeling good about this. But Navi are going to be buying back. They're going to still challenge this, and Olaf might get caught off guard. No, Boomich didn't see him. He actually scanned away from it, but finally does catch him off. There's a trade from Twist, though, although the main hit is towards this A site.
And Rain is so flashed, he can't see anything. Then again, no, they can't either. Twist set up that flashbang to help out Rain, and now he's getting a kill, doing a lot of work in the round here, Twist. Double kill and a flashbang to secure 1 for Rain. Twist, an absolute hero in that round.
He was all over the place, and he just provided support in terms of utility, and he was able to find the kills too.
I was actually so sure that Rain was dead because he was like 50-50 flashed. They were running him down, but then everyone who was trying to kill Rain also ate that flashbang from Twist. Otherwise, Rain would have got no kills, and they could have easily won the round, Navi. Real interesting stuff here. They lose one of the AWPs, and that is a bit unfortunate, but still, they are able to break the Navi economy.
Yeah. It's really cool to see this version of FaZe with Twisted Connector. I mean, on Liquid, of course, it was always Elijah Khan. And now, and you look at Twist, and you know he has the skill to play that position. It's just that he never was allowed to. And now that he is, you can see how he is really, he's always been capable of being such a star on this map.
Yeah, without a doubt. Yeah, it is cool to see him unleashed in that fashion. Pistols, no flashbangs, just a straight run, and there is an AUG and an M4 waiting on the other side. So they're gonna back it up. I was gonna say this should never work.
No, and Navi know that. They're out of there, and they still have Electronic lurking towards Palace. This should be a clean one from FaZe. I can't really see any way that this should go wrong.
No, not even the Deagle in play on the Navi side. So not that the P250s could obviously be dangerous, but at least you are a bit safer just in case, you know, they are going to get that tab on you at range. You're not going to die immediately. Kind of a little bit like that. It is a third round on the board now for FaZe. What a quick recovery after losing the pistol. They seem to be doing very well at the moment. Money is looking decent. And now, let's find out what Navi are going to bring to the table here.
Definitely expecting some mid control. We've seen Boomich in every Mirage game lately just have so much success at finding space, kills, through a flurry of utility, and I would expect nothing different for the first gun round here. We've got Boomich going along with Bit towards middle now, but the smoke at top mid isn't even there yet. Bit dies, and that feels like Navi really looking before they leap.
Yeah, that's a weird, and they said, oh, and a nade. Twist able to find it. I did not see that coming. They actually set up the nades in T-spawn right away. They didn't even delay as far as I can tell, but they were just so quick to run in front. And Brokey getting the kill on Simple on top. A big double for him. And Electronic kind of just on his own. What a curious round. FaZe, though, I don't think they're going to mind.
No, they will take those kills. And yeah, challenging FaZe like that. Maybe Navi wanted to beat the utility, but we'll see. Electronic caught off guard. Yeah, that's just so curious that they wanted to fight, swing out before the smokes even bloomed. And when you're against an AUG, it's always going to be a hard fight.
Unscoped. Have you noticed that? How some players never scope on the AUG?
Yeah, that is happening more and more. I've noticed. It's not an easy spray. It's a little bit tougher than the A4, I would say. So
yeah,
good control from Kerrigan regardless, though.
Deagles are back in style on the Navi team. Most of them in the middle. Perfecto, bit of a solo mission over by the B side of the map. Oh, actually, Kerrigan took a lot of damage. Could have been dead right then and there. But mid control is a really nice step in the right direction.
If you're Navi, and you're looking at this FaZe defense, and you see Kerrigan and Olaf both at B, would you think to try to test that?
I mean, I would pick that over Twist, Rain, and Brokey if I had to make a choice. That does seem likely. I mean, the problem is I'd probably want to try and incorporate the catwalk into that play, but that gets real close to Twist.
Yes, yeah.
But that would be the ideal scenario if I could do that in a fast way.
Right. I mean, we've seen some great plays from Navi in the past in terms of how they can get up catwalk and do it rather unscathed. I mean, Boomich just has such an excellent feel for getting up cat. So it seems like that would be a likely call for Navi. But yeah, I mean, Maniac did mention just the complacency for Navi. It did come back to bite him in that gun round. They just kind of want to swing. They just think that there's a superior players. I think that's exactly how he put it, that when you feel like you're the better players in the server, sometimes you're going to take risks that you otherwise wouldn't if you thought you were the underdogs or you thought that they were on equal footing to you. But Navi right now they have to bounce back. I mean, FaZe are getting a lot of cash. Every single player on FaZe is at practically $7,000 or more.
Yeah, that's 5 in a row on the side of FaZe after losing the first 2 rounds. Pretty impressive stuff. Yeah, the money is looking insane. I didn't even notice, but you're right. It's out of control. Carrigan with the Galil. Olofmeister with the M4. And let's see if they are going to be put to the test. Maybe Navi have done a similar calculation as to the one you were mentioning, saying it's either going to be that trio over at the A-bomb side, or maybe Carrigan and Olof over at B. It's finding the shot there, Brokey, right on top of the smoke, and he just slips out. Ooh, twist. Awkward spray in the beginning. Looked like his crosshair was slightly misplaced, but he still wins the battle against Bit. And now they're 5 versus 3. Boomich made a big assumption, and he wasn't right about it either.
No. Every aggressive stance from Navi in this round was caught. Looks like the main hit was supposed to be towards B, but with all of the middle players dying, I mean, this is a very one-dimensional attack at this point in time. It's not looking pretty for Navi, and everybody from FaZe capturing what's going on there. Nice shot from Brokey. Carrigan's able to chime in, and Twist. Yeah, it was like you said. I mean, even though it was a little bit labored, he was able to get it done.
Yeah, I mean, not that it's the only thing that they can do, but some of those fast B hits that we're sort of, you know, hinting at, they just don't work as well when the CTs have this much cash in the bank. I mean, they have a lot of nades to try and slow it down. It'd be more fun if they knew that there weren't going to be Molotovs or anything else like that. That's a great setup. Olofmeister able to get that double kill. It is now 6-2 in favor of FaZe, and moving into the 9th round. This is just a good early kill, and there's no punishment for it either.
No. This is 4 rounds in a row that FaZe have not lost a player. That is not a great look if you're Navi. But on the flip side, FaZe have come to play. They are hitting a high level right now, and despite the variety of challenges that Navi are throwing at them, they're consistently on top of it. It's something that on Dust 2 we saw a couple times. A single player from FaZe would pop off in a round, but this time it feels like it's everybody that's doing well. Olaf is at the bottom with only 3 kills, but you know, that's sometimes the life of a B anchor.
You notice something else that's interesting. We've played 8 rounds in this half, and none of them have been just a standard A execute. Just Navi testing that defense even, because I mean, that's sometimes worth doing, right? Just saying like, are those players even awake over there? That'd be fun to see them, you know, do the wall of smokes, jungle, CT spawn, get out, get the bomb down. They haven't even tried that yet.
Yeah, we might see that here. There are a few Tech 9s. I mean, okay, maybe it's a B exec. I mean, the way they're setting up, the way they're posturing.
Maybe faking it, yeah.
Yeah, Navi always like to put a spin on things, though. They rarely just go for those standard cookie cutter execs that everybody else does. And Electronic and Simple are setting up right side smokes together. That'll at least draw the defense a little bit. But, oh man, that's such a good read from Olaf there. Slowing down this play, even though the right side smokes come out, he understands that Navi might be trying something. They might be trying to push from underpass. Again, an excellent nade, and Olaf is on top of this angle, spots out Boomich, might find Perfecto too. Good shots from Olaf. Twist, though, is the one to get Perfecto.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good, sort of almost instinctive reaction from Twist. As soon as that fight breaks out, he just knows to go for it. And now he's just pushing his luck even further, which is amazing. I doubt if Bit is going to be checking this. I know we say that he's very experienced, but I'd be outraged if he checked this corner. Why would you ever assume that someone would have pushed up here? And Bit not looking like it either. A little bit of a surprise, and he gets the double. Nicely done on Twist. That's cool.
Twist is 14-3 right now.
Ouch. That's not a good sign for Navi, is it?
No. This might be the 5th round in a row of 5 alive for FaZe. Oh, it's close. It's happening. Simple. He's jiggling it out. There is a firing squad against him right now. Everybody is just spamming his angle, and that's it. 5 in a row for FaZe. Well, 7 in a row, but 5 of 5 alive. This is just such an excellent defense from FaZe. There's really just no flaw you can speak of.
Yeah, 7-2. Just everyone living through all of these rounds, like you said. They're so rich. They're rich.
They're all above 10K.
That's ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. All right. Now, obviously, FaZe themselves need to keep the focus, right? They cannot themselves fall into the same mindset where they think, this is it, this is done. We're on that third map practically already. I'm sure Kerrigan will really remind them. He's been leading teams for so long, and I don't think he'll let them get away with it. But still, that mentality can creep into even the best of teams, as we can tell. Brokey looking down into the underpass with Kerrigan covering his back, so a lot of trust in him to do that.
Yeah. Oh, Brokey's pushing on forward. This angle is very strong. I can't see Bit winning this. Oh, and Bit turns away. Oh, man, Brokey misses. That is the first kill in 6 rounds for Navi.
How is that real?
Yeah, and we'll see, though, if Navi's able to convert it. There's still a lot of game to be played, especially in this round here. Bit, he's making his way up. And Navi are posturing as if it's going to be a late A split. Smoking top con, but the counter utility is excellent from FaZe. It will slow down Bit, but it still means Boomich and Simple can get themselves into connector.
Oh no. Okay, Twist already used the Molotov. I was a little bit worried. He had one. It's on the A ramp there. I thought if he used it for connector, it would have been a nightmare. 25 seconds now on the clock. Kerrigan walking through the smoke behind them, and that's a huge play. Simple's going to be going down. Electronic and Perfecto left alive, but 18 seconds on the clock, and they are very low on health. They have the bomb site, but they're just a bullet away. And Olofmeister is showing up with 100% health, and he's waiting for it. Not sure if anyone's pushed forward. AKs are out there. And he's going to be slowly walking out, trying to find anyone that he can. A little bit risky here, just in case someone had picked up an AWP somewhere, but that's not in the cards right now. Electronic is in shadow, and Perfecto is playing all the way at the back of the bomb site. And here he comes, just slinking in. Olofmeister, is he going to be quick enough? That's the right pre-aim, and he takes down Electronic. Perfecto way in the back, and Olofmeister doesn't really know it. He's not checking for it either. He taps it, assuming that he's in CT spawn, and Perfecto's right behind him, walking out for the execution kill. Finally, Navi pick up another round, but that took everything they had.
Down to 1 alive, and red HP Perfecto there. But Navi get it, and that's a big one for them. That is a step in the right direction to try to even this one out. And even through all of it, in FaZe, once again, they put together a great defense. It could have been so much more if that first shot from Brokey hit. Makes you really think about just how well FaZe are playing in this moment, that even though Navi do win, it's not convincing. It's so close. And FaZe, with all of the bank that they have amassed, they're not hurting for cash at all. They're back to a double op setup. Kerrigan is getting aggressive, and he has been hot. He has been looking really sharp with these snipers, but he doesn't hit the first shot.
Yeah, but that's still a shot across the bow towards Boomich saying, wait a minute, they have a top mid? It's hard to allow that to happen if you're on the T side. You have to do something about that, because if you just let them have top mid, a lot of what you're doing will just be readily readable for the CTs, right? If you go A or B, they're gonna know. So slowly, they can wait it out a bit, but I'm assuming they're gonna have to try and do something about it.
It doesn't seem like they have any inclination to clearing mid.
Wow.
Navi are... They're just okay with this. They're grouping up towards B, and it looks like it's a full-on B hit. That'll be Olaf and Brokey. Brokey finds the first. Olaf, despite the flames in his face, he is not able to get one, but this means it's all on Brokey. He's already found 2, and he dances around the bomb site, still keeping himself alive. The rotations are coming in, but Bit gets the better of Brokey. Although there is already a flank. Twist is right there, and Rain is fighting around the window, but there's a smoke in his face.
Nice smoke. That actually lands right at the window as well. 28 seconds. Bomb is on Bit. He's thinking about it. Not sure if this flank is still actually happening. And they're both going to be doubling up towards the catwalk. They might have expected the plant to be actually for that position. Not at the default either. And now they're escaping just a little bit. Wow. All right. Smoke in the middle of the site. That's making it hard to check. Almost walking into the gunshot there. That would have maybe been the end of the round. Rain and Twist, though, they both have a kit. Can they use that smoke for anything? Any kind of a defuse. Bit is going to get 1 kill. And Rain getting caught jumping into the window. Double kill for the last remaining Navi players. And they're going to win a 4th round. And I'm shocked that they managed to do that.
Yeah, Brokey put up an
an incredible defense. FaZe had all of the control, but sometimes this is just the power of going for a B hit. And we saw the post-plant utility too from NAVI. It was excellent. The way that Bit throws a smoke right there between the pillars, it makes Twist's job so difficult. He doesn't know if someone's going to play around the smoke. He doesn't know if there's going to be a swing from the other side. It denies so much information in that 2-on-2 that Bit is able to just play what is seemingly a standard spot, but it gains so much value when the opponent is guessing.
Yeah, they were having a really hard time, I think, even spotting where the remaining NAVI players were. I don't think they had a read on what was happening. Didn't know about the bomb planting position either. You could tell that they Molotov'd the default spot. Bit scary moment here. He's alone. He needs some backup, and he's actually not even going to need it. He takes down Kerrigan. I'm shocked. I thought Kerrigan and Twist would double team him and just bring him down, and it would have been a 5-on-3 with the rest of the mid just empty. That is a massive kill for Bit.
The fact that he maintains this position means that FaZe is constantly teetering between positions. Twist is still unaware of where Bit is, yet the rest of NAVI is grouping up towards A, and this timing might catch off FaZe. They have 2 players in CT, and Brokey hits the shot. That stops the Palace offensive, and he even presses on forward. He's looking for more, and there it is. Takes down Simple. Brokey just fighting behind Triple. Rain chimes in finally, and that only leaves the remaining mid player in Bit, and he's just taken out too.
Brokey is playing this so well. His movement is actually just so smooth.
Yeah.
And pushing forward into the smoke and actually fighting them at Tetris that's a bit of a power move as well. So, in spite of Bit leaving through the mid portion of it, yeah, so this move here is just so good. Simple, caught off guard, and that's never really easy to do. Wow. All right then, 8-4, 13th round, and FaZe are back to their winning ways here in the first half. NAVI, if they could get another 2 rounds here, that would at least be something. But they're struggling with the money as well. Yeah. Simple's got 2 kills. 2 kills in 12 rounds.
Yeah, it hasn't been a kind game for Simple. And Scrawny was talking about it on the overtime show yesterday. The fact that Brokey, he just is rapid firing that op sometimes, and it makes his sight defenses so powerful. The way that he's just able to maneuver, and every time it seems like that op is ready for another shot, it's like Brokey's ready to take it, and he hits more often than he doesn't. So he is the opper you want in some anchor positions. It gives some added value to the gun when he's that sharp.
Frustrating to play against, because normally that's when you close the distance is when you have those AWPers cornered. You know probably this is the end of the road for them. They can't really keep fighting, and some of them can. That's very, very painful. Rain down in shadow. Now this is where you need an aggressive Brokey, because if Brokey plays this passively and falls back into CT spawn to keep that AWP alive, Rain is dead. So let's see if he's going to do it again. Smoke is going down. He's reading it. Yep, he pushes forward once again. He doesn't want to leave Rain alone. Counter smoke coming up into the Palace as well. You've got to really appreciate this from Brokey's point of view. Rain, not quite sure where to look at the moment. Oh, there's the AK out and a big double kill. Brokey there to help with the rest. I love the fact that he did that. He didn't even hesitate. It's like, I'm here. Don't worry. Nicely done.
Yeah, some oppers will just try to jump on the CT smoke, try to get that one way over that, but that usually only gives you 1 shot. But when you play behind triple like Brokey does there, you just add so much value to that setup, that defense. And the fact that he doesn't leave Rain on island 2 means Rain only has to worry about the Palace push. Even though he had that little quick switch there on top of the balcony, he was able to recover in time, knowing that he doesn't have to juggle 2 different positions. And FaZe, their defense is just still holding up so strong. Even though NAVI were able to get a couple, it is still FaZe with a huge lead in this first half as they look to send it to a third.
Bomb drop back in T-spawn as Bit falls to Kerrigan. Not that long ago, Olofmeister had the other AWP in the B-bomb site, but he's back with an AK instead. Kerrigan, he did it with a scout. Nade gonna be landing deep right on top of Boomich. Not a devastating amount of damage, but it is something to work with. And FaZe, they're moving around a lot, I'm noticing, but they actually don't have to do anything crazy. They're 4-on-5, so yeah. Just take a deep breath.
Yeah, it seems like all the points of
rotations for FaZe where they're moving around. It's somehow not getting caught off by NAVI. They're just choosing the right time. It's like the whole defense on a macro level is just finding pretty much every single window of opportunity. But this one might get... No! Boomich doesn't get the kill on Kerrigan. What a shot from Kerrigan right in the face of the opposing in-game leader. But Kerrigan, he does fall to Electronic. This makes things difficult for Rain, but Twist is there to support him. And Twist just pushes on forward and takes down Simple too.
That shot from Kerrigan is outrageous. He was probably meant to be dead in that moment, but instead it's 10-4. Yeah, so this is the opening kill on Bit. But this is wild. Wow. Nicely done. Twist is 21-5 and Brokey is 15-5. I mean, NAVI just haven't had many kills even in this first half. It's actually crazy to look at.
Oh, Electronic has the most with only 9. And oh, is that a missed window smoke? Oh man, Olaf is gonna be able to eat up Electronic there. Top fragger from NAVI taken out in the final round of the half. And FaZe, they look to further their lead. I'm sure they're not gonna give this one up too easily. And it's going to be hard to take because NAVI don't have a lot to work with. Just one smoke remaining on Bit. And Perfecto, he's working with a scout. I know he's good, but it's not... Scout is not generally his weapon of choice.
No, it's not. They've really fallen flat here, haven't they, NAVI? I mean, we sort of foreshadowed it, or I guess that the desk did foreshadow a little bit the idea of the potential for NAVI to cool down a bit. And Scrawny mentioning that too. It's turned out to be almost prophetic at this point in time. NAVI just taking a vacation in the middle of the game. Not the right time for it either. Boomich, this is the kind of run that you mentioned it earlier. He's got a really good knack for getting in here. They haven't used it much yet, and maybe he's lost the mojo himself. Getting caught by Kerrigan. Shot in the back. It's now a 5-on-3, and Olofmeister going to be taking down Simple. Man, they're wrecking them. 11-4 in the first half in favor of FaZe. That is a very solid first half victory. They just need 5 rounds in the second half. That's coming up after the break.
Vamos. Vamos. Kyoto. KSU. I feel like I'm a couple seconds behind. Nice. But I got locked in, Pet, man. Oh, yes. Oh, really? Wait, there's a ball rolling behind me, what I don't know about.
You gotta go fast.
Oh my
fast
god.
Boy.
Oh my god, I couldn't. Oh my god. Oh yes. I'm done. Well, you're not done, right? I'm done. What do you mean you're done? Wait for me. Up. 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 No, 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 no. Up. Ah! Jumping on it so slow, baby. What do you mean that's fast? Slow. What are you on about?
Go now. Then jump the laser way. Now. Then you jump chicken. There you go.
Easy. Oh my.
Funny, you wing it. You wing it.
Wait, really? Do you trust me in that one or what?
Yeah, trust me.
Oh my god. Never trust me, Pet.
Go.
Oh. Yeah.
Jump, jump, jump. Go, go, go.
Oh, give me the boom. Boom. Oh, that was tight. Up. Oh my. I'm actually 3 steps away. Oh! Nice. Vamos. Vamos. ¿Qué onda? ¿Qué es eso?
Those movement challenges really are super intense, but then again, so is the game. 11-4 in favor of FaZe. They're 5 rounds away from bringing us onto a third map on Ancient, and the Navi of Dust 2 seem just all but disappeared.
Yeah, no trace of it whatsoever. But FaZe, I mean, we saw a few of their players popping off on Dust 2, and they're carrying that force. In fact, they're building upon it. Not a single player from FaZe is even negative right now. Olaf on the bottom with 7, but yeah, that's what happens when you play B. Twist, though, with 21 kills. Man, outrageous. Yeah, he's going absolutely crazy. And FaZe, they don't want to slow down. They're going for a fast B play. Electronic is right here to find one.
Yep, good headshot to begin with. Bit in the back. They have a good setup. Everyone from Navi is here. They needed to get an instant kill. Otherwise, the whole Navi firing squad, we're going to take them down. Once those USPs are in play, it's just not going to matter. They get shut down. Navi win a round finally.
Yes, yes. It's a much-needed start from Navi. If you let FaZe continue with that kind of momentum, it's not going to be pretty for them. And yeah, just this was a great setup. The fact that there's 2 players in the back lane, Perfecto here at jail, gets so much done. And you'll see that FaZe have run a couple fast pistols. They're not afraid to get in the faces of their opponents very quickly on those kinds of rounds. Not overthinking it, not implementing too much strategy. And that time it comes back to bite them. Now we've got Simple getting a little bit of a boost into the catwalk. He'll be the first to challenge Rain at mid. This is
careful now.
Not working for him though.
Yeah, don't stick around for too long. He's got Electronic right there in the connector too, so he could have had maybe a little bit of backup if they were going to get close. Simple going to find Olaf Meister. He'd come up through underpass. That's a good find. Blumic ready for more. Oh, that's nice. I like it when people go for that from spray into tapping. I feel like that's a hard adjustment to make. It looks so cool when it works out.
What?
Okay.
Okay.
Fine, that's fine.
Yeah, that's something that it takes some composure to commit to the spray, or seemingly commit, and then just say, you know what, I can finish this off with a couple of bullets. Oh, okay, that's one.
Just the one. Navi up on 6 rounds. It's early days in the second half, but if they win this next round, and they probably will, it's going to be 11-7. I mean, Navi are not that far away from making it back, so even if FaZe have done such a good job, still have to keep their composure here.
Cannot count out the Deagles of FaZe, though. They have been electric all day, so this is not a round you can take lightly if you are Navi. Complacency, the word that Maniac used, is not what you want in a round such as this. This should be a round to keep your players alive, maybe even upgrade one of the guns in the next to an op for Simple.
Complacency. That's just Maniac's Swiss way of saying laziness. It's too nice.
Yeah, that's actually true.
It's too nice to say it.
Oh no. Perfecto takes a lot of damage. This is going to be on Bit now to try to help out. I mean, he's up for it though. He gets a headshot onto Twist.
Yeah.
And it really looks like Navi are in control here.
And Bit can keep his focus on the B hallways because Electronic and Simple are behind him watching middle, so he doesn't have to worry about getting shot in the back at all, which is kind of a nice luxury if you're trying to help out your B anchor. Brokey. 1 versus 5, and this is just about more damage, not really anything to do with winning the round.
No, just if somebody gives something up for free, he'll take it, but Navi won't do that.
No.
They are playing this patiently, as they should. Keeping up the crossfire.
So at 11-7 as a scoreline, which is bound to happen in a couple of seconds. Question is, what will FaZe play for their first real rifle round here on the T side? again, I just have to point out, Navi never, I mean, they did, eventually they tried for some A executes, but I think it's really common for T sides to try that early on in there when they're sort of running through their deck of strategies. They just say, oh, let's try an A execute, see what happens. Took a long time before Navi got there.
Yeah, A execute's kind of a second gun round sort of strat. You usually test out the mid defense first. It's almost always going to be a mid contest for the first round, and you know what? That's why Kerrigan doesn't call it.
Like, I see that.
Yeah.
He's got a nade in hand, a smoke. So Kerrigan, that's going to be a deep grenade that he's going to be throwing back in here. A little bit of a spray coming out. I'm just waiting for Kerrigan. Yep, there it is. Jump throw all the way in. They're pushing a little bit up underpass. Kerrigan is going to come join them, and that is some perfect timing. Electronic goes down. They have the bomb there. Further back from B. They didn't execute straight onto it, but they certainly threw a bunch of nades to suggest that something would happen over on that side. You see how the window over at the B is smoked off in towards the market. Still a 4-on-4, and now it's a 4-on-3 as Bit will find the kill on Kerrigan. Still, the main push is coming, but it's a bit of a crossfire. Really well done from Simple. That's an important kill. Bit will follow up with the FAMAS to take down Olofmeister. FaZe, they had something building in this round, but it kind of got taken away from Bit and Simple just having a double kill each. And now Twist, 22 kills. I mean, he's only had 1 kill in the second half so far. 1 versus 3 for him, and he's walking into a crossfire of his own. Maybe a chance. Yep, he reads it well. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he can actually win it. And eventually it'll be a 3rd kill for Simple, who has had some real struggles of his own in this map.
Yeah, Simple's sitting on 8 kills, but he's coming alive here in the second half, and it's something that Navi desperately need if they want to bring this back. But yeah, the little duo, the dynamic between Bit and Simple in this round was everything for Navi. They were just so good at holding down their positions, and Simple was so annoying in that ladder room. You could see Twist underneath him was trying desperately to find something, and eventually he just had to abandon the fight. He knew he couldn't take down Simple. Now, this gives some more breathing room to Navi. Simple wants to fight Kerrigan, and Kerrigan, despite how strong he has been with the scout today, he will fall.
I was gonna say, please, don't give it away like that. But yeah, they bring him down. A single smoke on Rain, primed already. Waiting perhaps for that one in front of them to fade, and then they're gonna go for it. And the other 4 are just Deagles. Electronic is playing in a really awkward angle for them to clear out with Deagles. I'm gonna try anyway. Nice shot from Olof. We'll bring him down after he dropped Twist, and now he's real close here. Olof, he could get the job done, but Boomich will stay alive. That is so unfortunate. If he could have got that, he would have picked up the M4. It would have been a 3-on-3, and a lot could have worked out their way. Rain is going to be dropped last. It is 11-9. Navi, they're just right back into this game, Alex.
Yeah, this is a good look for Navi. Both of these defenses just looking very good so far. Navi yet to drop around, and they've been keeping players alive on top of that. So this is shaping up very well for them. FaZe, they're going to have to try something a little bit different. Last time around, they went for that B pop along with the underpass play, a little sneaky. This time they might just go for a slightly more standard approach.
Bit. All right, nice jump. Good little bit of movement to get himself up into the ladder room, but Brokey playing at the edge of the smoke, and he's not going to miss the shot. They had a duel in underpass, remember, in the first half, where Brokey missed a shot on Bit in down below. So not quite a repeat of that, but still some good revenge, even if it's 10 rounds later. They'll take it.
Yeah. No smoke for window, though. Means that Electronic could activate, but it looks like he might be waiting for Simple smoke to fade, and oh, Simple, he does it all on his own. 2 kills. Electronic backed off the angle, though, not able to capitalize off of the commotion that Simple caused, although he does hear Olaf jumping in. This should be free for Electronic. Now Boomich pushes towards ramp, catches Twist off guard. That was a pivotal fight, and he takes down Twist. But Kerrigan, he spotted a hole in this defense. He made his way all the way up Cat. He might not know about Perfecto. He's thinking about it. He senses something.
Yeah, and he was stepping a lot, so he didn't want to risk it. And he has time to fall back. I've got to say, what an explosive play coming out of Simple. You're not expecting that. Just hiding inside of the smoke and comes bursting out. He nearly had a 3rd kill even, you could tell. Kerrigan down to 30 seconds. if he runs for it, oh, if he had a smoke, it would be just a bit more secure. But looks like he's faking it for what, a third or fourth time this round. Now he's into the window, but they're watching it, and he's going to be crawling through to his certain death. Boomich will pick it up. It's now 11-10. Man, FaZe, they need to crawl their way back into this game. They don't have a lot of money either.
Yeah, they even got the first pick in the round, but Simple, he just makes a heroic play through that smoke. That is so, it's so risky. There could be players just staring at it, but he gets the better of them anyways. And man, Simple, you're not used to seeing him at the bottom of the scoreboard, which we had in the first half, but he played himself back into this game very quickly. He's already at 10, and I'm sure that he's going to be continuing to contribute now that he has his trusty op.
Scout back on Kerrigan, but you're right. The fact that Simple is back in the game is such a horrific situation for FaZe. Ooh, a line up. There's a return from Electronic. That is a good setup. That'll probably shut them down. Couple of Deagles left here on the FaZe side. Simple going to show up to try and take the challenge to one of them. Flick not quite connecting, but they're not really afraid to take this fight here. Simple's just trying to be ready for it. Twist actually getting one. Perfecto is behind, but this is where Navi should be a bit careful. This round is essentially won, and maybe with that kill, it's right back in their hands. They're going to get the job done. 11-11, it's all tied up. Navi are right back. Alex, if you had to pull out a strat from the depths of North American MDL or whatever happens, what's something really rare that never sees the light of day that could help FaZe here? Something that's so weird that no one's seen it before.
I wouldn't be opposed to the A-Exec remix where you just smoke deep jungle and top con instead of going for the standard smokes. Also, there's a hand. I think that FaZe though really want to go back towards mid because they feel like the last time around that was Simple overperforming. They got robbed. Position. Yeah, they got robbed. They even got the opening kill, and so they'll go for that space once again in a fairly standard default. They need to trust their default because it did work in the previous round, just they couldn't capture Simple.
Okay, well, they got the lean towards the A side of the map, so if they can keep them in control that they have now, we've seen it many times. If you can get any Ts into connector and you're executing onto the A bomb site, that's a recipe for success right there. They don't quite have that at the moment. Olaf and Rain are kind of in the right area, but they need to get a bit closer before this execute happens, surely.
Yeah, they need to be able to activate once the play comes out. Kerrigan doesn't have a smoke, though, and Brokey, he has one, but the question is, where does he throw it in a situation like this?
Oh, bit. He's actually just going... Oh, I can't believe it. Olofmeister, he looked lost and confused. Rain will pick up a kill on Simple. I'm not even sure if this is part of any strategy. They just won 2 fights, and now they're going to go because they were all in position to. Electronic will go down to Olofmeister, and that means Boomich is on his own back here, going to get trucked by Twist. That's very confusing.
That's a great response from FaZe, but yeah, I don't think that went according to their plan necessarily. The kills onto the mid players, yeah, they weren't necessarily the priority, but I mean, you're going to take it, and FaZe will walk to their 12th round here. Olaf just, nice flick, honestly. That's just, yeah, that's just a good shot.
He should have been dead. Okay.
This shot, that was good. Always love that. Always love that from Twist.
Good little, just sending 2 bullets flying.
Yeah.
That's so interesting. It's kind of weird when you play around like that, because that wasn't even, I don't think that was the strat that really worked. They just got the opening and they did it anyway. So do you think they can replay that strat, or did they tip their hand a bit with what they were doing?
Well, they're still able to get mid control from Navi.
Yeah.
As long as Navi doesn't throw some crazy curveball at them, like the Simple play, I mean, FaZe have done a good job at making sure that they get that space, they don't take any casualties. They haven't been able to take deep mid control. They haven't really got connector or cat. It's more just they've got top mid, they've got underpass. That's something that denies a lot of information from Navi.
It's the first round in the second half after having lost 7 in a row, and all 7 were kills. No bomb plants in those 7 rounds. So that says something about how one-sided this has been in the second half in favor of Navi. They can't let them back in the game right now, FaZe. They must keep winning, because otherwise Navi are just going to win the map, and that'll be the end of it. We'll never see Ancient here, which is the 3rd map if we can just get to it. And FaZe, I mean, I feel like they've tempted us. They've almost promised us that 3rd map with how they performed in that first half.
Yeah, that first half made you think this was destined for a third.
Yeah.
Navi has fought back admirably in this half, though, and they're maintaining a lot of control. The smoke at the bottom of connector really slows down Olaf, but we can see that once again, this is a very similar play to the previous round with Olaf in underpass. Brokey, though, is the player top mid. And Brokey finds Electronic. That's a gift. That is something that now FaZe can really maneuver around this map, and now they have to hedge their bets.
Did Electronic take that peek because they failed to smoke in window? Because they did. So you almost wonder if Electronic just waited a couple of seconds, thought, all right, maybe there's an opportunity, and Brokey used it against him. That's interesting. Here we go. Sub 40 seconds. Bomb is outside. Boomich is in sandwich playing around. Simple's getting the one kill. Boomich with the headshot on Twist, bringing down the top fragger of FaZe. And now we're down below 30 seconds, and they're running out of time right now, FaZe. They don't have a lot of room for error when there's just this little time on the clock. 20 seconds, and Boomich, he's hanging around. They're finally going to Molotov him out of position, and he doesn't check anything. He goes down to Rain. 15 seconds on the clock. Perfecto is in connector. Simple in the jungle. They have the cross, and they have the cross right now. 9 seconds, 8 seconds. Perfecto on the headshot, and now Brokey on his own. He can't make the cross. Surely he's dead. He doesn't have the time anyway. It's going to be another round for Navi. They tie it back up to 12. What a close round. Don't do it, Brokey. It's not worth it.
No. Okay, yeah. Keeps it into the next round. And at the end of that all, it felt like FaZe had a chance when they got Boomich out of that position, this opening pick onto Brokey, but the defense on the site was a little bit too strong. And there's maybe a case for the fact that FaZe are spreading themselves a little bit thin on these hits. There's not a lot of smokes to block off the common op angles, and some of the trades just don't seem to be coming out for them, especially when Olaf is lurking towards mid. And, early fight towards ramp. That's Brokey getting the better of Simple, and it's good. That's another opening pick for FaZe, but can they convert it this time?
Brokey is, I mean, he is not afraid of Simple and taking that fight straight up on the ramp. Didn't even push all the way up. I think it was just the only thing that he could see was Simple in that moment. Smokes, Molotovs, traded. Perfecto standing in the fire and nearly burning alive, but they're slowing it down. Oh, I feel like one good flash against Perfecto and he would have been gone, but Olofmeister calling it back, maybe saying, I've got control here, and he certainly does. Oh, Navi might even almost have to save.
They're completely out of position now.
Yeah.
They're just staying on B. That's it. Olaf did it. Olaf, one kill, and that's that. FaZe will find a 13th round here. And I've been seeing more and more players, just to remark on how Perfecto played that hit. He jumping into that Van Molotov, because even though the Molotov is burning you out of that angle, it's just still such a strong position, especially because he knew he had that smoke to play off of, that the T's had to run through. I'm a little bit surprised FaZe canceled that, but either way, it works out, and FaZe are able to find a 13th. But you gotta love Brokey for going for those challenges early on.
And even at the end here, getting another kill just to make it even worse.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if the economy is going to be bad for Navi, then that's a ticket to winning the map right there. If you're on the FaZe side, 13-12 is going to be the scoreline. They're not going to go hunting beyond this point, nor probably should they. Rain maybe could take a parting shot into the market, but he's going to play it cool. Yeah, this is the opening right here. Well done.
And that is what seals the round. So Olaf's mileage from Underpass has been kind of like 2 great rounds and then 1 not so great round. So right now, you're liking what you're seeing out of Olaf on this T side. He's finding some openings. He's getting some kills that really are just helping Kerrigan so much in terms of his calling. He's not necessarily set up for these, but he's doing such a good job that you have to tip your hat to him.
And Navi have lost just a bit of a step here towards the end of the half, which is the wrong time. After winning 7 in a row, they've let a couple slip through for FaZe. And now the problem is, if that keeps happening, their economy is going to be super broken, and that could actually just be the ticket to that 3rd map for FaZe. So let's see how this goes. Counter Molotov, or counter smoke, sorry, comes out up towards the A Palace. They've got a nice triangle set up over at the A-bomb site. Simple could maybe get there if he jumps down through the middle.
Yeah, but there's only 1 smoke left for FaZe. And they're all geared up for an A play. This is going to be a little bit dry. But Boomich fights against Olaf, and he takes that space. That is huge. That makes this defense so much stronger because it's now a one-dimensional attack. Everybody from FaZe coming out of the ramp now. The Molotov is on Electronic. It's burning him alive. He has to fight. This might find an opening for FaZe, but no, Boomich swings in to get the kill, and now everybody from NAVI has arrived. They find a 13th off of a FaZe play that they're probably wondering maybe we needed a little more utility for it.
Yeah, that was rough because, like you said, it was just one player coming out of Palace. When he dies to Boomich, this kill right here, everything is on the ramp. And Electronic, you know, he gets 2 kills, but I actually think we don't see the part, but the part where he stays alive and just cannot be found, that's the thing that really makes FaZe. They can't keep moving forward. They have to they have to take turns at Tetris to try and fight him, and it's just really awkward when they can't kill him like that. So 13-13. Job well done. Double up now being picked up by NAVI. They see an opportunity maybe to end this, and then they might not be wrong. The money is looking a bit shaky now for FaZe on top of everything else. What an interesting game this could turn into. 27th round here.
It's down to the wire. Twist though, 100 ADR, great performance,
but most of that in the first half, right?
Yeah, he was sitting on 21.
Not that it's bad, but
right. Oh, of people that came alive in the second half, Olaf. I mean, he was not doing too well in the first in terms of output.
Oh, they're sending Twist over to the A Palace. Just for a flash, in fact. He just throws a flash in there and runs back. I thought maybe he was going to go for a fight.
Oh, and the double ops here, Bit. You can just secure so much positioning if you have this deep op into the apartments. Although it looks like Bit got forced off of the angle. He's now relegated to jump spotting towards the apps, and that's not necessarily what you want to do with an op. So they might try to set him up once again, but FaZe are taking their space at mid. They've been doing a great job at getting this without losing too many players, but can they find any kind of way to make this a tactical benefit?
Boomich is here just as they were setting up to enter. I think they were expecting some kind of fast B play coming out here in NAVI, because they had 3 people in that B bomb site for quite a while. That's not happening. Rain with his back turned, and Bit will take him down. And they must see that it was Bit with that AWP. Maybe they can guess that simple as the other one. Boomich walking past the timing. Crossfire setup. Brokey trying to bring it back. It's going to be Electronic going down to Olofmeister, sneaking in for the window. A missed shot here. And they know that he's on the other side. But Boomich, that smoke is really helping him out right now. Flash through. What a play from Olofmeister. And he goes for more. Nearly could have had Simple on top of it. It's Brokey to find Bit. But from the underpass, dropping the bomb, it's Perfecto. And we're back into a 2-on-2. And they need to play for time here, NAVI. 20 seconds. They have to come find Perfecto. Nice shot from Simple, and that leaves Olof on his own. He's going to go down. It is a double kill for Perfecto. The fact that he stopped the bomb, the fact that he was there in underpass, that makes all the difference. Now, the money is low for FaZe, and it's 14-13. NAVI almost bringing it back.
That was such a great play from Olaf right there. You really do believe right then and there that FaZe are going to bust this wide open. And Brokey, too, jumping into the window to find Bit. This round was all over the place, but at the very end of it all, NAVI get the better of FaZe. Their individuals were in slightly better positions, and they did hit their shots on top of that. But FaZe, they still have a chance to fight back.
Yes, they do, and we can all recognize this setup. A little bit of a counter smoke coming out. Are they going to slow it down? It doesn't seem like it. Molotovs raining everywhere, and this is going to be the fight for the A-bomb site. NAVI are coming through the middle and connector, but they could be slowed down, and Boomich has to back on out, so it's going to be a very, very swift bomb plant, and that puts the pressure right back on NAVI. What a lineup, though! Boomich with a double kill, and that might shut it down. They just needed to escape the bomb zone, and they would have had a very good afterplant, but maybe that has been compromised by that little double spray down. They're out of nades on the FaZe side, so they can't really slow them down any longer. Perfecto with a headshot on Carrigan to bring him down, and Brokey on his own. 1 versus 4. He's got a deagle up here, and there's just no way that he can save this round. They're already defusing, and when he comes out, it's just an ocean of smoke on the other side. That's 15. That is series point for NAVI. And FaZe, at least they got the bomb plant. At least they're going to have the cash to buy something. But this spray for Boomich, that's the perfect timing.
Yeah, that is everything. And that was actually the A-Exec remix I was kind of prefacing earlier. FaZe decide to run it, but getting caught there at bench is everything. And Boomich recognizes that when that exec comes out, what the T's want to do is go for a late jungle control generally as that jungle smoke is fading. But this time, they waited, the smoke didn't fade yet. Boomich had that single window of opportunity and he seized it and he found 2.
It's one of the things that just makes him such an annoying player to play against, you have to assume.
Such a great read.
Yeah. He's very, very elusive in some of those moments. 29th round, and like I said, without the bomb plant here, this buy would have been so different for FaZe. They actually needed the $800 bonus.
Yeah, this is a little bit hamstrung. They still have some good utility. The firepower is there, but Brokey without the op. I mean, he has been finding a lot of opening picks, and now that is not an option in this round. Rain, though, he's going quick up catwalk. This could catch Navi off guard, but no, Bit has a read on it. It's Electronic that takes down Rain, and that's a great opener. And Simple, he spots the player deep into apartments, but does he expect the fact that Olaf is close?
It doesn't look like he knows. So if he misses a shot right here, if he's baited into the shot, double scope, yeah, he's gonna back on out. That reveals it. Olaf, all right. That is scary all on its own. Perfecto taking up his usual position. Simple's back in middle. He does like doing this. He's firing a shot, relocating himself completely.
It makes it so tough to read, and with an IGL like Kerrigan, you are frequently playing the avoid Simple game. This round, he makes it just so hard. And Simple, that's a little bit of an interesting one-way smoke for the window. It makes Brokey care about it, and Kerrigan, you could see he's really worried about it, but there is nobody there.
Slows them down. Speaking of smokes, FaZe have 2 of them left, and 2 flashbangs, and what a peak. Kerrigan is down, Twist nearly following into the grave. They're on the other side, but the bomb is on Twist. Oh, that's a disaster. If he dies, he can't escape. 30 seconds. That just might be the game right here. Brokey on his own. 1 versus 4 to try and run into the middle. He has to just kill them. He actually can't get back into the bomb side. So this is just an all-out mission. Nade at his feet, and they have a massive crossfire that he can never, ever break. He's going to get one of the kills, and right there, 2 of them waiting. Electronic to take him down. 16-13. Navi make an insane comeback from an, 11-4 first half?
Yes.
Into a victory at the end, denying Ancient and taking down FaZe 2-0.
Yeah, that great comeback, great resilience from Navi there. We saw that their players in the first half took a while to activate. FaZe, they had an excellent defense, but Navi, they have a better one.
They truly did. That was really cool to see. And Simple he has almost no kills in the first half. It was a really weird game just for that, but he's only going to stay at that level for so long. Eventually, he's going to come back every time. So they waited too long to end it, unfortunately for them.
Mr. Dependable shows up once again, and at the opportune time. Some key kills from Simple, some excellent late rounds from him too, but Boomich too, just great read of the game. He is constantly providing so much info for Navi, and they have to be pretty happy about him as a player in this one.
Very cool stuff. They avoided that 3rd map finally, Navi. They look better day by day. It's incredible. We have the desk ready to break it all down.
A closer affair than that of Dust 2, but Navi close it out when it matters most. 16-13 on their own pick of Mirage, and with that, live up to their namesake Maniac as the favorites of the group. They will be catapulting themselves forward to the full finals as the top seed from Group C.
As logic would have it, Navi came in here, huge favorite. They have walk the walk. Obviously, they go in first seed for their group. And it was a little bit iffy. It was a little bit dicey on Mirage. The first half was not exactly the best possible. It is quite rare to see Simple with a 3-14 scoreline. But as always, he pops back up, he bounces back, and then he's, in control. It's like, I'll be there. Don't worry about it.
And he gets to complete exactly what he wanted coming into this match, which was to beat each and every team in this group, and they've obviously done that. A nicely done job. And yeah, I think what Andrew said right at the end there was a perfect way to phrase it. Simple's only going to be, playing that subpar. Yeah, you have a very small window. You better close that out real quick, and they didn't.
Yeah, they couldn't close it out, unfortunately. And moving on to that T side in particular, that's something that we've always had as a bit of a question mark for FaZe. It just continues once again on this map.
Yeah, it was a struggle for them just one more time, and I think they ended with only like 3 or 4 opening kills, if my math at some point was correct, before the stats load on the webpage. But yeah, I don't know. That's probably got to be priority number 1 for FaZe, looking into going into the RMR, going into the showdown, or No, not going into the showdown, but going into whatever their future events are.
Wherever you go,
they've got to look at their T side.
May the entry kills be with you.
Look, they're going to have some real adult heart-to-heart conversations about who wants to take up the role, and then the guy who wants to start going in first and start making his impact felt to open up these rounds for the team, because they're really struggling in that area at the moment.
Yeah, and the CT side is so strong in general for FaZe, and I think we've had another example here of many different individuals that can take over that CT side, Twist, Brokey, to name these two. If you can have that work put into the T side, if you can solve that entry fragging issue, would it be with the protocol, would it be with roles? I don't exactly care how you get there, but once you've done that, you truly have a FaZe that has a very well-rounded approach to the game, and that can depend on that very strong CT side. Look, NAVI did exactly that on this map too. They struggled a little bit on their T side, came into the CT side, closed it completely.
To be fair too, I mean, one thing that FaZe did really good, actually, they didn't even necessarily do this well, it just kind of happened to be so perfect for them. There were 5 rounds in a row in the middle of that half where they survived with all 5 players. So they built up a huge bank in the middle stretch of this half, this opening CT half. And if you're Navi, like, yeah, you can win a round here or there, but if you have to win like 3-4 rounds in a row to finally take all their money away, like, it is going to be a very difficult road. And if you do let them build up that money, it is going to be a struggle to really put up a high amount of numbers on your T side. And I think that's the biggest thing. FaZe just had so many opportunities on their CT side to recover and to make sure Navi never got going.
Yeah, and it was something ridiculous, like I think 27 kills or something that they got in a row without a single member of FaZe dying towards Navi. Yeah, it was pretty disgusting, to say the least, but then even more impressive that Navi can come back into this one swinging and close it out.
Yeah, I really appreciate that new side of Navi, if I dare say so. There used to be a time where, we knew frustration would set in eventually, and if you'd had a string of unfortunate rounds with some maybe icky situations, you really didn't know what kind of Navi you'd get. You maybe see emotions. I don't feel like that's the case anymore. I don't see a Navi that can just go off the rails and, go unhinged. This is not the Navi we're seeing. They can stay in it. And also, I want to just give a shout out to Blade as well. If you see the webcams, even when Navi is winning, when they mess up around, he is not happy about it. He is really upset about it. You can see he really holds them down, like, what the hell are you doing? It's like, 8-2 scoreline. Why are you losing this clutch? He can really stay on top of things, and I think that's the right approach for them. They really have to hold themselves to a very high standard, knowing what's to come for the future.
I think part of it is just kind of what we've talked about, is watching this team kind of solidify around each other on the side of Navi, and obviously there's been probably a huge amount of trust that Simple has built, especially in those young players over the course of this year, and watching them develop. And I think that having trust and faith in your teammates, even when they make a mistake, is kind of what keeps you from going off the rails. It's kind of what keeps you from just fully going off the rails.
It's all right.
I know.
It's late. We've been here for a while.
It's not my best work, but we're going to get over it.
No, but it is a good point going forward as well, from what we're going to be seeing of Navi, not least going towards those LAN stadiums as well, because that's a big question for some of these younger names on the squad. Are they going to be able to live up to that on LAN? We've kind of seen that, but in front of a crowd, that's a whole other question too.
There's a part of the equation that is quite simply unknown. We do not know how some of these players will behave once faced with the audience and that kind of pressure. That we don't know. But it's true that the trust accumulated with all these wins is going to play a role. Because whenever Navi face a difficult moment, whenever the stage is right there, they themselves, they have this bank of trust and confidence of all these games they've been winning, of all the progress and improvement that's been made. It bounds them, right? They are in it together. And that is the big difference with .NAVI. If you go back a year back, you don't see that I want to say this connection between players, right? We see Simple go off a little bit. That's not the case anymore, right? That's a unit, and that makes a difference in a comeback.
I'll tell you what, though, if you're Bit and you're going into your first event to play in front of a crowd and an audience on a stage, and it's the major, that's got to be worrying. That's not a good prospect. Like, think about it, just one bad game at the wrong moment in the quarterfinals, and they get knocked out. That sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be a hard thing to handle.
Yeah, but you see what he did at I Am Cologne? I don't know. I have no worry about him.
No crowd there, though. Like, you know, that's going to add a different element to it. Yeah, I mean, look, that's always the X factor of putting players on the stage, and that's what makes being on LAN and being at these events so incredible is, yeah, different things are going to affect people differently. Some people, the stage is enough to rattle them a little bit. Some people, it's going to be the crowd noise. Also, think about, as a professional player, all the tips and tricks you have to know about manipulating the crowd and using the crowd appropriately to know how to play a different scenario.
New science.
Yeah, there's going to be new elements to the game that Bit doesn't have, and if you have one bad game.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be really exciting to see how that does progress going forward. And I mean, something that's definitely been a test for people that have been facing NAVI as well is that map pool that they're saying, you know, they're continually going to be developing. It's not enough for Blade for them to have that incredible win percentage on Nuke and incredible win percentage on Mirage. She's saying, nah, actually, we're going to integrate Ancient into the map pool now. We're working on our overpass. Like there's going to be no holes, surely, for anybody to pick in this map.
But that's going to be the name of the game, I think, for NAVI now. They are already qualified for the major, and we know they have enough points for it, so they can look ahead a little bit and plan what they need to do up until that point. Obviously, they have maps that they win now. They just win. We're talking about the Nuke, we're talking about the Mirage. They have maps where they can punish. Ancient is that, but they have the ambition to make Ancient a potential pick, to make those two a pick that they can win time and time again. It's not the same. Having Ancient in the pool that you float, or, you know, letting your opponent know that you might pick it if they float it, is a completely different bargain, but you also have to have the T side that goes with it.
Well, it has been an incredible performance from NAVI, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing much more going forward. But it is time for our CS Money Play of the Day, which you guys can have your say over on the Blast Premier Twitter. Of course, we'll be announcing the winner tomorrow on Twitter, as no broadcast for you guys then. So let's get into it, gentlemen. Maniac, I'm going to throw it to you first. Who have we got coming up as our first play?
For that one, I'm going to be very focused, because it's only going to be one kill. Oh, I missed the timing. But rained in with that crazy flick on the A side. That was a thing of beauty.
That was quite nice. Look, I think this one's something special. This one's something unique. This one actually got me going a little bit when we were in the green room. This is beautiful. I mean, he has a high stress situation. Teammates going down. Incredible flick, but look at how ready he is. Look at the knowledge of that angle and how fast that shot is coming up. It's a thing of beauty. And then he's trusting his teammate to cover his back, cover over top of him while he handles business on catwalk. He knows he's got Bit there, and Bit's eventually going to take down Twist.
My. We stay with NAVI, and finally we have Perfecto with the Deagle play. That is the clutch that we were referring to. That 1 versus 2 clean, and then you will see here the pick insta in Optimize's face.
One of the things I love about getting to see these players as well, with you guys in the green room, we all reacting together. We're getting to hear production reacting as well.
Oh,
imagine this in an arena. Man, like, people are going nuts for these players. I cannot wait to get back to the full finals to see that happen live.
Like, it's been so long, honestly. It's been so long since we had like an audience, and, you know, living through these games and feeling the people react to it and having that kind of energy. I kind of forgot about it in a good way. Like, I'm ready to be surprised again.
I think we've all forgotten about it. We've all just been like, I can't think about it anymore. It hurts too much.
Yeah.
The pain.
I'm so ready to get back to it, and it's not long we have to wait for the full finals. 6 of our 8 teams cemented. Of course, 2 more coming from the full showdown. I'm going to pose a question to you guys. We asked this question at the beginning of the group. We were saying, who on earth is going to be second from Group C? We were saying, you know, it could have been any one of the 3 remaining teams. Are you content with what FaZe showed here in terms of their performance and making it to the full finals?
Happy for them that they made the fall finals. I wouldn't say I'm content in any way with what I saw. I still feel very uneasy about FaZe Clan, and it comes down, we've touched on it so many times, the up and down nature of it. And I'm just kind of confused on how I try and think of like what the path forward is to like try and get a little bit more out of these players that we already kind of know what they're going to give you, and I'm trying to see what the new peak is going to be.
I wonder if these kind of victories we've seen them rack up at that tournament is not what they exactly need. You know, we've seen teams over the history of Counter-Strike just pick up a few Ws, and then it just clicks, right? Suddenly they start playing a little bit better, they have more confidence, and you can create that momentum. Up until that point, you've seen a FaZe that would always have obstacles, always have issues, one good run here and then a disappointment there. So if they can rack up some Ws and create that momentum that carries them over, that could be the tipping scale. But of course, as Jason is pointing out, there are some weaknesses, there are some things that they need to iron out.
Yeah, and I mean, some more teams that are going to need confidence going forward are the teams that find themselves in the full showdown. This is the next stop of the full series in 2021 for Blast, Premier, and man, it just gets even more spicy. And we've still got 2 little question marks there. The invited teams, which you'll have to have a look on over at the Blast Premier Twitter to find out who they are when they are announced. But yeah, that's going to be really, really exciting. Even with those 2 question marks, man, this is this is such a gauntlet.
Yeah, that's gonna be great.
I think the crazy thing is when you look at some of the teams that fell down there from the group stage, like your EG, your MIBR, even G2 a little bit with how kind of flat they've looked.
Put them in the same category? Come on, Moses.
No, but wait, let me finish the sentence. Look at some of those teams up top. Like, some of these teams are going to be coming in hot. Some of these teams are going to be coming in and, like, look, there's no huge names in that top row. But I also, if you look at the G2 that we saw in the past 2 events, do you really think that they're going to be some unbeatable force even for one of those teams?
No.
There's got to be a team up there that can take them with the showing that we saw in the past 2 events they've played.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing that as we head on into the full showdown. Of course, that wraps up the Group C action here at the Full Groups. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
It's been an awesome time, and thank you so much to everybody for watching at home. Thank you so much to the teams, and of course, thank you to the wonderful production. But we are not done with the action just yet. We have a very special guest in the form of Esatag in the Overtime Show with Scrawny and Launders. So let's toss it over to them.
And there you have it, folks. The final desk segment of the Blast Fall groups, which means there's only one thing left, really. It's the cherry on top. Final episode of Overtime coming at you hot, joined by Launders and Esatag. What's up, man? Glad to have you here.
Nice match today.
Thank you, Launders. I thought
now you know how it feels, motherfucker.
I thought you had an agreement, you know? And we weren't going to talk about
You know
that.
what's good, though? It's a little banter because once upon a time, I 1v1'd Esatag on my stream.
And to no one's surprise at 16-0.
Okay, whoa.
I mean,
I thought I would get a couple. We played it off section, and he got 16-0'd me with an up. So I've been waiting a long time for this.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
The moment we knew you were coming.
You've been hoping. It's probably your like voodoo behind the scenes.
Okay, well,
it was supposed to be Maniac, but this was his shot.
I don't know why, but I called the 16-0 at 7-0.
Really?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Actually, yeah, he did. Yeah.
I just knew you were going to make history.
Dude, I
that's why.
just know the entire Twitch that's going like 16 Omega lol or something.
Yeah.
It's great. Does it hurt? I mean, since it's not like since you know you're like
Does
you're
it
not.
Hurt?
Since you
Does
know,
it hurt? Yeah, Launders. It fucking hurts.
Okay, but like, does the pain subside at like 12-0 where you're just like, all right, let's just get a couple
No. Literally, like at 15-0, you know, swap sides. We're in the pistol, guys. Let's just not get egged. That's what we usually say that. We just no 16-0. Let's just get this round, and at whatever is after is cherry on top.
Yeah, cherry on top.
Yeah. You had the fight before.
You got the opening kill on Rain.
I had a sick kill on Rain.
They even trolled a bit. They bought a deagle. 2 deagles maybe.
Just the one. Was just feeling it. I think.
Yeah, he was. Yeah.
That was some vintage.
Crazy important. I think that was actually one of the big things. I mean, obviously there's a lot of stuff that goes into a 16-0. You can't really break it all down. But like Olaf, huge improvement versus you guys, particularly on that back B site.
Was that a reason that you guys wanted to play again? Just because it was.
I mean, it was kind of like we were juggling between Mirage and Ancient, and we did take like 3-4 minutes to decide which one.
Oh, okay.
Because I mean, you know, on one hand, like Mirage, like we know we're fine on it, but they beat I guess NAVI on it or someone. They beat OG on it, was it?
Yeah.
And they looked pretty good on it, and they almost, I mean, today also we didn't know, but they almost beat NAVI today as well. So like looking at it, like they're fine on Mirage, and we did beat them on Ancient last time, and then we had just gotten that huge confidence boost of 16-4 Navi, like.
Yeah.
But I think it all went downhill when we lost that knife when we started T side.
That's where it started.
I think T side. Yeah. You know, it's a 50-50. You know, either you start CT or it's.
Bro, you come. It's like back in the day where like Ancient is so CT sided. It's like how like Train and Overpass and Nuke used to be a long time ago.
Yeah. I mean, I can't wait to play the new update actually, because you know the bomb side does help a little bit, not too much, but I think the wall bang is going to be insane.
Okay, yeah.
Like the amount of wood spam that's going to be going on in that B side, like it's not going to be the same. Like I don't know where you're safe on B. Like,
right.
It's going to be an all-out
They have like one angle right now. I
think there's a lot of players that like tuck on top of those boxes right next to that wall. They're using that to like shut down the caves. Yeah. So the moment ramp falls, man, you're done. So you think it's enough to like make you said like bomb site increase is one thing. You think it'll be substantial enough, or are you hoping for, you know, what are you thinking?
I still think it's hard to plant most times, unless you have like all the control. I think it's actually really hard.
On A site or B site?
Both.
Both, yeah.
Yeah, both of them are really spammable. Like you need a lot of control in order to plant the bomb still.
So with the A site at least, now that you can plant like, you don't have to have
donut. Kinda, you know.
Yeah.
That helps a little bit.
Yeah.
But,
you need at least
in Temple. Then
bro, he is so good at that.
I mean, Brokey was. I feel like he was just getting entries on us all the time.
Yeah.
Like he was just playing in all the positions that was really annoying.
Yeah. He doesn't even like the map. Do you like the map? Do you like Ancient?
I did. And then, dude, I was coming off of a high yesterday. I don't know what you're on about. And then today,
The delivery was so good.
like,
I did.
Mirage is my new favorite. Like, no, but like, I kind of like it. I like new maps in general, but like after today,
it changes a little bit. Yeah. Maybe you'll forgive them after they fix the spam, change the site.
Maybe.
So
it's got to be a huge thing. Like, the Agent won't be the same at all.
You just touched on a mentality that I wanted to praise you for, because it hasn't come out yet. But the other day, Launders and I sat down with you for an interview for our EPOS Push to Talk podcast. And that was like the day after this most recent update dropped, right? So obviously we touched on like the grenade meta and all that. And one of my favorite things about you was right out the gate, you said, I don't care if they drop this a day before the major. It's something new. It's something fresh to sink our teeth into. It's like
to be fair, you did say that the timing wasn't great.
That's true. Okay.
You didn't say that, but
yeah.
All
but if it has to be, all changes could change.
Yeah.
So, you know, I too am somebody who likes to play new maps. I just like to, you know, Counter-Strike on anything fresh is like super nice for me. I like changes. So, let's get into that then, right? We've touched on map changes. What about this grenade drop, man? How much is going to change? Have you had time to process anything else since we last spoke about it?
I mean, I think the biggest change so far was when I played like a pug yesterday on Dust 2, and I was like, what is going on? Like, I couldn't see lower, no nothing, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't really, you know, played on the new updates because we've been pracking mostly on the old, and, you know,
just for
pracking with the M4A4 as well. Like, it's we're kind of living like the Stone Age while bracking, you know. It's kind of rough actually, in that sense, that playing a tournament on an old patch and then going to the new one.
Yeah.
But I think the biggest change for me, like with the grenades, is maybe like the amount of you can just make more teamwork out of it. Like if you don't have the best spy, like if you have someone who needs like a smoke or flash, you can drop that. I think it just makes the strats more versatile in that sense. And you can do all these fakes, but I don't think it's very convincing. But I do think there might be some good double fakes out of it, like one guy throwing all the grenades very slowly and then you actually going on the side or something, like making it really obvious. But I think there's, I think more of like nade stacks is gonna be a problem. Like say on Inferno B or something.
Yeah.
Like you just go and drop free grenades for your B player and he can play solo, and then wherever he plans, like he's probably gonna get a free kill, right, or something.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
I think that's gonna be disgusting.
That's that's like the most. I feel like the most looked at thing right now is like, what's B-side Inferno gonna look like?
Yeah.
For whoever you leave there.
Yeah.
Or however you
drop some smokes there.
Yeah.
It's so much easier, right?
Yeah. You don't need your smokes as many. You could use more smokes on B. But the HEs, I feel like it's like maybe even the biggest one, right?
Yeah. I mean HEs and smokes, and I mean. I mean, you don't have to do like the 4 nades, like 4 guys towards B, 2 guys nading instantly, and then saving 2 nades. Like you can actually just have your B players do that. Like go drop some nades and they just run back and get them spawn. Like no one's gonna be that ballsy just to run all the way up and take B side in that regard.
Yeah. Okay. MSL tweeted this thing. He said like, there's no risk involved with the new update, and that's why it's bad. And the like grenade dropping, but you have to still ferry all the grenades over to the site that you want, right? So. Do you feel like it can be too overpowered even in your head, or do you think that there is an implication, like if you try to stack grenades on one site's more open? Or do you think
I guess
there's some balance for it?
I think on maps where there's like choke points where you never really know, you kind of are in the dark, which like CSGO is sometimes a gamble in that sense. Like if you have 4 smokes on B, like the T's will be in the total dark. So if you decide to stack 4 guys on A, you most likely win the round, because
I thought about this. Okay, I thought this was actually an interesting problem. So if you leave, let's say an eco round, you stack 4 players on A site and 1 guy you leave him with all the smokes on B, and you re-smoke.
It's a 50-50, right?
Yeah, you re-smoke B 5 times. If you go through the smoke, you still win because there's only 1 guy. If you go A, you could still win because they don't have smokes for A. It's obviously a harder round, but technically the odds of you winning don't really change if you think about how the map would be spread normally anyways, right?
Yeah, but I do think it just makes it harder for the T's to read like the game, but also like in a force buy, now the deagle is nerfed,
yeah,
gone significantly. Like it's gonna be a lot easier, I think, for T's to win second rounds.
Yeah,
and also vice versa, like for CTs to win second rounds. I think that's a super solid actually part of the update.
The main thing was like the stomach damage, right? But then they did some kind of like a blanket nerf where they reduced the total damage. Do you think that it still answered the problem? Because like up close you can still 2-shot stomach, and then like medium.
Very close though.
Very close?
Yeah, it's like
Isn't it like 600 units?
The units is about halved.
Oh, okay.
I think it went from 600 to around 300.
Oh, okay.
So it is still there, right? If they're really that up close on you. But I think the Deagle nerf actually hit it like pretty on the money.
Yeah.
Personally, it's because you very much feel the effect.
I think it's really good.
Yeah. You very much feel the effect in terms of like if you're not hitting a headshot with a Desert Eagle, you don't feel like you're just pounding people back. You don't feel like you can stop AKs.
And also,
when
if you were feeling really on point aim-wise, like it's still a one-shot headshot, and it's still really accurate.
High reward.
So like if
That's
you are
nice.
actually
The
like a
essence of
mini
the
op,
Deagle is still there.
the mini op, right? Like it still works in that sense.
I still waste all my money on Deagles.
Every time, man. Every time.
So what about the Berettas now? They're coming into pistols potentially.
I love it.
Are people going to spam those?
I will.
Are you gonna? Will it even make sense to buy armor now that you can get like Berettas nades?
True. 5 of them.
Yeah.
Honestly, so good.
Now now I feel like MSL because he's like, I don't like how the game looks, and I don't want.
Now we're all running around
10
chucking nades.
Berettas running around.
I
don't want people with 30 bullets, 2 Berettas.
I like it.
I just don't like the skins, and I don't like this. I don't like how it looks like this. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Bro, that's why I use the M4A1.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. And now I'm rewarded.
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm rewarded.
Yeah.
I learned the spray.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't have any of those super ugly M4A1S sprays anymore.
It's still gonna happen every once in a while, man.
Sometimes, yeah. That gun is
Yeah.
cursed.
I mean, it
Are you
does-
switching?
Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Who's not gonna switch?
Who's not gonna switch? We were trying to figure this out.
I don't know. I guess
If you don't switch, you're losing, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is everyone on complexity gonna switch?
I'm not sure, but I think we already have 2 who switched.
Okay.
Like
you see,
I feel like cold is the only one who should
cold,
get
and
the option.
I think Poison also, like before the patch, he was also like, sometimes dabbling in the.
Okay.
Poison's rifling has been through the roof.
Sick, yeah.
Poison's rifling has been like,
sick.
we were.
You and him are getting like a lot of entries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, sweet.
We were trying
It shows.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
it shows. Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah, it shows. It's on the stats.
We were talking about how complexity and your guys' players, you were mentioning this again in our interview that the roles can be kind of like, you can push the boundaries of roles depending on what type of player you have. If you've got more experienced guys and whatever not. And this is something that you were saying was happening with complexity before we got to see you this weekend, where I would say if you'd asked me who in this 5-man complexity roster is going to redefine their game style, I would have never expected Poison to be hard entering on like Nuke T side.
Yeah.
But that's what we got.
Yeah.
So
he's been entering for a couple of events.
Yeah.
But he's just like.
It's just getting like consistent.
He looks like a native rifler, like it's so like looks so good for him.
Yeah.
Are you going back to the op?
No.
Okay.
No. I do too much. Like the thing is like sometimes my scroll wheel like gets stuck like in between,
Yeah. And then you jump.
Yeah. And the thing is I switch on
Biggest
mouse.
problem,
I switch to my previous used weapon.
Yeah.
On mouse 3. So when I'm quick flashing, like I don't know if you've ever seen it, but there should be
Mouse
like a
3.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, it's a rough one. So if my scroll is like stuck in between, like I'm just jumping all the time.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of those guys.
Yeah. So when you're switching between, like I've had it forever.
I have that unbound.
Oh really?
My Q? What originally Q?
Yeah.
I have.
I don't have anything on Q.
Yeah.
But I can't use it. It doesn't feel
it's like
natural.
awkward. Yeah.
No, Q has to be quick switch.
Yeah.
For me, Q is clear decals.
No. No.
Yes.
No.
What's your mouse 3?
I don't use mouse 3. Mouse 3 is the middle click down.
Yeah.
Oh wait, oh my god. Yeah. What the hell? I was thinking mouse 4, mouse 5.
That's dangerous.
I use mouse 4, mouse 5. I have clear decals, and I do believe.
Mine is smoke and flash. Mouse 4, mouse 5.
Yeah, I think I have.
Mine's walk and
flash,
crouch.
but I rarely use it.
Walk and crouch.
Walk and crouch.
Walk and crouch on the mouse.
Really?
Yeah.
That's weird.
I don't
It's
like
a tight grip. That way you.
Weird.
I don't like to put things that I could be aiming at the same time as clicking on the side of my mouse, because then I have to change my grip a little bit.
Oh, that feels weird.
Yeah, it is, eh? Yeah.
What's the weirdest bind? Well, you've played with Messi.
Messi?
So.
Yeah. I knew where you were going with this.
Forward on mouse
Oh yeah, it's so we had a challenge. We had a challenge in Cloud9, like a content thing.
Yeah.
Where we were playing on each other's settings.
Oh my god.
And I was playing with Messi's settings.
Yeah.
It was wild.
Yeah.
But who was more messed up?
But kind of like after the match, it kind of like.
Don't say it was nice.
No, but like, I kind of got used to it.
No
you know?
way.
Yeah, it was. But it's mental.
Does it feel natural walking forward? W.
I mean, after that, like,
no way.
After that, like constant part.
You know what I don't
It felt
get?
weird, you know.
How do you try it for the first time? Like those people have crazy settings.
I think it comes like from childhood. Like that's at least for me.
Yeah.
Most
Like,
things. I used to play on arrow keys as well. Until,
you played arrow keys?
Yeah, way back.
You used to play. You said you used to play COD. Or like your COD days?
Yes.
Like, were you playing other FPS? Were you trying to go pro in COD, or were you pro? Or?
I were like semi-pro, but there was no money in PC. Modern Warfare 2, like there was nothing there. Like,
yeah.
But it was like practicing grenades and stuff. Like it was actually try hard.
So then, was that the game?
Sweaty COD lobbies.
Yeah, it was.
You played
but
Modern
super
Warfare
high
2?
DPI, like the free lobby was just 360 no scopes and.
Yeah. So his sense, I actually changed to his sense in January, 1.4 at 800. Never been happier.
I was going to say,
my shots have been insane.
He said there was a direct correlation. Launders believes there's a direct correlation between being on the right sensitivity and being happy.
Yeah.
And he said that ever since he took over your sensitivity, he's never been happier.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes. And okay, this is why everyone should use high sense, because high sense, your mouse is always in the middle of your mouse pad, so it's the most comfortable. And when you get a 3K, when you're on Nico sense at 1.4400, and you go flick here and flick here and flick here, the reason you feel like a superhero is because you had to drive your mouse across the whole mouse pad all the way down and over. You had to work so hard, you're gonna rip your shoulders up by the time you're 25, and you're not gonna be able to play for a long time. So not only you're gonna be healthier on a higher sense, you're gonna be more comfortable all the time. You're gonna be able to KZ.
True.
KZ, spin in circles, and if you're dumb and you always get shot in the back, you can sometimes now respond.
True.
All valid?
Yeah, all valid.
Anything,
also, like entering is really good.
Entering, yeah. What's the lowest sense that you would be comfortable being at? Like, if you were to be a dedicated entry and like theoretical, what's the lowest sense do you think that would be okay?
I have no idea.
Okay, what's the lowest sense that would be okay to jump out of B-Apps on Mirage? That you'd feel comfortable and okay.
I mean, am I getting lots of flashes on this one?
You're getting support, yeah.
Okay, nice.
But you've got a clear get right end fence. You know what I mean?
I don't know. Like,
or you clear get right.
I guess I'd go 400 DPI and then I guess 2 cents.
That's your lowest.
That's the
right
lowest.
There. That's the lowest.
But,
nothing lower than that.
But I've never been there, so I wouldn't know. But I don't ever change my settings. Like I always keep it the same.
That's the attitude.
I changed
man.
nothing.
That's
like,
the attitude. That's why it was so hard for him to sell me.
The thing is, for so many CSGO
if I didn't
players,
change my settings, I wouldn't be happy.
Were you not already happy?
I didn't know how unhappy I was.
Okay.
But now you're on my stuff. Now
I'm happy.
Yeah, but now you'll never change, right?
Now I'll never change.
I remember.
That's why I always recommend
That's a lie.
changing.
Okay. What was your crosshair color like last week?
It's a dot. I use a dot, light blue.
Okay.
Same dot. -7 gap.
Okay.
It's kept it since January. I'm on
really?
the line.
Okay.
He's been pretty consistent.
I used to change. I encourage people to change their sense or everything. I said change your mouse pad, change your mouse.
But you don't wash your mouse pad. Sorry, that bothers me, man.
I don't really do that either.
Let's go.
Oh my God.
Moses said
But
he doesn't
like,
wash. Freya said she doesn't wash her mouse pad.
But washing it doesn't it just kill the mouse pad? That's
the thing.
No.
I saw
what Moses said? Like a cast iron pan.
Yeah,
you want to build character.
But like I've seen Zeus do like a YouTube video where he
he's in the shower.
Yeah, in the shower.
I feel like everybody who came into CS who at one point cleaned their mouse pad watched the Zeus guide.
New.
He's literally in his little tiny shower pulling out like Axe body wash and just rub it in.
Really?
Yeah.
You go in the shower with it.
Fragrance, fucking.
Dude, just fragrance.
Dude,
but then it smells.
It looks terrible.
It smells wonderful.
I feel like afterwards the mouse pad is just ruined.
Yeah, and it takes some fibers, no? Take some fibers off.
No,
for sure it does.
Perfect.
And you feel like you have a new sense, no?
No.
I can't even use a new mouse pad. I hate it.
I mean, that's the trick, though. You don't let it get too old. You always change it like after.
Yeah.
So what, you guys just buy a new one?
I had one mouse pad.
Just wash it.
I had one mouse pad for 3 years, and then I switched because I spilled coffee on it.
I can see that.
That was the only reason.
Yeah.
But now I've had my last one for like 2 years. You can see my skin cells in it. It's so good. I know exactly the amount of traction I get on every flick. I don't miss anymore.
When we start making launders clones, man, I feel like it's off the mouse pad.
You don't miss?
We need a rematch, dude.
Oh, okay. We can do that. We can do that.
I'm rematch you on your set.
Okay.
I actually need
on 0 ping.
I actually need that. I think right now.
No, you're not getting this. It's not gonna be redemption for you.
I need redemption.
Okay, you know what was redemption? It was when it happened before, but you had a great map versus NAVI. You had like a 22 kill half.
Yeah, dude,
versus
that was
NAVI.
phenomenal.
You know, world's #1. You said in the interview before. That must have felt pretty good. Like just playing super good. Yeah. Is it because like the circumstances you personally just feel really good these days, or what?
Oh, it's just a really good map.
I saw your hours on Steam. You got
map.
clocking in 111 last 2 weeks.
I mean, I've been doing that for a while now.
Yeah, grinding.
Yeah, it's rough.
It's rough, yeah.
I mean, it does feel like all I'm doing is playing CS right now. But yeah, I mean, it felt good playing against NAVI and putting up those numbers. I mean, not too shabby.
Yeah.
Buying nades all the time and pistols as well. You know.
Yeah, no, you can't really defend Cloud9 these days without people coming for you, but I thought the team was good. I really thought there was like
Dude, it was coming together.
I think removing Woxic was a bad move, though. I know there's
sure.
some problems there.
Yeah.
But at the same time, having an op to take the
But I think Woxic gets removed because of the online environment. I will always stand by the fact that I think the pandemic is what ruined that project. Because I think that is not a team.
Pandemic though, too.
Yeah, but it was like, but like maybe with like rose-tinted glasses in the sense that like, yo, we can get through this, or playing on ping remotely won't be so bad, or whatever not. But I feel like it would have been a genuine success story, especially now that like we're down the road and we see that Mezzi wasn't just this like random fifth add-in.
He's getting hella good now too.
Dude, I lectured that kid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's hear it.
I brought him up.
Let's get the cliff notes.
No, he was my young Padawan. That was all. He was just taking all.
So, hey, don't peek that.
Like a sponge.
Okay.
Just taking in everything. Like that's. He was really good at that.
Feedback and
completely.
Stuff,
like he just surrendered his body to me, and like me and Alex could tell him anything.
Nice.
And then he would just take it in, and utilize it to.
Did Alex ask you to come to Fnatic with him? Was that ever a thing?
No.
Did you want to play with Mezzi or Alex? Do you guys still like after the Cloud9 thing? Like, what were you thinking about with your next team at that point? Were you a little bit worried about like, will you get another good roster, or was there like an opportunity, or you just knew it came, but you're just grinding for the chance?
I think I'm not sure. Like I think it's hard to come together as a free-man stack, especially, and just go around looking for a team.
Yeah.
But I think it's more natural for Alex and Messi because they're British and like they were just better friends, I think, and more side buddies. I think we kind of had like me and Floppy, we were there.
Yeah.
And then Alex and Messi, they were there.
Yo, Floppy might come back.
I don't know.
Floppy might come back. He's been opening CS a couple of times.
Really?
He's got super bait.
You gotta come
tweets.
back. Like,
yeah.
Fuck that out again.
Might go to Europe.
Really?
Yeah. We'll see.
I heard he
likes
likes his gym. He likes getting them gains in the US.
Oh, he's getting bigger now. Yeah.
He's getting swole.
Okay? So for people who don't know, what's with the accent? How come you sound like you're an American spy?
Just imitating you.
I'm Canadian, by the way.
Oh, okay. Canadian then. My mom is, part of the family is partially American, and then my stepdad is Irish, and then growing up, I needed to know what the hell they were talking about. So I guess I learned fast.
But where'd you grow up?
Denmark.
Oh, you grew up in Denmark.
Oh yeah.
Always? Oh damn.
Always.
So you got that much of your accent just from the house?
No, accents came later, I think. But like
it's all made up, is what you're telling us.
Basically.
Yeah, fake
completely.
Accent. Okay.
All of them.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What was your favorite American cartoon?
American cartoon. What makes you think I know like American cartoons? I mean, I did watch Danish television.
Danish television?
Yeah.
Okay. You know any American cartoons? Family Guy, Rick and Morty?
Oh, Rick and Morty for sure.
Bob's Burgers?
I mean, also we watch a lot of Simpsons as well.
Simpsons, okay.
Yeah.
It's all coming out
but
now.
Rick and Morty is
I don't know. What are you talking
Rick and Morty
about?
for sure. Like
I'm just trying to get him to admit that he was born and raised in America.
I wasn't.
We'll get to the bottom of this.
Yes.
I wasn't.
We're gonna find out. Who's your favorite teammate?
Favorite teammate? Of all time?
No, right now.
Right now? I think Justin.
Justin, yeah.
Yeah. I just play a lot of places with him, and like, it's just we're ping-ponging back and forth. I think he's the one I rely the most on. So
he definitely looks like he just suddenly got a lot more comfortable.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, today. Yeah. Yep. That was.
Justin is fragging.
And that's one of those things, right?
Insane.
He's fragging.
Yeah. When okay. How much of this okay, not the 16-0 part, but the rest of your guys' success this weekend? How much of that?
Did you hear that?
It's a fresh wound. I love this. Literally like 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. I stayed up for this.
Yeah, you did.
Better than Valda, who ditched because the show got too late. S-Tag showed up after got 16-0'd.
Dude, imagine if FaZe had won Mirage.
If FaZe had won Mirage.
Yeah.
Beat NAVI.
Yeah, it would have been.
Could have been.
Later. I would have been here.
Could have been.
Sitting
That's
somewhere.
True. Respect.
Yeah.
What hurt more, the 16-0 or the 9 rounds straight on Dust 2?
Oh my God.
Dust
dude.
2. Dust 2.
Dust 2 for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
It's gotta
Dust
be,
2
bro.
for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
so then it does get numb when you're.
No, that was fucking. That's tough. That was tough.
The 9 was crazy.
That was
a real.
And it came out of nowhere. It wasn't even like there was close rounds in the earlier,
No,
like
we were
close
just
rounds at all.
them, and all of a sudden,
then it just,
like,
clicked, man.
Kerrigan's made a few good calls and stuff, and like they had some good setups and stuff like that. But why couldn't you get that one round? Like, what was the roadblock? What was the block?
I mean,
was it mental or was it strategic?
I think a little bit of both. I think people were really getting like stressed out
Okay.
In a sense, I feel like people were rushing a bit, and it wasn't as if people were communicating as well. And like, I think all of a sudden it just kind of, I don't know, we got flustered, I think. And then, you know, took tech pauses, go like, guys, let's calm down. Like, let's take this round, do this. And then someone fucked something up, and then, you know, next round someone fucked some. Like, it just kept spiraling, and then, you know, it gets closer and closer, and all of a sudden you have no money, and like, it's just rough.
I have a question about your first game of Ancient versus FaZe. Remember when you guys went to overtime? And all of a sudden there was just these ridiculous, like back-to-back all-in rush B, and then the rush A alternative just a second later. How much of that was Blame F's decision? How much of that was Peacemakers? Because we're trying to figure out, like, with all these moving pieces, you know.
And cold is calling stuff too, right?
So, like, what was that?
Sometimes he will call some stuff, but like, I think he's still getting used to our system as well.
Oh yeah.
So it's not as if he can't come in with that much input. But yeah, I think it was 15-14 actually.
Yeah, the first time you rushed straight into B. Poor Olaf
that was
Meister.
actually funny story. 14-14, we take a attack pause, and you know, Blame is muted, so he's just like totally quiet the entire round. Like, we had no idea, and I was like, okay, nobody's talking anything. So I'm like, I come up with an idea, like, because we see FaZe over rotating really hard. So I'm like, okay, let's fake A and let's go B. You know, and you know, the B guys were just a bit slow. We didn't get up on side early enough and kill the one guy who was there all along, because they did over-rotate really hard.
Yeah.
So we lost that round because, you know, people didn't go up fast enough, and we won the round then. So it was 14-15, and then, you know, we find out Ben, like halfway through the other round, we find out Ben is muted. And we're like, Ben, I think you're muted. I think you're muted. Like, oh, what a worse B. And then 14-15, we're like, okay, this sounds like a great idea. Let's do it. Let's use it. Let's use it. Then we did it overtime, and then did it again because we just hit him with another curveball, and then, you know, and then
that was
we
like
go
Sigma, that was Sigma chat.
So sick.
Yeah, it was good.
That was a Sigma
It was a
chat
great
round.
call.
The second rush was hilarious.
Yeah.
And also very fun. Yeah. And Olaf is having like a rough game. He was so much better today, obviously, but he was having like he just couldn't get that kill like when he was holding the site. So, yeah.
Any other changes that you can think about when it comes to Ancient that you wanna like try to force forward right now?
What's the like the update that you were, you know, what was the quality of life change that you were most wanted before the update even dropped?
In terms of CS?
Yeah. Sorry to hijack, but I was just
go for it, man.
I don't know, like, I still need to see how this feels, but like, if I were to look for like an update, I guess it would just be more maps, I think. I think one map is like, an Ancient of all of them, I think it could have been like any other map that would have been made better, but Ancient does feel it kind of feels restricted and still not. Like, I feel like there's so much more potential in that map, but teams just haven't figured it out yet, and it just feels awkward to play. Like, I think T side is like, saw it today, but I think T side is just insanely hard to play. If CTs get economy rolling, or if they're doing the right, like playing the right places, I think there's so many angles to clear. You need like some insane pop flashes, insane nades, and just not enough smokes to go around on that map, I feel like, on T side. So all of a sudden, like, we're counting smokes all the time, and it feels like there's just not enough to do executes when you get there, and it's always something open, something that's hard to take.
Yeah.
So many corners, so like.
Yeah.
And the plant's just so open.
You had 3 smokes for the plant every time,
Yeah.
That's true.
So I do feel like Ancient is like really rough T-side wise. But I mean, I think it's also one of those maps, like, if you get the economy and you get going and the CTs never like get a double up and don't get confidence like I think FaZe had against us, then I think it is doable. But I do think it's extremely CT-sided.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're beating NAVI like that hard as well, I think also some truth to that.
Right. That was Ancient that you were asking about?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is all very relevant.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you actually coming on the show and giving us a chance to bully you a little bit. You've been a really good sport, man, but obviously it still burns. The best way to deal with burns is apply a little ice. And here on the Overtime Show, we've got ice cream thanks to Magnum, one of our sponsors for Blast. So, Estetag, may I offer you a little bit of Magnum dessert?
Yes.
Excellent.
You may.
Wow. Let's go. Can I have
Only
some
if you'll
too?
have some. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
of
want to
course.
look.
Yeah, no,
I just want to stare at you eating ice cream.
Oh, okay.
That's why I brought you.
I got
good.
you.
Yeah.
I'll be on the ice cream show. Oh, it's one of those.
It's one of those,
Did I
yeah.
give it to him to...
No, I got it. I'm gonna serve some up while Blonder sets the parameters of your guys' next 1v1, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
So, do you still play KZ?
Yeah.
Still play a lot?
No.
No, it's hard to do a lot.
Don't have time.
Yeah, don't have time.
I mean, I think I was also like, I think if I do commit myself to KC,
yeah,
I just gotta get all the world workouts, man. Like I just
get it what?
I just gotta get all the world workouts. Like I just feel like I'm so competitive that if I do play a map, like I need to be the best at it.
Yeah,
it's just time consuming. Like I would literally have to play that map for like a week. And
yeah, maps are getting crazy. I like really fell out of like the KZ meta for a bit, but just seeing like Lionheart even got moved down a tier because they got made Lion harder and they made like
Lion harder.
Yeah,
that one's insane.
What the hell is
this, my friend? Is the chocolate topped?
Oh baby,
double caramel extraordinaire.
Is this salted or?
The last one was. But here's the thing: is Twitter normally gets to decide what flavor we try.
Really?
So we've gone through a couple. Here, let's pass this down over.
That looks delicious.
Please do not wait. Help yourself already, man. So this is our Magnum double salted caramel. So it is the salted caramel. They keep picking the same one, but I'm actually pretty happy about that.
It's a good one, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, man, enjoy. Thanks to Magnum. I'm a little bit sad because obviously this is the last day of the Blast groups. So our event comes to an end off of the back of this.
Mm-hmm. So what's next? Major.
Showdown.
Showdown. Or for you, Showdown, I Am Fall, Showdown.
I'm flying in tomorrow.
Flying tomorrow, yeah.
Sweden?
Yeah. So, yeah. Need to get up in like 9 hours.
Yeah.
Your hotel lobby is going to be incredible, just to let you know.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we stayed there, yeah.
Yep.
Sweet.
They have a lot of games in the hotel lobby.
Games?
Yeah. Like they have like foosball and...
Oh, okay.
And then like the... that's like the, what's the game where you slide the thing across the table and it slowly
shuffleboard.
goes?
Oh, yeah.
It's a shuffleboard.
Yeah,
well, the shuffleboard's like the big version.
Yes.
The small ones.
Oh, the arcade? Are you talking about the arcade?
Well, not arcade, but
it's like an arcade next to it, no?
Oh, I see. I don't know. I have no idea.
I think it might be next to it.
We went there for 1 week, and the sun didn't come up once, like for the entire week. It was just great the whole time.
It's like Denmark, this place, we spent a lot of time here during like the fall.
Winter.
Every time we come to these places, it's always like cold and windy. Yeah. Then we spent a summer here in Denmark.
Oh my God, you guys got a banging summer.
Dude. Yeah, but it's up and down also.
Oh really? We got a lucky one this time, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's good.
Man, I was here for like 3 weeks by myself. It was just sun every day. I was jumping
Sometimes
in the
it's
ocean.
sunny and raining, and like then it's snowing later.
This place doesn't. It's
Sometimes it's clouds, and you're like, this is a
sunny,
simulation.
raining, and then snowing later. Like it doesn't
No
make
way.
any sense, It's mental.
Okay, if you had to live somewhere else, not Denmark, where would it be?
I guess. I think Switzerland has like some of the same values as Denmark, so maybe there.
Beautiful landscapes too.
Yeah.
Is the culture the big one? Just like how comfortable it is in that regard?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's similar to some extent. Like, any other like Scandinavian country, I guess, is also very close in that regard.
Okay, what about if it wasn't Europe? Would there be any place?
If it wasn't Europe?
If it wasn't Europe, yeah.
I think Canada.
Let's go.
That's the right answer.
That's right.
Man. That's the right answer. Over in Canada, we've got the Rockies. In Switzerland, there's also a bunch of mountains. And speaking of those ups and downs in terms of landscape, I wish you the best of luck coming up with your event in Sweden and also at the Showdown. We look forward to seeing whether Complexity can keep the ball rolling, whether they can get back up. And Esatag, just thank you for joining us today. Thank all of you guys for tuning in to not only the Overtime Show, but all of Blast Fall groups. It's been an absolute pleasure to be your host and to be a part of this. Thank you for everybody who's involved. Production at Blast #1. We'll be back with the Showdown in just a little time.
Bye, bitches.
Peace.
Bye, bitches.